Oh shit! Oh, how did that get there? Damn it! I keep fucking. Where is it? It's, no, that's not it. Uh, you know what? I don't know where it is. Is this it? No, I don't know.
It's close enough.
Oh yeah. No, it's not the ice cream cone. Anyway, I'll find it at some point tonight.
I love the story of that picture as you literally typing into Google crack den.
I'm here with Smokey. I don't know why it went back to this one. It was supposed to be this, but there we go.
I'm kind of in this.
Cat is also here. Token tranny for the night.
Hello,
can we get
Smokey.
some ice cream cones, my dudes? I already got. What's our ice cream counter up? We almost got a free one coming to us. Where it at though? I got Jeremy Martin. There's 1 ice cream cone. Basement Dweller. That's 2. Cactus Head. Good to see you. We can't wait to put together that thing. You know what? We're gonna save that for later. What else we got? Where's Cat? This Cat does not have a fresh ice cream cone. You lie. You lie, you son of a bitch.
I didn't say I did. I said we got a new one.
The sound is awesome with both channels at full blast. Well, that's kind of fucking dumb.
And so are you.
Thought this guy was #cancel. Well, you know, not really. Really fast pace. Well, we try to keep it fast. We have an itinerary. I wrote things down, but people aren't here yet. Where the fuck is Praise? I thought that he would be here at least.
Yeah, I don't know. I figured there'd be a few people other than just me here at this point. Yeah. Well, Ryan told us to just go and F ourselves, essentially, in short.
Did
order.
he? I didn't read the email. That might be. Oh, yeah, I do have some emails. Look at. Hold on. Hold on.
Maddox was wondering if anyone had specific griefs, of which I was not aware of, so I said no. But yeah, I guess he's working and moving and doing other stuff. So Maddox has got Shonda stuff happening. Praise, maybe. I don't know. Ryan told us to go F off. I didn't see any other emails.
Oh, yeah. Here it is. In the event I was not quite painfully precise, never contact me again after Smokey threatened me once again. Either you or he piss off. Well, unfortunately, did you threaten him?
No, he seems to just kind of say things. I said, like, you probably shouldn't keep pushing because most likely what's going to come out next is going to be much worse. And he's like, oh, you're threatening me. So, yeah.
Oh, so you didn't threaten him, so I'm going to keep emailing him then, if that's okay.
Okay, beautiful. Okay. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
I'll forward you the email chain if you want. It's just like Ryan just kind of like represents things the way he wants, kind of like how he said we were actually attacking Bill's daughter when we were attacking Bill. He just kind of does stuff like that when he's losing. He just kind of reframes the argument, much like CNN. Ryan the Predator-tarian is basically CNN.
It looks like we're up to, I think, 4 ice cream cones. That's good. Remember, 12 and we get a free one, guys. Oh, by the way, new shirt's coming out. Kincaid Cone Club. I'm going to have a little ice cream cone in the middle of the shirt. KKK. We're taking it back, boys. We're taking it back. And Brett's watching. Hi, Brett. We're broadcasting on Smokey's Facebook.
Is Brett here? Is Brett here?
I don't know yet. Oh. He hasn't made himself known.
Oh, okay.
You got me excited.
Who's there? Show yourself.
Oh,
I really wanted Jill.
Just you, Donnie.
It's just, oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus. Hold on, we're going to get to it. So,
So Jill's doing a show right now, by the way, about how Dante Wright deserved to die or something like that, or I don't know, something like that's going on. That's probably
Jill was the one who. Oh, Jill. Right. Well, tell Jill to get his fat ass back in here because we're going to be talking about fucking George Floyd.
Okay, well, let me go message him and let him know that we're going to be talking
Message him and let him know.
I'll even leave the room.
I sent out a fucking email. I don't know how much more high tech we need.
Well, yeah, I don't know how well all these people pay attention to that stuff. I've also struggled with getting them to really kind of pay attention.
Oh, Alex, good question, and this meme never dies. So, hold on. Let me scroll down here.
Oh, tough love, yeah.
I'll play the whole clip. Yeah, you got to play the clip.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm not dead, fuckers. I am the Cum Lord. Nacho Sushi. Who the fuck is that? Sounds like something you order at a cheap gay fusion restaurant. He kisses his daughter like he is eating a fucking ice cream cone. At least he probably won't outlive his fucking legs or lungs. Will Kincaid and Smokey Saint, you are a horrible shitload trash clown cunts.
The fucking little smile he gives at the end is
Just fucking.
yeah. It just sells it all. It's just perfect.
Usually we save Piss Baby of the Week for later in the stream, but I've had to cross this broad off my itinerary altogether. So, hold on. I'm gonna make sure I don't fuck this up. Jesus
because she's Gorn? Is it because she's Gorn?
You spoiled it. Jesus is the Truth 97 got wind that we were going to be covering her tonight, so she didn't just block us, right? She deleted all of her social media. So that's another dead channel to add to the list of channels and social media accounts that I've utterly and thoroughly destroyed.
Trying to stick that Will Kincaid Destroyer of Channels title, aren't you? You're trying to make that
Will Kincaid, Destroyer of Channels and Eater of Ice Cream. So anyway, that's Piss Baby of the Week.
It's
Okay,
Piss
here-
Baby of the Week, nigga.
Anyway,
Beautiful.
yeah, I know.
Glad we got that out of the way.
Now that we got the girl, that was gonna be. I wasn't gonna fucking just pop out Piss Baby of the Week in the middle when she's fucking Gorn. She's deader than Jesus. Speaking of Jesus, though, do you want to hold on to the George Floyd thing until Jill gets here? We could do it again, I guess.
I want to try to get him. I'm going to try to message him and see if the people actually.
Because half my itinerary here includes other people, so I don't. They all like. Some people said that they would be here. Some people didn't respond at all. Some people RSVP'd before the stream was even scheduled. Like, I don't know where fucking Praise is. Where the fuck is Praise?
Praising.
Is he also doing a fucking... Did these people sleep? I said that, and it's like, what the fuck? They're like, okay.
No, they have Jesus and cocaine.
Also, my boss is probably watching this week. The one reason I don't fucking quit my job. Hi, boss. I'm not allowed to
I'm
fucking
real.
say who it is. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, Jill just posted the link to his room, so he's probably not going anywhere. But I
God
did just leave
fucking
him a
damn it.
message.
Yeah.
It is. I will say it is sometimes hard to get the Christians inside the community to be able to kind of like coalesce on a lot of things. Like setting up regular debates isn't much of a challenge, but if you're ever setting up a tag team debate, it is just an ever loving freaking.
But we were gonna have
nightmare.
but it was supposed to be a Bible fight club.
Yeah, Battle Royale.
Yeah, it was.
The name of that fucking dock sucking cocksucker. Dock sucking? Wow, that's a tongue twister. Doxing cocksucker. Why the fuck what is wrong with that?
Oh no, Praise is here. Praise is here. I see him in
What
the
is
chat.
wrong with that?
Praise. The link's in the thing. It's under the stuff. It's in the description.
See,
Get
at
your-
least Praise showed up.
I can count on one of you fucking assholes to show up. God damn it.
I am shutting down the whole stream because none of you decided to show up. Did you not see I sent the email out?
Can I talk about who you said wanted to have a conversation with me, or am I saving that, or what am I? Starts with the letter K.
I don't care. You can say it if you want. I don't think he cares.
I guess Kenny Rhodes wants to have a conversation. So who is he? Is he a pastor or a preacher? Or
Yeah,
a doctor?
He's smart.
He is a PhD. He knows Greek. He is a New Testament scholar. He teaches classes. Yeah, man, he's an actual professor. Guy's freaking brilliant. He's awesome.
Is it just in Greek or is it in Hebrew?
I think it's just Greek. Pretty
Yeah, I
sure it's
think
just
it's
Greek.
Greek.
Yeah.
Because, like, if he's going to come in here and be like, no, I'm going to be like, well, I don't know what to tell you because I'm taking classes. So, like, if they're teaching it wrong, then maybe you can set me. Then I'm wasting my money, and you fucking tell me.
Yeah, I don't think that's the type of conversation he wants to have with you.
What type of?
He's always seemed reasonable.
Oh, he's gonna come, guys.
Oh yay!
So
come for me, Daddy.
can you shut the fuck up? Can you Sorry.
Rude.
Who's a pretty girl?
I'm so
Who's a
good.
pretty girl?
Oh, it's me.
Anyway, so
Oh,
what kind
Daddy,
of
it's
conversation
me.
would you postulate he intends on having with you? I couldn't honestly tell you.
Probably a groundwork theological discussion. You know, kind of how you see Christianity and Judaism and stuff. I don't know. Go talk to him. How the hell am I supposed to exactly?
I don't. Well, I'll tell you why. Because I don't. First of all, did you like give him my email or anything?
No, not yet.
Well, then how am I don't know what. Okay.
Dude, this is just in the beginning, like phases, like type stuff. I just
No.
mentioned it to you offhand that he had said that. I mean, he's
No,
like,
I
yeah,
know.
by the way, I'd like to talk to Will sometime. Like, all right, that's cool.
I've heard his name thrown around, but I don't know if he's well known. I don't know his thing. High
Well,
praise.
like well known. I mean, well known maybe to us in our little group. You know, not like.
I mean, he's well known enough that I know who he is.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, and he's been on larger shows, and he's part of the reasons to believe. He's a what do they call it? I don't
What
know.
the fuck happened to Praise?
Guest scholar or something like that. I don't know.
Maybe Praise's microphone wasn't working. I didn't kick him out. Don't accuse me of shit. I ain't kicking nobody out tonight. Everybody stays.
Whether you like it or not, damn it.
Well, while we're waiting for Praise to come back, I figure, well, I'll dust off an old meme. So,
and I can't help but notice that Smokey is not a very good liar. First of all,
right, pee-pee boy, you don't think Smokey's a good fucking liar? Okay, you think he's lying? Okay, I tell you what, hey everybody, check this out. So Ryan the Presbyterian has a very interesting tell, and a tell is sort of a thing where it's like they do a certain action, or they do something obvious when they're lying. So when Ryan the Presbyterian is full of shit, he'll blink. Like, here's a normal blink. There it is, and here's how he blinks when he's full of shit. Anyway, yeah. So that's it. So let's just fucking watch this a little bit, and then you tell me if he's full of shit or not.
and since that information has been out,
Would you look at that?
I certainly didn't go looking for Smokey.
It's this guy.
Information or release that information because I was on any of that.
Right outside my window.
To the general
That's awesome.
public, that it's impossible that.
Why is he here?
So
I don't know.
Is tragically misinformed and others
Don't much like it.
Little
Let's see if he'll go away.
For
No? Okay. All right, I'm done with this. All right, we'll give it one more try. Nope. Okay, we're done.
astonishing is that Smokey.
all right, we're done with that bit. Hey guys, it's Praise. He's back. Oh shit! How did that get there again?
That
Hey,
goal.
fellas, I got froze. I don't know why anyone froze me before, but I was trying to get in there.
Veckel, you were
Good, man.
personally invited. So if you can come in.
Veckel, come in
Yay.
here. Tell Jill to come over here too because we want to talk about how George Floyd roasts in hell. So tell Jill to come over and talk about it.
Nice. Look, Will, your mouth is filthy. Come over here and prove it. Is that Black Jesus? Follow up.
I can
Is that
prove
Black
it's
Jesus?
filthy.
It might be. I don't know. Hold on. They want to know what's going on.
What's
That
going
looks-
on?
That looks black to me. They all look black. That's pretty neat.
It's like a black Santa
clipping
Claus
that.
almost. I don't know what's happening there.
Will Kincaid
I'm not
2021,
sure
they all
myself.
look black to me.
Do I have you did what? Will Kincaid raped me in 23. Prophecy, look, ice cream. Well, we're trying to. Here's the thing: is we're waiting for people to get here because you all are now like 20 minutes late, except for Smokey, who happens to actually own a clock.
You have
So
no
is
proof
that.
of that. Maybe he's just
I
got a
want to throw down
sundial.
with Brett Keane. Hey, Brett Keane, you're a giant, flaccid, stopping wet vagina of a man. Come in and talk about it.
I could pop in briefly. I'm having car issues. Well, then you got nowhere to go, and all day to get there. Perfect
What is
excuse.
Jill talking about?
Jill's talking about the guy that was killed, Dante Wright, I think, and about the issues in the black community, about how white liberals think that black people are too stupid to get IDs and all that stuff. It's actually kind of a good
I
show.
like this one.
Wait,
I
that's
know,
real.
it's shocking. Oh, hello, Reese. I remember you. Hello, you're cool.
Freaking Jay's in there. What a douche.
Yes, Jay's in
Well,
there.
Well, now we have our token black man, so we can finally talk about George Floyd. All right.
Double token power.
I was waiting for Jill because Jill has very strong opinions about this, but he's doing something else, even though he knew this was happening. But that's okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. How are you doing, Feckle? You good?
The timing is terrible on my part, man. I'm sorry. My gosh.
Poor Veckel. Poor Veckel.
Godspeed.
Okay, well,
Meshuggah.
all right. Well, I tried. It's been 21 minutes. I'm done filibustering now. We just got to do it. Anyway, so here's Floyd Christ.
Talked like they're seized by religious fervor. Here was the Speaker of the House today thanking George Floyd because he died in order to make the Democratic Party more powerful. For his sacrifice, she said. Watch this.
Thank you, George Floyd, for sacrificing your life for justice. Because of you and because of thousands, millions of people around the world who came out for justice, your name will always be synonymous with justice.
This is not Jesus.
That's right.
Did you hear what I just said?
It gets better.
He ain't Jesus. No. And he sure ain't Jesus.
That's right.
The Europeans
He's showing Jesus.
Took this and made it look like them. And then use scripture. Servants, obey your masters. That's right. And taking that scripture, they manipulated and made themselves that master that the Bible was talking about.
That's right.
They got this dude next to.
Oh, it's Tupac and Biggie.
Jesus, Jesus Frank, Jesus Frank, Jesus Frank, Jesus Frank, Jesus Frank, my life is a lie.
It's fucking Tupac.
Yeah. Did you see that video of Nancy Pelosi actually praying to Floyd?
We just played it.
Yeah, we just played it.
Okay,
She's like looking
away.
up into the sky like, George Floyd, thank you for your sacrifice. Like, bitch, you have done
Floyd.
lost your mind.
Saved
Floyd.
salvation.
Well, don't the Catholics have a Saint George?
Do they? Yeah, probably.
I know they have a Saint Gerald and a
Yeah,
Saint.
that's St. George killed dragon.
Oh, yeah. Kill a dragon.
Yeah.
Well, I always mix that up with St. Patrick because he killed a snake.
Yeah,
but the snake was also a dragon.
He killed all the snakes.
And all of them.
Hey,
All the dragons.
it's an island, I'm just saying.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm having. I gotta go pick up my car in a few minutes, so that's why I was saying I was having car issues. So.
Oh, no worries, man.
Yeah.
So, okay.
I'll be able to stick
Well,
around and tokenize for a little
Well,
bit.
you just have to set the mood so that we don't.
So you don't seem, right, you don't seem racist, right?
Right.
Wait a minute. What is this shot? Okay, this is in a bathroom. I'm trying to get the picture. Okay, it's George Floyd, our Lord and Savior, George Floyd. And this is made with a toaster Looked like he's about to toss it in a tub full of water with George Floyd in it. So I'm trying to make out what the picture means.
It's homemade hot tub heresy or heresy hot tub.
Yeah, heresy hot tub. Homemade heresy hot tub.
Well, it would appear that Will Kincaid is Agent 47 about to 86 George Floyd in the bathroom, is what it seems to be.
Well, it looks like George Floyd.
Get it?
George Floyd's a gay guy with vitiligo because his white hand is awfully lighter than his face. So
you know what? Fuck you.
It was from masturbating too much.
Outstanding. Yeah.
That's
some good work. That's some good work right there.
Wow. I forgot all the other.
Put this picture together. Did you put this picture together, Will?
Oh yeah, it's a thumbnail from it's the thumbnail from the video I did about George Floyd a year ago.
Oh.
I'm gonna get an 8-foot version of that and put it like above my bed. That's just what I'm gonna do.
He's up there with Mr. Rogers and fucking
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Gumby.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
All I'm saying is
Harambe, all of the good boys that went straight to Shemayim,
I'd bet good money that like Mr. Rogers and Tupac would have actually been real good friends.
I have it on good authority.
I actually don't doubt that.
Hey, I actually have an idea. I could try to join Jill's stream real quick and then just play his response on the phone and ask him about George Floyd. I could do that real quick. Let me try that. Hold on.
Well, I could get the stream. I don't know if that's gonna work. Let me go get Jill's stream. I'm gonna fucking my internet sometimes does fuck shit, so I don't know if it's gonna work. Fill dead air with random vocal fry.
Oh, do you want random vocal nonsense? Because I'm really good at that. I mean,
no.
Well, I wasn't gonna do that.
Well, you could have. So, Praise, how are you tonight? Are you good?
Man, good. How about yourself, Will?
I'm all right. Oh yeah, I forgot to run down the itinerary. All right, I was gonna ask guys some questions.
You just ashed on my crotch.
Well, then keep your crotch away from my ash. Please don't light my house on fire. Anyway,
me?
No, the cigarette is sentient now. Anyway, so okay, we did Floyd Christ. We're gonna look at John Butler and John Gishla, aka J-Dubs, has 5 reasons that Jesus is the Mashiach.
Sorry. Yeah, by the way, that's probably not going to work because Ronan and them are yelling at each other right now, but go ahead.
Oh, wow, what a bunch of waterheads. Anyway, so, and then, well, Jesus is the Truth 97 deleted her whole channel because of me, so that's neat. Then we're going to watch a Matt Powell video. Smokey, I changed the Matt Powell video because I couldn't listen to Sideman Dan talk for more than a handful of minutes. Fucking gross. He banned me from his channel and ever talking about me ever again because I have a potty mouth, so even atheists can't handle it. It's pretty cool. And then we're going to talk about Fiverr Jesus, and then we're going to get into Chat Rat Graveyard, which is a new segment that I want to bring here. And we're going to be talking about Cheryl specifically, I guess, because I think you and Smokey had something about it, or at least Smokey did. So there's that.
Yeah,
well, I think it's kind of at its place right now where Praise and me are kind of marinating on it. But you had a thing, Will. You had an interaction.
Oh yeah, she called me a fucking asshole. So she said asshole too. She didn't say.
Wait, do you have the receipts, or you want me to pull them up? Because I can pull them up.
No, I got the receipts. We're gonna watch that quick.
Because I didn't do it the other morning because I didn't want to go over your receipts without you because your phone went all Shonda on the stream. So I just kind of ended it.
My phone, my internet, and my power all went Shonda all at once.
Right.
My phone died, and then also everything else. So there's that. What happened? Why? Private chat? I'll try to come back. Good, you should. Becca will be back later.
Amen to that, Pi. Amen to that. I'm freaking sick of YouTube censoring everything, canceling everything. Yeah. Freaking ridiculous.
No one but Smokey can
Praise,
handle.
how much longer till your main channel's back, or are you just don't even care? You're just kind of doing it on your new thing, or what's your situation?
May 3rd, man. But I'm actually probably gonna keep this channel because it might get monetized. I don't know. We'll see.
You could always just dual stream, couldn't you?
Yeah, you can. Let me tell you
Like,
something.
have you ever streamed to more than one place on your StreamYard, Praise?
No.
You know you can, right? You can stream.
You can do up to like 3.
Yeah.
I've heard of that. I have no idea how to set all that up.
You know, bro, it's so easy. You know where your destination tab is in your StreamYard?
Yeah.
Just click on it and go add whatever next destination you want. So, like, for instance, you already got your YouTube right now, your new channel set up for it. Just go in there and click add destination, and then just add your old channel, just like you did your new channel, and you're gravy, man. You're good to go. And you can actually stream to both of them at the same time. You wouldn't even have to choose. You could keep them both going.
Wow, that's amazing, man. I didn't know that.
Yeah, dude. And by the way, if you want me to show you in back studio one of these days, just tell me and I'll show you exactly how it's done.
Man, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I have a proposition for you also, Praise. I know YouTube cheat codes, but I don't have 1,000 subscribers, and neither does Smokey, so we don't have access to what we need. What if I said that I could get you up to 4,000 subscribers in a month?
That's probably true. Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I mean, if it's legal or whatever, I don't know.
It's perfectly
completely legal. Yeah.
You don't have to buy subs. Me and Smokey figured it out, and we were like, oh, well, this is fucking handy. So what we're going to do, I don't know if you want to. Now, I could just tell you what to do and hope that you do it right, or you could give me the keys. I really only need, like, I don't know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes tops, depending on how crappy my internet connection is. If I could do that, would you be willing to give us a helping hand on our end?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm going to perform a miracle on a live stream one of these days.
No, it's the Mashiach.
Well, no, it's just Jew wizardry. That's what we call it.
Yeah, like Moses. Good old boy.
I forgot to point this out. Smokey touched me. Good evening. Good evening, Smokey touched me.
You
Smokey
fucking baby
watches me
raper! You fucking baby raper!
Sorry.
My gosh.
It's okay. We have a sense of humor here. It's all good.
By the way, 90% that's Ryan. I would say.
Yeah. Hey, Ginger, come in here. I got a bone to pick with you one of these fucking days. No bot accounts. Nope, no bot accounts. It is a complete, what's the word? What do they call it when it's a Bethesda game? Exploit. That's a feature.
Yeah,
it's a feature of YouTube that is so completely fucking broken that anybody can exploit it as long as they have over 1,000 subs.
Right.
And they have done nothing about it. It's been pointed out, but they
still
have done
nothing about it. Yeah.
Nothing about it whatsoever.
Oh.
YouTube doesn't care.
Yeah, Gingy, if you can't get in, just message me later after the show, and we'll have a little chitty chat because I haven't talked to you in a while.
Praise's channel is actually a good, like, one thing, and I'll tell you this, Praise, like, one thing your channel like can like really serve very well for is kind of like a nexus point where, like, you know, each one of the people, even from each one of these environments, can almost like just like go there and work their crap out type thing. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of has that type of almost flavor going for it already. So it could really be a lot bigger and a lot more dynamic. I mean, you'd end up working a lot harder to keep it under control, but it could be, you know, much more of a, I mean, much more even welcoming to a lot wider audience.
Anybody is welcome to come in. By the way, I see chat asking if people can come in. Yes, the link is always in the description. It's in there now. But I want people to I'll give everybody who's going to come in. I'll give everybody who's going to come in now like 2 minutes. Let me wait until it rolls over so I can time it.
I hope Bruce isn't pissed off at me for something because I didn't do shit to Bruce.
Emar said a funny thing. Okay,
Bruce,
2 minutes
do you
now.
want to come get something off your chest? That's what the night's about.
Yeah, it's Bible Fight Club, guys.
It's like Christian Hunger Games. You just come in and lay out your stuff, and at the end, we'll have a barbecue and we make up and we'll just go with each other.
Barbecue, right.
Yeah. Yo, meet us all in Brett Keen's backyard. We'll fucking have a barbecue. Barbecue orgy.
Pmar said, and I forget whose chat. Oh yeah, it was Smokey's today when he premiered.
It was so funny.
He goes, "If I say Bruce has diabetes, am I making fun of Rachel's daughter?" That's a valid question. Because it seems like if you say anything that approaches insulin or
okay,
I can't believe Brett Keen came in the other day when I was on Smokey's thing. And it was like, I'm sure you guys talking about the same shit. And it's like, no, it's because no one will let the diabetes thing go. The always heinous in upstate New York bit will just never fucking end. It's been like 8 months since I did that bit out of fucking back when I stole or purchased the channel Brett Keen Live. So I don't know. Yeah, we got about what is that? About another.
That's Bruce.
Minute 45. No, I'm counting. Oh. I think. I don't know. I was supposed to keep track, and then I went on a diatribe as I do often. But while we're waiting,
evening,
Bruce,
wild people.
Good evening.
There's Bruce.
Can we get Jesus Freak in here and his fucking motorcycle and his die-cast cars? And is that a thing?
Jesus Freak has motorcycles. Yeah. Well, I guess he was into that somewhat.
Yeah, Jesus Freak owns a motorcycle. Have you not seen his videos of him doing helmet cam?
Vroom,
I haven't watched him for years.
Yeah.
It's for the best.
Well, it's not interesting or hateful or meaningful. He's kind of a milquetoast Christian now. Not that there's anything really super wrong with that. It's just, well, that's interesting. Like static and white bars. You know what's funny? Speaking of people flashing their genitals, for all the times that people actually put pornography and flash their dicks on camera on this stream in particular, we've never gotten flagged not once for nudity. But then we show Jen Aldrich in a bra. First thing that happens.
Yeah.
Not even nude.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Corn.
Just, I still have to get that up. I have a life. I have things going. There's surprises in August. Just wait until August.
Yeah, I had to help me hide the bodies.
Anyway.
And the cocaine.
Bruh, what's your how are you doing? I see your camera's not working, but you're flashing your microphone there, so what's going on?
Did you get lost?
I'm thinking N-word here any second now.
Do you need an adult?
I don't know.
I feel like I've seen that screen name before on YouTube. I don't know.
Possibly Chat Rat. Who knows?
Oh, Guru, let's give the backtrack on that. Yeah, no, what this was playing off of is the fact that CJ was accusing me of making fun of Rage's daughter when I said that Nakasuchi had diabetes. So like making fun of Rage's horrible life decisions in light of his own claim of a vascular disorder is apparently automatically connected to me making fun of his daughter. That was the argument CJ said. So PMARS was using that, saying, well, apparently if you say anyone has diabetes, then probably you're making fun of Rage's daughter. And I just thought that was really savage. PMARS nailed that. It was hilarious.
If we have time at the end, I might play the memes from that one thing that I thought.
If I was a lesser person, I would make fun of Rage's daughter directly, but I don't because she's not really involved in this. But even if I did, Rage wouldn't do anything because he's afraid of me.
I have questions. All right, so I'm just gonna get a quick vibe check from the room. Do you guys want a funny question? Do you want a serious, difficult question? Or do you want a loaded question?
Rage had a leg up on that one.
Fuck me, man alive. You guys are fucking wild.
I love Pie. Pie's good stuff.
Soon it's going to be man and
Who
dead.
doesn't like Pie?
I mean,
I guess a funny one. Let's go with something. Let's go ahead and keep the mode going, I guess. Yeah, we're not.
Give me a minute, mic not working. Okay, bruh, don't worry. I think it's probably got Manicam or some shit because it looks like you're using OBS cam or something like that, and that's why it's doing the the fuzz.
Or it's like 2006 and using a stick cam.
Oh,
I don't know.
gross. Anyways,
Yeah, gross.
so funny question, serious question, or loaded question?
Serious questions are funny sometimes.
All right. Well, yeah. Let's do
Valid
Bruce's
point.
vote. I don't.
All
yeah,
right.
I don't want. Yeah.
I'm gonna set up the situation. Okay. So we'll say for the sake of saying so, hypothetically, you're married. Mazel tov. Congratulations. Smokey, you're married. The only time Smokey's ever found love in his life is in a hypothetical. Anyway, so
with a Filipino prostitute.
Yeah, no, okay. Anyway, so you're married, and you and your wife just found out you're pregnant, but it's really super early in the pregnancy. Like she hasn't even missed her period. She got one of those fucking techno wizard tests where you piss on it and it tells you what the gender is going to be or whatever. It's crazy. And so you just found out she's probably like, I don't know, 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks pregnant, pops. And so it's not too late to take the pill to abort the fetus. Now, why would you do that? Here we go. So in the middle of the night, you hear a noise downstairs, right? You wake up, you go downstairs, and there's a fucking angel of the Lord in your goddamn living room. And he's all like, it's one of those, it's not like one of those things where you could be hallucinating or tripping, or it's like Satan or whatever. It's an angel of the Lord, as in, it's an angel of the Lord because that's how angels of the Lord work. You look like you. I'm sorry.
The pill doesn't abort a fetus. It stops the egg from being fertilized.
I'm talking to Christians.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
Abortion pill, fine.
Yeah,
Okay,
you splooged in the snooch. I get it. Okay.
You're really okay.
I'm sorry.
Back on track. So
sorry for being right.
Shut up. Wife, recently pregnant, could take the abortion pill. Inward. Okay. Angel of the Lord, living room. You know it is because it's an angel of the Lord. Okay. And the angel of the Lord says, I'm going to give you 2 options. If your child is allowed to live, your child will grow up and absolutely go to hell no matter what you do or say. However, if you abort it now, it'll go directly to heaven, but you're going directly to hell. What do you choose?
That is quite a moral dilemma, isn't it?
No.
Oh, Bruce, do share. Let's hear your take.
Bruce is right. Bruce
I'm
is right.
for honest answers. This is not. No. That's not the loaded question. That's the serious question.
Bruce had the actual correct answer. No.
Any of these things, you rebuke it and go on about your life, and you have your child.
Well, doing nothing is actually making a choice in this instance.
Well, you don't. Yeah, the choice is simple. You don't pay attention. You rebuke it.
Well, Bruce, then your son's going to hell, or daughter, or whatever.
There is.
Let me bull crap. That's not. Is it biblical?
Well, if I could, Will, it is actually a slightly loaded question, but I want everyone to be able to respond to it before I give my 2 cents.
I disagree.
Good. Bras here.
Brett King asked a question kind of like that, and it's like,
I know because I adapted
his follow this stuff.
I asked it. I changed his question so it's less fucking loaded and not as dumb.
It's a Brett King question. No,
it is.
It seems like
the other day, and I was thinking about it. I was like, okay, how can we make this?
After standing in front of 2 doors.
Yeah. Well, no. The question is really at its core is, if you were given a choice and you had no other choice, would you choose to send your child to hell, or would you go to hell in your child's place? That's kind of
like Moses.
Yeah.
Moses says, I think he actually volunteered to go to hell for his people. Now that's an awesome man right there.
Yeah, that's
true. Does anyone have the testicular fortitude to say that they would actually do that, though?
That's rough, man. That would probably depend.
That is, in my opinion, the right answer. But that's my opinion. That's not founded. I don't even think technically in Judaism that's the right thing to do.
It's that guy again.
Hell yeah!
Oh, dude, I don't want to see that crap.
Hey, get us flagged.
He tried to do that to me with the same video last night. I got it off a little bit.
By the way, I didn't kick him from the room. I just removed him. So
They'll play the whole thing in the back studio. I watched it last night.
Oh, cool. That's neat. So,
yeah.
Okay.
So
I think we answered that. I think
but I think Praise would agree with me when I say that the Christian moral objective prerogative is generally always along the lines of that self-sacrifice is always the most virtuous path. So
yes,
it's the example of Christ. So whenever you are confronted with a moral dilemma, and another good example is the one from Praise. We had talked about this the other day. The story of in Israel where they had to basically choose, we're starving, we're under siege, we have our child, we're about to die. Do we all just starve off, or do we kill our child and eat? They're faced with these types of moral dilemmas, inside that entire environment, and that can be something that happens. So sometimes you don't get the chance to make the ultimate right choice. You have to just make the least horrible choice. But in even that instance, John Maddox had proposed, and I agree with him, that the Christian answer is, well, you sacrifice yourself. Instead of killing your child, you're like, hey, kill me and eat me so that my family can continue. That's the idea of the ultimate Christian prerogative. Is
that a choice in this, the way you're presenting it? I just look at it like I would think that it's not true. It doesn't line up with the teachings of Jesus, in my opinion, unless you can tell me how it does.
Well, sure.
Why can't you just simply ignore it and say, I rebuke you, and move on?
Because
go about your life.
The hypothetical makes the angel
hypothetical
100%
doesn't
real.
fit. That's my point. This is what Brett Keane brings in. He brings in his murder story, and you're supposed to do it if God told you to. Like, would you do something if God told you? It's like, well, he's not telling you to do that. Now, that's
okay. Well, you don't like that question. We can. Well, you don't like that question. We can do another one in a minute.
Yeah, the hypothetical thing doesn't work with the biblical Jesus. I'm sorry.
All right, that's fine.
No fun, I know.
Well, I mean, in a very mild way, Bruce is actually right in the sense that it is slightly loaded. That the idea that the biblical Jesus would show up and actually do this is relatively incoherent.
Well, he said an angel of the Lord, right?
Well, then it's not an angel of the Lord; it's of the devil.
Yeah, I would actually probably also agree with Bruce on that as well. If it is showing up to do something like this, that's probably not a holy entity, we would not think generally.
Generally killing your child would definitely send you to hell.
Well, yeah, but prophetic things in history and all throughout Scripture were always used for moral warning. Generally, it's not about pitching people into moral dilemmas. It's about giving pretty direct constructs and instructive. So I don't know. It doesn't seem to be a completely coherent example from reality. But well, it did mostly come out of Brett Keane's head. So there you go.
Well, I tried to fix it.
It's okay. You did pretty good. You did by Judaism, you kind of did fix it. So I mean, it's not it's not a complete loss.
Can I try my hand at fixing it?
Go for it.
All right,
go for it.
So, remember that time Abraham, the whole Binding of Isaac story, right? Or if you're Muslim, you subscribe to the Binding of Ishmael. Fine, whatever. Right. Same story, essentially. Imagine you're in a situation where Big Boss is like, "Hey, look, you got to kill your kid. You don't kill your kid, I'm going to punish you and all your descendants for infinity generations or, infinity +1 or whatever, and you're all going to be cursed forever. Or you can kill your kid and I'll make sure all your descendants, are taken care of." What do you do in that situation? Like, you're getting punished if you kill the kid, but all of your descendants will be fine. But if you don't kill the kid, you get away scot-free, and everyone else down the line gets punished.
I don't know if I remember that particularly.
It's the same thing as the Binding of Isaac story, where
Big
Boss comes down. He's like, "Hey, look, I need you to kill your kid. I need you to fucking whack him."
No, I get. But why are you making it part of the narrative that by not killing the kid would incur punishment? Or are you saying it's like a passive punishment that they would be deprived of the blessings if Abraham had done it? I don't understand how.
Doesn't God command that specifically?
In the Binding of Isaac story, yes. He commands
you betray
Abraham to kill Isaac.
You betray a commandment, you get fucked by God, because that's how he rolls. That's how the big man rolls.
Okay.
Which, to be fair, at the end of that story, an angel's like, "Dude, bro,
Well, I'll tell you what.
fucking drunk.
Okay, well,
Don't
in
listen
order to
it.
make it,
But
in order to
you know,
make
cut
it,
that end
hold
out of
on.
the story and
Hold
just
on.
you know.
You're missing a core imperative part of the story that's not being addressed, which is the fact that previous to all of this is there's a promise of what's going to happen to Isaac. So the idea is the promise is from God that Isaac, and of course this is after two people who shouldn't have even been able to have this kid had this kid. So like it's seemingly to them and convinced them of a miraculous, state of affairs. And so this being has promised that this kid is going to grow up to be something special, and then says, hey, go sacrifice this kid. In Abraham's mind, in all likelihood, he's just thinking that he's going to be resurrected. And also the hidden nuances of the story is that it's always just assumed that Isaac didn't know. And by the way, as an appropriate comparative typology to the story of Christ, Christ came down to earth sent by the Father, but in willingness of the Father. And I believe we should not, as much as we give claim to Abraham's state of faith in this instance, we should not neglect probably Isaac's, because Isaac very well could have gone up with a sense of willingness and knowledge as to what was going on.
Well, he didn't.
You don't know that.
Well, he didn't. In the story, it explains that Abraham didn't tell him what was happening.
Abraham was an old man, and he was going to fight with his dad. You think he couldn't have fought from being bound and be like, "Screw you, Dad, I'm out of here"?
Well, I know, but he didn't really understand what was happening. So I mean,
why? He was in his 30s. What does he think is happening? He's getting tied up and put on a bed of rocks where they usually slaughter animals. What does he think? It's about to be a tickling contest? He knows what's going on.
I don't know. Spoiler alert, in the Jewish version of that story, he does kill his son, and he dies, and then he's just back.
Well, that's why. Yeah, well. Yeah. Well, it's funny that the Jews have an even stronger typology of the actual resurrection story of Christ than even the Christians. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny.
I mean, this kind of thing does happen a lot in the Torah. People just die, and then God resurrects people pretty much all the time.
Yeah, with no question.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Do you guys want to does anybody have anything additional to say about that? Or
I think I said my thing on it, unless anyone else wants to say anything.
Okay. So now we've got a loaded question and a funny question. Which one will we prefer?
Broom's pick. Praise, what do you think?
The loaded one. Let's get that away.
Get serious about a funny question too. So what the heck?
Okay. One loaded and one funny vote. P-Mars, you break it. What do you want? Loaded or funny?
Loaded.
All right, loaded it is.
All right, loaded it is. Okay. So if I were to propose to you a system which you receive, you work for a living, but you receive no wage. What you receive in exchange for your work is dwelling. All of your needs are met at the basic level, at least. So we're talking food, shelter, whatever most people just above the poverty line have, whatever the case may be. But again, the caveat is you can't. The other caveat is you also can't leave. Once you're in this system, that's it. First question, do you take that offer or do you keep it as it is? Second question is, would you approve of a system like this?
Well, in about 4 years, it should be over, I hope.
I think Bruce got it.
Nice.
Anybody want to answer that? Like Bruce's answer?
Yeah.
It's on the fucking
yeah, he's on the level.
Yeah. Well, what system would we call that here in modern day America? What does that sound like?
I don't necessarily agree with entirely what you're implying, but I get the joke. I mean,
yeah, it sounds like socialism. It also sounds like slavery, huh, Bruce? Sounds an awful lot like slavery. Just saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was our loaded question. Not a whole lot to say on that from the room. Okay, finally the funny one, unless somebody had something additional. Nope. Okay.
Well, I was gonna say I would say I don't think a system like that is good. I think we should have a system where like if you are low class through hard work, you could move up to middle class and potentially upper class. But I read Plato's The Republic, and from the perspective of those on top, that's what they dread. Like they want to create systems where you are born into a caste and you can't work hard and achieve a different role, in the system. They want you to stay where you are. So I think that they have designed our current system to sort of keep people in the situation they're in. Like, if you get caught into the prison system, a lot of people, it's like they never really escape it, right? And I think it's really designed to trap people in it.
Yeah, that's basically slavery in this country, because once you get out of prison, it's extremely difficult to find gainful employment pretty much anywhere. So if you go to prison for like tax evasion or something for 4 years, you're a federal criminal. So like, good luck finding a job anywhere.
Apply to cemetery.
Right.
Bruce, I had a quick question for you. I was wondering, would it help you lose weight if I told you that every time I heard you snacking on nuts, I'm reminded that you have the character of a rodent?
Well, no, not at all, because the reason I snack on nuts is because, I like to eat. I'm addicted to food, and I find it doesn't shoot my blood sugar up.
Like rats like to go around constantly looking for the next
rats are good. Rats are good.
Well, rats reproduce more.
Well,
do you think that you have more in common with a rat or an actual human? What do you think?
Well, based on behavior, would you mind if I ask you that question?
Oh, I think I have much more to do with an actual high functioning human being that actually has thoughts and considerations.
Functioning autistic.
Like Charles Manson or something like that, or what?
Sure, Bruce.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Look how emaciated he looks in that center photo, which is actually him. Just saying.
Just dying away.
And not like this, which nobody could ever look like, ever. It definitely never like this.
I still want a body pillow of that.
That picture, I'm the owner of that picture.
No one has that picture of Brett anywhere.
That's because that's a photo of him at a thing. And I just cropped everyone else out of it. And then he was like, "You doxed my family." And I was like, "Do you see your family anywhere in this picture besides you?" I mean, you are, of course, related to yourself. But other than that...
Are you?
I know that. Is he related to himself?
Was anyone related to themselves?
Listen, guys, I didn't beat my wife. That's my dad, who has the same exact name as me. He broke into my house and just started going crazy, beating the shit.
That would be the perfect crime. If your name was also Brett Keane, going to his house and beating his wife.
Brett Keane, Sr. That's why my mother killed herself, because my dad was a dirty, rotten cocksucker. Spent a lot of time in foster care. Are any of Brett Keene's stories consistent with one another ever in any universe? That's what I want to know.
No, I would have loved to see the evolution of Knox's daughter's story over the years. It always.
Oh, we'll still be here. We'll be here.
Yeah.
It's happening. Knock one.
Speaking of Knox's daughter, was someone talking about me making diabetes jokes?
Yeah, your savage comment, P. Mars. We thought it was epic and legend.
It was
and
good.
made us both laugh really hard. It was.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The one you
read it
put.
again. Hold on.
Yeah, read it.
I got it open. I just got to I can't pull it up on screen because it's just on my phone.
P-Mar said, if I said that Bruce had diabetes, am I making fun of Rage's daughter?
Oh, yeah. That's fucking CJ's logic. Like, what the fuck is that shit? Fuck CJ, dude.
I invited him. He didn't show up. He didn't even say nothing.
What is diabetes, anyhow?
It's fucking insulin doesn't work.
What is it? An endocrine system disorder?
Bruce, are you being serious?
It has to do with
a pop quiz.
The pancreas. There's issues with regulating blood sugar and glucose, all that jazz.
I used to make diabetes.
Rage's daughter apparently has type 2.
When I was fat, right, I'd make diabetes jokes about myself on YouTube. I'd be like, I don't have any insulin shots, so I just manage my insulin by eating bananas.
Yeah, but then Chuck Norris sent him a fucking total gym, and now he's fine.
Yeah.
He's got a total gym and a shake weight, and he just fucking manages with
That's
that.
why P-Mar's so proud of how he looks all the time.
I mean, I just think like diabetes. I can't believe like CJ was just that's so ridiculous. It's just like it's like AIDS jokes, diabetes jokes, cancer jokes. It's just like a normal thing to joke about. To like associate that with Rage's daughter, it's fucking stretching.
Well, Smokey's the one who called them diabetes legs. That's before I explained to him that diabetes wasn't the reason his legs were fucked up. It's
That
some
actually,
it's
yeah.
called like
Legs, I remember that.
it's called like hamburger's disease or something. It's got a funny name like that where it's named after a food. I can't remember.
And then like Will explains the whole thing to CJ, and he's still like arguing it. It's like, dude, do you have to debate everything? Like, just admit you're fucking wrong for once in your life. Jesus Christ.
Oh, he's praying. All right, so I know what I'm going to try. I'm going to take this needle thing. I'm going to stick that in my dang finger. Let's see what happens.
Does he actually have diabetes? Oh my god, this is some fucking revelation.
Bruce, you actually have diabetes?
Yeah. There's the freaking blood there, right there on the tip. See there?
Oh yeah.
Let's see what happens. I don't know. I don't know if I'm alive or dead. It's hard to tell.
Is that why you're eating nuts all the time?
Yeah, I try not. Well, trying not to eat carbs. You know, well, it still does turn into calories. I get it plenty high, but
it is mostly protein though. So
I try not to eat simple carbs. Oh, actually, you know, it's pretty freaking good today. That is amazing. I am impressed. I'm happy with that. I wish it would stay there. Well, I'd like it to be 100, but I'm pretty dang happy for now. We'll see. You know, I worked out a lot today, so I don't know, that might have something to do with it. Oh well, I'm alive.
But he actually does have diabetes.
That's good. That's actually good. I mean, you know, I'm sometimes 130, 160. You know,
no. The funny thing was, Bruce, is no one knew, and P-Mars had just thrown that out there, and it was just a new revelation.
Oh no. I deal with it. It's not good. But
P-Mars, how do you feel now?
Dude, I telling you, man, I've got discernment from God Himself.
Oh, now he's a prophet. Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've set. See what you've done, Bruce. You set P-Mars off on a whole new tangent. Well done.
Yeah. I mean,
this is an homage to
You
P-Mars.
gotta not lean into the
maybe
thing.
P-Mars healed me like 90%.
You know, actually, I'll be honest with you, and I almost believe if there was anyone that might be like have a touch of like spiritual, like almost able to pull things out of the freaking spiritual ether, I almost think it would be P-Mars for some weird reason. I don't know. Like it just seems like he might just be kind of like
ways.
Well, it just might be touched that way. I don't know. I don't know why I get that weird feeling, but I'd almost think
he's touched in a lot of ways.
P-Mars.
He's sort of like
a spiritual Rain Man.
Oh boy.
Please tell me I didn't lose that comment.
P-Mars does, you know, P-Mars is a pretty effective catalyst in rooms and a litmus test of the environment many times. I actually do find P-Mars to bring very interesting utility to the community, actually.
Yeah.
The first thing I do is talk shit to whoever's in charge.
Yeah,
So
actually,
do
that
I,
seems about right. Actually.
We're kindred spirits in that way. You know, it's a whole fucking thing.
I don't know. I've always liked P-Mars.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a problem with it. My biggest problem with P-Mars in the beginning was that he just wasn't funny, and now he's funny now, so I don't have a problem with it.
He got good.
Funny. I gotta get rid of that fucking thing. That's there.
I wish Jill would come in. I'm gonna try messaging him again.
I want to talk to Jill. He blocked me on everything.
Well, we got another hour at least. It depends. If it goes over, I can do an extra hour. We can do a 3-hour show, but generally, it's 2 hours because I always have way too much to do the following day. So. Shut the fuck up, tranny. Who asked you? Anyways,
me.
All right, funny question. All right. I don't want everyone to answer this question because
let's get at it.
All right. So you're fucking your wife, right? And you guys have decided that you're going to spice things up in the bedroom a little bit. So you've decided that you're going to role play. It's the cheating wife role play. So you're playing the role of another man, all right? Smokey knows what's coming.
I have to mute.
Okay, so you're fucking your wife and you're doing a role play where it's you're another man, and she in mid coitus leans over to you or looks at you, it depends on which way she's facing, and goes, "Oh my God, you're so much bigger than my husband." What do you do? That's the question.
Well, gosh, Mickey.
I would leave.
I just imagine like doing one of these numbers, and then she says that shit, and he's just like,
No, I imagine PR's moonwalking straight out of the pussy.
just like,
yeah.
I would imagine like some angry dude coming in with a gun and shooting everyone.
Oh, okay, that escalated quickly.
Well, I watch a lot of these true crimes, and like, I shit you not, when these women go around slutting it up, that's when people die.
why did Praise leave? I really wanted him to answer that question.
His internet might have dropped out.
Oh damn! Well, if he comes back, I'll ask him again.
Probably shocked the internet. G5 ain't putting up with this stuff.
His
G5,
internet was
it's
even having trouble
it's a
yesterday.
Keanism. It's not 5G. It's G5.
5G.
Yeah, like
it's
the Pontiac.
G5 now. Yeah.
Fly like a G6, right?
Oh,
Exactly.
geez, it's like a Mandela thing.
How is Gavin handling
Nelson
your
Mandela
friendship?
That was
Praise?
Mandela. Is that like Dan Mella?
Yeah.
Oh boy, oh boy.
I
There's
remember
people
that.
who really believe that.
Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? A lot of retards on the place. You know, Smokey. So what do? Do you have an answer?
I believe I honestly I think I would just have to look puzzled for a moment and just decide to take the optimistic interpretation of that suddenly I was being complimented rather than insulted. I guess I would, but you know what? It might stick with me for a bit. Maybe in the ride in the car to the store tomorrow morning, I'd be like, so hey, about last night,
Yeah. Cat, you
probably something like that.
So here's what I think you do, just as a power move. You immediately go, insert my name here. Yeah, they got a small fucking dick. You love how big my cock is, right? yeah, my name's got a small fucking wiener.
Very good.
Yeah, and you just fucking lean into it full on, because then your wife is gonna be like, oh yeah. And then you'll just have to like sit with yourself and a bottle of whiskey later and be like, I made her happy, but at what cost?
One of those interesting conundrums, I have to admit. Yeah.
Versifer answer, or is it
this is like Brett Keane evening stuff. Like we should have almost had like a Brett Keane theme. Go ahead, Bruce.
I don't know what to think. Just be careful where you're putting that thing, because you get a reaction like that if you do it wrong.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Well, I mean, there's well, Bruce. I shouldn't have to
do you know how
explain this.
vaginas work? Have you had sex? I assume you have. I
mean,
think you have kids.
Well, there's it's not far away. It's only, you could mess up, and I don't know. Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude here.
Okay, my
bad. Trying to explain this stuff can happen.
Okay. Now I'll tell you what I did, or what I would do.
Did? Oh, do tell.
So anyway, you look her straight in the eye, and you just give her one of these.
We know we're under attack. We know it. We're breaking the conditioning.
And then you finish.
I listened to him for about a year, from like 2004 to 2006.
So here's what I think I can do. I can just leave the chat here for a second and run into Jill's room and ask him a question, and then come back and tell you guys to play the situation if you want. Do you want me to do that?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. All right. Give me a sec. I'll be right back.
Anyway,
tell Jill I love him.
Yeah, I was a huge Alex Jones fan for like a year.
Yeah. So Bruce, anyway, here's I just wanted to say,
deeply, truly deeply sorry about the cancer diagnosis.
Yeah, I didn't have it primed for diabetes, but
See, like that's, I think that's hilarious. And like,
it's not.
I don't know. If I had cancer, I'd want to laugh about it. You know, I wouldn't want people to feel sorry for me. But that's just me, you know. I guess.
Oh yeah, you got diggers, bud. Diggers, bud. You got,
okay,
I put dipper in your leper, bud.
Well, I'll probably get cancer and die someday, anyways, right? So.
Yeah, me too, probably.
It's my plan, baby.
I'm hoping that that it's like AIDS is now, where it's just like you have cancer. Here, take this pill, and then I'll keep it away for a while.
Probably by the time I get cancer, when I go to the doctor, they'll be like, "Well, because of the history of racism, we feel like it'd be inappropriate to treat your cancer."
I mean,
we're not far off from that future. Can we be honest?
No. That's just for like you and PMARS.
Well, they just play my show at the fucking thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, we found this.
So
hey, what's the picture of fucking George Floyd here? What do you mean? It'll be 20 years later, and I'll completely forgotten who George Floyd is.
And they're like, what?
And be like, what? And they're like, this. And I'll just be like, oh, so,
Bro,
yeah.
I can't.
What's this all about? I don't know.
It's like this guy's a martyr. He's like a criminal drug addict porn star, like, and they're making him out to be some like hero. Good lord.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think maybe like on the Chauvin thing, I think maybe he was probably guilty of manslaughter, involuntary. So,
but the thing,
but murder 1 and then all those other.
He didn't get murder 1. He got murder 2 and murder 3.
Yeah.
And which here's the thing though, the amount of time his knee was on his neck, which 1, you're not trained to do that. 2,
well, Minneapolis Police Department was trained to do that.
Yeah, they are trained to do that. They're trained.
Not all police, but Minneapolis specifically was.
Then they're trained wrong, and they should.
I have an article. I have a link to an article that they were trained to do that shit.
Like whoever trained them should.
I'll tell you who trained them: Israeli Special Forces.
Okay, see that makes sense then. See. Okay,
that came out a long time ago.
I don't think kneeling on the back of someone's neck can kill them. I think eating a speedball.
They did it live on Crowder's show.
There's another guy. There used to be
it's really hard to choke someone out. Like it's actually really hard.
There used to be a video on YouTube of a guy that he had a knee on his neck and he died. They wrestled him to the ground, and it was 3 guys holding one guy down, and he died. And that video I've not been able to find it for many months.
Let me tell you something about these.
It disappeared for some reason.
I forgot what they call it, but it's the definition of the word I'm thinking of is something like spontaneous death in police custody. And what happens is they're in police custody, and then all of a sudden, for no reason, they die.
Okay, it wasn't all of a sudden for no reason with George Floyd.
No,
right? What happened is a lot of people overdose in police custody, and it's ruled under a different thing for some reason, which is what I just said, and I can't remember the word.
I know what you mean. I understand what you're saying, and that tracks. It's just.
But like he probably had drugs on him. He's trying to destroy the evidence and ate it, right? And then it's like all you need is all you need in a court is reasonable doubt, right? You have to prove beyond reasonable doubt. Like there's tons of reasonable doubt as to what caused the death. So it's just I think it's a kangaroo court and it's a total sham court.
One of the reasons there's a, what do they call it? Not an extra, not a stand-in. I forget what the fuck they call it in court. She recently went on. What?
A witness?
No, it's like a juror, what they use it in fucking acting. Why can't I remember the word right now? English is his fucking second language tonight.
What happened is the jurors got all doxxed, and the jurors were worried they were gonna have.
That's what I'm getting to.
Everyone attack them,
and not only that, but when first of all, none of the jury was never sequestered. at all. Not during deliberation, nothing. So while that was going on, Maxine Waters was calling for violence directly. And Joe Biden, our supposed fucking president, was telling God and everybody that he hoped they came back with a guilty verdict. Black Lives Matter and a number of other fucking activist groups, including Antifa, were in front of the Minneapolis Police Department ready to burn that cocksucker to the ground. So I think, to be honest with you, it should have just been fucking declared a mistrial. And why the fuck didn't they move the trial to like a different county or something?
Because you have to be tried by a jury of your peers.
That's not the problem. The location is the problem. You can still be tried by a jury of your peers, but move it somewhere.
It has to be of people from the county you committed the crime.
Right, but they could have put them up in hotels like they did with the O.J. Simpson trial.
All right, okay, I get what you're saying.
Moved it to a different county.
I would say that's reasonable.
They didn't do that. They didn't do that. Every fucking basic procedure within a court didn't happen. Not only that, the judge
They did this intentionally. That's why I think it's a kangaroo court. They knew all this shit. Yeah.
Yeah, defense admitted evidence into discovery late, and then said that
Okay,
the judge said,
I'm sorry, I'm back.
It's okay. And then the judge said that if I even hear a hint of this or you even suggest any of this evidence in court, I'm going to have this declared a mistrial. Then the defense did it, and it was not declared a mistrial.
So hear out my conspiracy theory real quick. They don't want to address the issue of police having improper training and generally poor training in like de-escalation and proper techniques, and honestly completely inconsistent techniques throughout the country. So they're blaming this one particular officer instead of actually dealing with the issue of the completely myriad and different and wildly differently governed police at large in this nation.
I'll tell you, I come from a police family, cops throughout. My uncle was the chief of police in unnamed town,
Roslyn, New York.
And my grandfather was a police officer who was killed in action, and a number of other people. Some of them are too close to home to mention. And I fucking hate cops. I absolutely do. I mean, like in terms of, there's a part of me that would like to just see him get the death penalty because he's a cop. But my logic and reasoning, part of my fucking brain says, no, this is bullshit. So unfortunately, I have to give benefit of the doubt to Chauvin, to be honest with you.
Well, you know, it is a complicated issue, but I was just reading a thing on AP News about whether it was permitted or not to do that, and it looks like maybe it was. The other thing is, though, that what they don't show a lot of was the insane fighting and such they had going on earlier before it even got there, trying to get them in the car.
There's a couple minutes.
What is that, Jamie? Jamie, send it to me. Jamie, send it to me on Facebook. Don't post it in chat. If Nephilim Free is posting something for me, just.
And
I love
also,
Neffy. Can we get Neffy in?
Yeah. Also, though, he was saying he couldn't breathe earlier on, so it's kind of. I think it's complicated. You know,
he was in a car. He was in a car, and then he swallowed the fucking bag of meth or whatever.
Yeah, and his heart stopped.
And then,
well, do we know that, or are we just guessing?
Yeah, we know that.
No, we don't know that. There's multiple conflicting reports.
The defense's witness called a medical expert. I think it might have even been the examiner, if I remember correctly.
Oh.
And he was asked if there were in fact trace amounts of meth in Floyd's system. The answer was yes. Right. So because he swallowed the bag.
Well, yeah.
He was already fucked up.
So what I'm saying is, was it the examiner or was it the coroner?
I can't remember.
That's important. You have to realize the coroner is an elected position.
The defense's witness was declared a medical expert, which, by the way, is stupid. Because I hate John Oliver, but he was right about this when he was talking about it on his show. That literally, you're talking about the difference between a coroner and a medical examiner. Mm-hmm. That's important because can be a coroner.
A coroner is an elected official.
It's not. Yeah, you don't.
Anyone can be elected.
I forget what the lowest amount of education you have to have is. But it's very low.
Why is Nephilim Free gonna poke at me in a video and not come in the room?
What a bitch!
I don't know, but
come in here. It's Bible Fight Club.
I used to work at a cemetery and everything, and the county I worked in, our coroner wound up getting arrested for So our coroner got arrested for fucking kids, and another coroner got arrested for fucking corpses. So in the Tri-County area, we had one county coroner.
By the way, between the two channels, we have now topped our highest number of concurrent viewers. Congratulations!
Nice.
Well,
Cool.
fuck.
Well done for us. Okay, cool.
Well, do you think the cop though should have taken pressure off if he saw his shoulders and things?
Yes,
tried to put him in the van.
I mean, I think so. To be honest.
I think that actually that's why you guys need to listen to Jill too, because he even agrees that probably manslaughter might have been appropriate. But
right, that's what I just. But what I wanted to say is what George was. His car. He swallows the bag. He's taken out of the car. They try to put in a police van, and he claims claustrophobia and fights a police officer. Not physically.
Yeah, I know.
Restrained in handcuffs.
It's called resisting.
Right.
He was resisting without what's it called? What's it called in Minnesota? It's resisting without violence or something like that in Minnesota. Because he wasn't fighting, he was just resisting.
Just topped it again. So happy anniversary. So he's in his car, and then
it's hard to fight with in handcuffs and all, but they were having an awful hard time getting them in the police car.
You guys need to watch this thing that Jill said and just let
I just want to finish
part
this
of the
point.
equation.
Yeah, I want to finish this point for just a sec. So he claims claustrophobia despite the fact that he was driving his own vehicle and was put just in a different vehicle.
To be fair,
that's it. That's all I wanted to say. That doesn't fucking add up. That's somebody who's full of shit. Anyway, go ahead.
Exactly.
Play this because we'll never get to it if we go.
Fair enough.
What's going on?
Shalom alaikum.
Shalom alaikum. Shalom.
What's up? What's up, boys? How you doing? That's for you, Will.
What's up, Smokey?
All is
What's
good.
up, Smokey?
Now you're doing your stream now, right, Smokey?
We are doing the stream right now. In fact, I left the stream to come over here to ask you a question because we're just going to play your answer on our stream. But we wanted to know about your reaction and consideration of the whole George Floyd situation and how, like Nancy Pelosi was like looking up to heaven, thanking George Floyd, like giving him a prayer for like dying for everyone's sins. We just wanted to see like what you thought about that.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, and Al Sharpton hopping on his private jet to come visit or come to the celebration that they had, basically everyone holding up a black fist.
Yeah.
It turns my stomach, but hey, I knew this was going to happen to Chauvin, poor guy.
I can't stand.
This was a political lynching. That's basically what it was. It was a political lynching of an innocent man, not innocent, but definitely not guilty of third degree or second degree murder. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah. And if you were going to take a bet on whether or not George Floyd roasts in hell right now, what do you think?
Oh yeah. And man, and there'll be plenty of fentanyl down there for him to
Thank you, Joe.
If you guys don't know what fentanyl is and the potency of this drug, let me just tell you a little story about fentanyl. There was an officer
coming to a hood near you.
Who actually had to handle fentanyl because when they make arrests, they're idiots that are going around selling this stuff and using it. And he had a very small amount of fentanyl, for personal use, very small amount. And he didn't even inhale it, just simply being around it. He had, he's putting it away or locking it away into evidence for the trial. If Dante Wright shows up, which he won't, and then a warrant will come out for his arrest, and then Ronan will say, "Oh, they didn't try him." Well, you idiot! He skipped out on the. Okay. So they locking away
He's
this stuff
innocent.
into
He was
evidence.
running away.
He skipped out on his trials, an outstanding warrant. He skipped. Oh no, he wasn't convicted. He wasn't a felon.
I love no Ronan. Ronan's the one that believes that science doesn't require philosophy. That's how deep those waters run. So yeah.
Oh my goodness. So warrants don't count for black people. I guess it doesn't mean it.
Did you guys know that Ronan's son is actually a believer in Christ?
Oh, that's no wonder he's so upset.
Well, good on that. Good on that.
Yeah. So next time, just remind him. Yeah, just remind him of that. He used to come in the Beckles room all the time. Back in the day,
but the officer, just to finish up, I'll let you continue, Apostle. The officer fainted. Just handled.
Oh wow.
He fainted. They had to use what do they call that stuff when someone's a heroin addict and
methadone.
They had to bring them back.
No,
Narcan. It's something to bring you back to life when you OD.
Oh crap! Like a defibrillator or something, like a heart stopped and all that nonsense.
Not sure, but yeah, man, he.
Yeah, it's called Narcan. It's an injection.
Okay, but he was just handling it. He was just handling it. Yeah, did you guys see the video of George Floyd? How high he was when he came into the store?
Was he really? No, I didn't actually see it.
Higher than a motherfucker.
He was going through the roof.
Man, he was high as a kite.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah.
It was all a setup from the beginning, man.
From the beginning, it's all set up.
I'm gonna end this, and I'm gonna have a few more videos I want to play. But Smokey, did you? No,
that was it, man. I just came in to ask you that because we were gonna kind of make it part of our show. I appreciate it, man. And
I'll be over there.
I'll be over there too, Smoke.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, come on over. No, we want the opinions of some black Christians and get a little bit of that flavor in the room. Heck yeah, man. Come on over. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna end this. I'm not even gonna play the next video, but I'll put the description to this.
All right, so he'll be on his way over supposedly. So.
All right, so I guess we'll hang out. Oh fuck! I pulled my goddamn headphone out. That felt great. I guess we're going late tonight then, boys. I did want to say something to Jill, and I'll repeat it again when he's in here. We might even play the clip. Are you guys aware that the Raging Atheist called Jill a white supremacist Nazi?
Wait, what?
Is anybody?
Yeah.
What? I'm gonna act. Black people could be white supremacists. I couldn't get. But the Black Klansman thing, the skit from Dave Chappelle. Does he?
Hey, look, you know.
Hold on. Is he calling Jill Uncle Ruckus? Please,
my fucking brain hurty. Please stop.
I'm on Jill's side for once. Jill, you have my support in this. You're not a white supremacist.
Jill, come over here to the dark side.
Also, I saw
we got great Kool-Aid.
It's true.
Popeyes.
Will's drinking
Popeyes
Kool-Aid
today for the first time in my life. Gotta say, best fucking chicken sandwich on the market currently. Expensive as fuck, but it's cheaper here because prices are lower generally for fast food in general. So, wow, that was redundant. But yeah.
So I just want to say about Popeyes real quick. If you go to Louisiana and get Popeyes, they have 2 kinds of grape soda on tap, and it's fucking amazing. Do you want grapette or do you want grape? It's not Crush. What's the other one? No.
Grape Kool-Aid. Oh no!
But
they know their audience.
Breaking to your
It's
house.
amazing. You can go to Popeyes, you can get your grape soda, you can get your chicken, and then you can go get a fucking drive-through margarita, and it's amazing. I fucking love Louisiana.
Love that chicken from Popeyes. I really do.
That's because it's good.
What are you listening to in the background? Are we gonna get a copyright strike for this? Who's playing this?
It's Smokey talking to someone in the background.
Sorry. That might have been my mic. Sorry.
It's probably your mic.
I was gonna pull up the Rage's brain breaking down clip because I figured.
Oh my god, yeah. While you're doing that, what else do we have? We still have to get on to John Butler.
Here, I have it. If you want me to share it,
Yeah, fucking play it.
Okay.
But how did you come up with that footage today?
What's that?
That footage you shared today, it looked like me or something. I don't know, where'd you get that?
That's right. It's not Bruce. It's not Bruce.
It's amazing what you can do with computer generated stuff.
Oh, that's what CGI. I'm a wizard, lady.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a deep fake. Oh, here we go. Fucking A.
Oh, it's weird. I love red.
No, this is just gonna make my brain.
That's right, ball.
I don't care. I don't care.
No. But yes, you might not care, but I'm showing you. Literally...
I want to talk to Rage again.
Well, as it so happens, I am up to antics, and this may happen whether he likes it or not. I've done a thing. I always text Smokey, and it's like, hey, so I did a thing.
This is true.
So, you know...
you might want to... By the way,
if you want to my book, I did it because it was funny at the time. The sequel is called I Did a Thing.
If you want to, oh yeah, that's beautiful. If you want to kill time before Jill gets here, you can probably bring out the Cheryl receipts. You might have wanted to put those out.
We can do that. I was gonna. It seems like chat's going off a little bit, so I thought maybe I'd.
Oh, is it? Oh, what's happening in chat?
I don't know. Long form conversation. Apparently, I have no idea.
I mean, it's not.
I think maybe Chris Keith is on the side of. I don't know what's happening here.
He's talking about diabetes. I'm sorry, I'm backtracking a lot because I'm so fucking behind. I usually keep much better up with chat. I'm like praise right now.
I can only have one chat open at a time, otherwise I'd be better at it. But
right, I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm trying to look at these things. Starlink, nice. What is that? Satellite? Boomer.
Maybe he lives in a,
shades gorilla lady
place like I lived. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't read. I'm blind in one eye and drunk in the other.
That is why people say who have never been serious ill.
I'm always serious.
I don't know what that means or why, but you look like you have a lovely family, Mazel Tov. Might want to try getting a handle on the English language, though. Could be good. Governor okayed the training. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
9.5 minutes with no problem. Yes, that's what I was saying.
The issue is you shouldn't. Okay, you shouldn't
try that shit on fentanyl, Crowder. I'm calling you out. I'll do it too.
What I'm saying is it's fentanyl. It's fentanyl, not fentanyl. It's a Y, not an O.
I'm sorry, we can't all be Arabic like you and have fucking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you worked in the medical field.
I do, but I say things for. You know what? I used to say acidophilus, acetophilus because it was funny. And then we came up with a song, acidophilus. All right.
Anyway, so my point is you really shouldn't use those tactics just because you don't know what the person has going on.
Look, they spelled
Oh my god.
Did you guys see my thing on the sudden instant death in custody syndrome? That is actually a real thing that is taught to paramedics.
Yeah, we were talking about that while you were goring.
Right. Yeah, that's a legitimate thing. I just think it's the issue was he was holding him down by the neck with his knee, which if it's okay by the governor, fair enough. I think the governor should probably be tried.
I don't understand why this was a jury trial. It doesn't need to be because they can actually have a judge rule directly on this.
Because there would be uproar if the police were charged without a jury. That's anywhere.
Yeah,
dude, there was no way this was going to go any different.
Black Lives Matter really shot itself in the foot.
The organization,
actual justice by fucking politicizing this whole thing.
I would like to say there's a difference between the political organization Black Lives Matter and the people who say things like Black Lives Matter. There's a massive disconnect between the two. The Black Lives Matter political movement is not really good and honestly kind of toxic. Most of the people saying Black Lives Matter have their hearts in the right place, and they're
well,
just...
no, look at what's happened. No, hold on. But look at what's happened. Everyone's been giving to BLM, and what's been happening? $90 million funneled to like one like rich Marxist that's bought like
saying.
4 multi-million-dollar homes. This is not people. You know, this is stupid. People didn't even know what they were giving to or why. You know what? There wasn't even like a set of agenda that people knew that they were giving to promote. They're just like, oh, black people good, cops bad. Like it's just not. It's just there was nothing there. Hey, Apostle, how you doing, man? Good to see you.
Just real quick. A lot of leftists realized what was happening and fucked off, and it was a lot of the liberals, people like Knock, who stood by the organization Black Lives Matter, whereas a lot of
you know what? They took money. The guy who runs fucking BLM, they took money and bought. Huh?
It's a lady, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So the lady who runs Black Lives Matter, the organization, bought like $3 million worth of houses with all the money she received from donations.
Just recently.
Yeah.
And you know what? Knock isn't even a liberal. He's an extremist. That guy is
no. He's a pussy faggot liberal.
He's a fucking milquetoast liberal.
But he's a political extremist.
No, he's not.
Because a real liberal or
a leftist
wouldn't have voted for Joe Biden. Period. End of story. They would have stuck to their guns.
Yeah.
Like fucking
me.
Lowe, for example. Also, yeah, exactly. They either wouldn't have voted, or some of them even voted out of spite for Donald Trump.
Yep, a lot.
Because you get what you fucking deserve.
It's a lot of like full-on leftists either spite voted for Trump or voted for third parties.
Right. These are just the facts of the case.
That's an interesting comment from Takeaway. It says, also keep in mind Biden, Harris, Sharpton all admitted Chauvin would be found innocent if it weren't for the threats of rioting. That's a little bit of a scary idea.
Kamala Harris is actually the worst person
in the world. In the world, yeah.
I'm just saying.
Horrible.
Top Mala.
Here's the thing. I don't like Mike. You like the cock, you get the shock pence, right? Not a fan. Really not a fan of his advocacy for shocking people half to death, especially people like me. Kamala Harris did go out of her way to put trans women in men's prisons, put single black mothers into prison.
Kamala Harris ruined more brothers' lives than any Armenian pussy ever has, and those people are damned to the pit of hell. Those fucking Armenian women.
Okay, calm down, Cenk.
It's outside my theology. I believe that. I believe there's a special place in hell.
I'm better than you. I'm better than you.
And fucking Italian men. They're all going there. Straight to hell. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Speaking of Armenian women, remember that time Cenk said the Armenian genocide never happened and then corrected himself and said, well, if it did happen, they deserved it?
Oh, is that what he said?
Okay,
I don't remember that.
Those are not his exact words.
It's all right to fuck animals, too. He did that.
That's terrible.
Hey, remember that blog he wrote about fucking 16-year-olds with his cousin?
Oh, right.
I do.
Yeah, I remember something like that. Yep, there was something
got
like
him
that
kicked out of, the Social Democrats or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah.
That horse
He had his own, Cenk Uygur had his own little grooming gang, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently that was a thing.
Whoops. Remember all that money he sent to the Islamic Caliphate?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I've got that backwards. Remember that money he got from the Islamic Caliphate?
Okay, can we talk about people getting money?
We talk about that shit all the time.
Okay, people always talk about like Trump got all this money from Russia. No, he didn't. But a few of his people got a lot of money from Turkey. I mean, that's an Islamic state. Maybe, we could all unite under that and say, hey.
I'm imagining Thanksgiving dinner, but with head wraps. Well, can that be a thing? Can we put that on a shirt?
Yeah.
Okay, it's on a shirt now.
I still want a Godspeed Meshuggah shirt.
Yeah, I'm gonna update everything. I don't know if I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna take a day to myself tomorrow. I do way too fucking much. Like you guys don't see half the shit that I'm doing because I'm always preparing the next antic, and it's just like Smokey doesn't have the time to fucking be my bitch lackey, and I can't get my simp to show up. I hired a new simp for anyone who's new. I had an old simp, but he's dead now, so that's where
I
it
did
is.
my best.
I killed him.
Best to fill in.
That's canon. Cat killed Low.
Well, there can only be one.
Gorn.
Yeah.
Tranny Highlander.
Gorn.
Tranny Highlander. Is that canon?
Yeah, that's canon. Tranny Highlander.
The one
Translator.
I need to rule them all.
Didn't do it. Lawyer fucked me.
Oh, I guess I could. This is maybe a good time to shout out too. If anyone is interested in discussing, dissecting, or debating their particular viewpoint of soteriology, I am going to do a soteriology showdown night this Saturday evening. Where whether you are Calvinist, Arminian, Molinist, or any of the weird rare variants in between, you're welcome to come in and actually pitch your perspectives, defend your viewpoints, and see if the whole community overall can benefit from a little bit of extra talk and exhortation on that topic. So come on by this Saturday. It'll most likely probably be about 5:00 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 8 p.m. Eastern. So keep that in mind.
What is with that, all the Christians having Goyish fucking internet tonight? Is that what happened? Maybe he thought he couldn't get a word in edgewise. We do have a tendency to bloviate for no reason.
Yeah, maybe sometimes like that happens. Apostle, maybe his internet bounced out. I don't know. Jill's supposed to pop in too, actually.
Yeah, I know. We're fucking waiting.
I was waiting for Jill because I like being around people that like me.
Well, I think you might have read that a little bit wrong, but okay.
Ta-ta there, retard.
Anyway, sorry.
Bruce, by the way, I'm just curious, do you happen to think that it says something about your spineless character and sensibilities when you always communicate so passive-aggressively?
What do you mean by passive aggressive?
Well, I mean, like, you never actually communicate what you're actually trying to say. It's always veiled, behind the
Holy shit, it's Jill.
Hey, Jill, how you doing?
I like to kid around. I like kidding around.
Well, no, I mean, like, it doesn't seem like kidding. What it seems like is you're too spineless to actually say what you want to say. That's actually what it usually seems to be.
Can we get
some I know that Joel doesn't. I'm
like, it's easier to just go ahead and embrace yourself.
Well, let's get real. Okay. Let's just then fine. We'll go to the aggressive.
Hey, Michael, how's it going?
Do you like me, Smokey?
No, Bruce, I really not as a person, not as an individual, not as even a Christian, really. I don't even really believe you're a Christian because you even yourself deny to be one. And by the way, you spend a lot of your time going around telling why everyone else they shouldn't be allowed to be one either. So yeah, no, I think you're an absolute, complete and utter discarded prophylactic. Or
Pastor Fauci, Fauci says I'm a Christian.
Well, okay, great, Bruce. I guess good.
Okay, so Joel,
you can take that validation with you and feel real good about it. By the way, I'm sure he'll be your judge on Judgment Day, so you should take that into some really high station.
You're going to be my judge, right?
No, I don't know. No, Christ is going to be your judge, and the Bible says you're an irreverent scumbag moron. So I'm just taking what it tells me.
Like I've said before, Smokey, I would not trade places with you at Judgment time. Anyhow, Jill, do you like me?
No.
Okay, did I call it straight? That's why I kid around about dumb shit like that, because it's very fitting. Now, if that bothers you, you got the problem, not me.
Do you call what straight?
But I like being around people who like me. That's called kidding. It's called joking.
Why do you keep coming here?
Why do I like coming in here?
I respect Bruce.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because I know that if I act decently, it'll eventually end up here. And I enjoy that because I think it shows you for who you are.
Weird.
That's really why I'm here. That is why I'm here. Yeah, it's true. You want truth, right? That's why I'm here.
Well, you rarely do. So if it is, I'd be surprised. But I guess I'll give you a benefit of the doubt for the moment.
Well, you call yourself out. I don't
Until
need
you
to call
yet
you
reveal
out.
yourself another double talking, irreverent, spineless moron that can't actually be direct with what you want to say to people. But yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, so you didn't get what I was saying when I said I like being around people who like me. Like, you really.
Oh
didn't
yeah,
get it?
you were being a
You're having a
sarcastic
hard time
nunce,
with that, or
thinking
what?
you're making
You're
something
like,
kind of
wow, I don't
clever
know,
and
man. That's
funny.
pretty
You got
heavy,
like
man.
the grandpa jokes, and we're supposed to be over a barrel, I guess.
Oh my, am I? So do you smoke dope, Smokey?
I used to.
I think
Do you
Bruce.
still?
I had, in fact, actually, after I had a car accident, I had actually been given prescriptions for some pretty heavy pain medications. I
Mhm.
didn't like the way they make me feel, and I was worried about dependency, so I weaned myself off of them using
thing.
marijuana at the
Good
time.
for
Yeah,
you.
absolutely.
You know what, Bruce?
Right.
I think you really want to be a Christian. That's why you hang around us, but you're too much of a coward to make that commitment to the Lord.
Well, not really true. No,
Yeah.
I find
think that's
your hate draws me, and I find it interesting the amount of hate you
yeah,
guys
I think
have while
I think
claiming to
that's
love Jesus, or to be a Christian at least.
I think
It's amazing to me, truly.
I think that's what's really going on.
I don't
My
think
opinion.
no.
Yeah, that's just my opinion.
No,
Bruce,
I
I'm
mean,
curious. Do you kind of wish you were
if I
just
were
like?
looking for Christian fellowship, I would be hanging around Christians.
Well, then it doesn't really make sense. I don't know what you really think you're trying to get out of this community, or do for this community, or do with the people in it, or like you just because like your channel, you just seem like you want to talk to your friends, and then every once in a while you branch out and you got to feel like you got to make some mess and some noise. And I don't know. Do you have an end goal? I mean, what are you even doing? Like, I mean, you do realize that in most environments, you basically have the reputation of a nuisance. I mean, I don't know what your end game ultimately is in all this.
And what environments would that be?
Well, in mine, for one, and I think certainly in a few others, I'm not going to speak for them. I think Jill might think you're not particularly a pleasant influence around all the time. But
Right.
yeah, I mean,
and why would that be? Because I suggest wearing masks and social distancing and horrible things like that, the most unchristian things you could think of,
I
right?
thought we debunked that.
Ungodly, absolutely ungodly.
well, I think Will kind of debunked you on that number one, Bruce.
No,
so
I
are you
don't
still
think
holding to that? So are you
actually, I do,
maybe religiously
Definitely.
attached to the idea of the essentiality of masks?
No, I just think it's a good idea.
Hey,
That's all.
Jill, what do you think? Do you think Bruce is being religious about masks? Jill, what do you think?
Well, I'm black. I don't have to wear a mask.
Honestly, Jill's right. He would get shot if he was wearing a mask.
Yeah, because
No one. No, you think
him.
I'm joking? No, I'm dead serious. No one
I
will
know.
say anything to me because I'm black.
Yeah, that's probably
That's
true.
fucking amazing. I should
yeah.
think about going black.
If
You
I
know
were
what?
white
Say
and
about it.
I weren't wearing a mask, and I'd get harassed. I'd even when I'm eating, I'd get
It's because I'm black, man.
Black Lives Matter would be in my face protesting while I'm trying to eat my.
This is a good, you know what? Jill brings it up. It's actually not a terrible time to be black, especially if you have some superior personal character. It's actually a good time.
What kind of gang is that?
It's a street gang. It's a black person gang. Will.
I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm blacker than black, and I'm black, y'all.
All right, I just daily reminder. Nacho Sushi was in a gang, black person gang, and he gets death threats from the NIFB. But he's more afraid of me than any of them. Just daily reminder of that.
True.
You know what's funny is that Knox terrorist beard looks exactly like Christ Floyd's as well. That's weird.
Oh, that is
Wait,
same barber shop.
Is that not?
All right. Have a good night, guys. Thanks for
All right.
allowing me to be
Goodbye,
here.
Bruce.
Appreciate it.
Always
Yeah,
welcome.
yeah.
Church of COVID. See you later, Deacon.
Yeah, reality stuff. Wait, run that by. I missed that part. Let me see. What'd you finish up with there? I missed it somehow there, Jill.
Oh, Fauci.
Yeah.
Lord of COVID. Jesus is still Lord of COVID-19. Bruce.
Yeah, and you know what he tells you to do? Love your neighbor.
Love your neighbor as yourself. Yeah, take that mask off your neighbor. It's causing him to suffocate to death.
Yeah, right.
Slowly.
Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah,
Yeah.
You know, maybe you
Do
should
you
learn to
double? Do you
suffer.
have the
Maybe you
double
should.
mask?
Maybe you could learn to suffer a little bit for
Do you
others.
double up,
If you really
Bruce?
love your neighbor.
Like
you
George
double up?
Floyd suffered for all of us.
You guys are sick, man. Hey, anyhow, good night.
I can't breathe. This COVID mask.
I'm not sick. I haven't worn a mask. Get aspirated on CO2. I'm fine.
I just want to say something.
Perfectly healthy.
This is horribly terrible, and Bruce, I love you, but diabetes, you're the second.
Oh fuck! Here we go.
Okay, so I want everyone to be reminded that if anyone hears Rage ever bitching about him being doxxed at all ever, I just want this to be sure that it goes down on the record yet again, ladies and gentlemen.
And I muted myself. So Leo, real quick, I'm gonna fucking do something stupid right now.
Hold on here.
Well, I love how he introduces it, by the way. He is about to do something stupid.
I'm gonna do something really stupid.
Leo
right
is
now.
about to do something stupid.
I am just fucking sick of this shit. So my name ain't Nakasuchi, it's Ronnie. And it's not just Ronnie. Yeah. It's Ronnie Tate the motherfucking second. I live in Battle Creek, Michigan. And any motherfucker that wants to come to Battle Creek, Michigan and fuck with me or my daughter are going to experience a motherfucking life of hell. So come here now, bitch.
Yeah, hey, Knock, you
I
didn't
love
tell
that.
me.
Isn't that great? Isn't that just outstanding?
We're all terrified.
We're all just
fucking
quaking in our
in my
boots.
goddamn boots.
So when someone buying me a body, that I
Oh,
can fuck.
that's we can't talk about.
We
I'll
have a
take it off
bit.
there,
Yeah,
remind
don't.
Yeah.
That's a bit that we're doing. That's going to be a thing.
Yeah, it's canon as well. That's
to
the
fuck
one,
it?
That's it.
Don't.
I can't.
No, I will in my free time.
Stop. We'll get to it one day. Not today, though. By the way, we topped ourselves again at 42 earlier. That's fucking
Outstanding. Well done. Good evening. Yeah, absolutely.
Which means people are actually watching on my channel, which is a revelation.
Yeah, there's 7 people watching, but yeah.
False converts looking at open. I don't know what that
Most High's creation was
Minute
giving a bunch
explain?
of nonsense in Jill's chat about white and black people, and I had to constantly unhide the comments. I don't know what that situation was about.
Oh,
Most High's,
anyways.
you should come in the room if you want to confront Jill. That you have an opportunity here.
Yeah, I do not censor anyone on my channel whatsoever unless you do something that's like, I don't know, showing a video of somebody being dissected. I even keep the PP up on the screen.
I just did a 3-hour stream and Most High sat in the chat the whole 3 hours.
Yeah, the whole time.
So what, I mean, really. But I wanted to say this about Floyd because I'm about to get off.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah,
You get off on Floyd? Hell yeah.
Floyd was on something, okay? And when I mean he was on something, he was on something. There's a video. You might have to use Bing because Google has done a great job with its algorithms and its mods. Google mods, those are, they hire people like Spatchcock and Jay Pasick to block all of the videos that are actually.
Oh, you mean actual clinical retards?
Yeah.
Oh.
Useful idiots. They use them, they hire them and pay them a salary to block videos and to flag videos. And Red Fang too. Red Fang is famous for flagging videos, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
But there's a video going around where it shows Floyd where he actually went into the store and tried to use the counterfeit $20 bill.
Yeah, I remember that from last year that was a thing that was brought up. It was like
he was high as a kite. I mean, everyone in the store knew he was on something. And he said that he could not breathe. He said he couldn't breathe. Read the transcripts. Stop watching the clips on CNN where they take out the part where the woman had the butcher knife and just show you the cop shooting
Listen,
the woman. But
Most High, you can sit out there in the chat or you can fucking come in here. I don't know what to tell you.
He's not coming in. He's not coming in. He couldn't breathe. He said it nearly 30 times before the officer even got him on the ground. In fact, he requested to be put on the ground because he couldn't breathe standing up. That's how high this man was on fentanyl and other drugs.
So if that's true, should not have the police officer Chauvin not put his knee on his neck then?
Well, his knee wasn't on his neck. That's a restraint. His knee was where it should have been.
It was not, on the back of his neck. That we have video footage of his knee
You
being on
can't
the back.
crash a pipe with a knee on the back of your neck.
Correct.
Well, yeah, I don't have a problem with
seeing somebody against a flat surface that way either.
Well, that's
Yeah, I don't have a
technically not
problem.
asphyxiation. That would be suffocation.
Well, that's not why he died. The autopsy report showed that he died of an overdose. Yeah, he was dying when they encountered him.
Why they shouldn't have done that.
This is what I'm trying to. Oh, here we go.
Where clerks called the cops on George Floyd because he allegedly paid with a fake $20 bill. That's George Floyd in the black tank top. Today we heard from the 19-year-old cashier who sold Floyd cigarettes. He testified that he feels guilty for telling his manager the bill was counterfeit. This is the cashier pacing on the sidewalk outside the store with his hands on his head after witnessing George Floyd dying.
What was going through your mind during that time period?
Disbelief and guilt.
Okay. Why guilt?
If I
They're gonna hang him too next, like fucking LeBron James. I mean, you're next. Man, fuck you. And also, why did you? Speaking of LeBron James, why the hell did they reduce the tit size of a fictional cartoon rabbit who is designed specifically to be like overly sexualized for comedic purposes?
I mean,
that was random.
Space Jam. LeBron James is supposed to be in the new Space Jam. Fuck that movie. I wasn't going to see it anyway, but now I'm definitely going to go out of my way to not see it by accident. Just saying. I'm not going to scroll through Netflix.
Boycott Space Jam.
I wasn't interested in that anyway, I think.
Well, I like the original Space Jam. It came out when I was like a kid.
I'm fairly sure I've never even seen that one. I don't think I ever had any.
Like it was like with it was Michael Jordan. It was in '97. Bill Murray. I always get fucking Ghostbusters confused. In fact, I think that's a line in the thing where where Boss Alien says, Bill Murray shows up and he goes, "I didn't know Dan Aykroyd was going to be in this picture."
Yeah,
that was kind of
something
funny.
like that. By the way, they went to the same college I went to. Weirdly enough.
Oh, neat. Somebody's giving me some feedback. I think it's Digging Deep Ministries.
Digging Deep, what's up? I haven't seen them before.
Hey, yeah, how's it going? I don't know. Would I necessarily need to have like a mic set up? I'm just doing it from my phone.
No, you're fine, bro.
Yeah, you could probably just mute when you're not talking, and that'll save everyone the issue of the weird feedback.
Yeah, then you're good,
put in
bro.
headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so headphones will probably fix it?
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah,
probably.
almost certainly.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to try 1 second.
All right, we'll give you a minute. No big deal.
And Michael's here. What's up, Michael? How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Not bad.
Awesome, man.
I haven't actually spoken to anyone since like this morning, so I was sort of starved for human contact.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, the kind of
I
job
don't
I
know
have
if you're
doesn't
gonna meet
exactly
humans
necessitate me talking to anyone.
No, it's fine. I don't care. Whatever you want to do.
Michael likes the company.
We still have a lot going through here. This is going to be a long show tonight because we've had so many people hanging out.
In and out, yeah.
A good rotation. Yeah, I'm into it.
Like a Filipino prostitute that Smokey's married.
By the way, I want to point out that nice. I want to point out that
She cleaned up. She used to have problems.
So anti-Semitic fucking YouTube is censoring Yiddish fucking words. This is how you can get away with spelling goyim. They're censoring the word goy and goyim because fucking they declared it alt-right terminology. Fuck you.
Gosh,
Look,
really?
It just means Gentile. It's Yiddish for Gentile. Fucking hell.
So here's the thing, though. A lot of crazy, like, far-right people are using, like, goyim as, like, a pro-white term.
Case in point, this cocksucker, and I don't know if it's a fucking woman or a man, but if it's a woman, I hope your tits fall off. If it's a man, I hope your dick falls off in your dad because you're a fucking asshole. But if it's a man, I thought the goyim couldn't associate with you. Well, first of all, within certain traditions, it's the other way around. And second of all, we live in the 21st century, and we're in Galut also, which is there's biblical justification for me. It's associating with Goyim.
Torah.
Yeah. So fuck you. You fucking anti-Semite fucking piece of shit. I hope you rot in the lowest circle of hell. You know what? I hope you never find love.
There's someone who wants all the Jews on an island where they can't associate with anyone.
Yeah, you're the one. Look at this fucking. Look at this fucking. Knuckle dragger. Yeah, we're evil and vile. We make a couple jokes on the internet about a fucking ice cream cone. You fucking piss your pants and your eyes and just fucking run away from every single. You're afraid of confrontation directly, so that's why you sit out and chat. You're a chat rat, and fuck you. I don't need you in my life.
How about you come talk to me? Just me. How about that?
Yeah, we'll give you the room too.
I'm gonna have to do an after show or something for this.
With how long this is probably gonna go, I don't know. We haven't even covered half the stuff.
God, I even have things I'm supposed to do tonight. That's all dumb. Okay, yeah, no, let's get back to our agenda, I guess, if we need to.
Okay, but we're gonna get back on schedule unless somebody has something poignant that they wanted to say now.
Well, I gotta run, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you, Jill. Good to see you, man. Thanks for popping
Hey,
in.
Jill, unblock me, please.
Free Chauvin.
Free Chauvin.
Give him a fair trial if that's even possible now. Good job.
Maybe in a different state. Maybe in a different state, it's possible.
Yes, they really fucked it up this time. They really screwed the pooch. When Black Lives Matter came down the hill and started demanding that he be hung,
that was it's a problem. Yeah, definitely.
And the organization.
To be fair, I think whoever.
Now he just doesn't know how to spell. What a moron. Anyway,
our fifth. We have to repent for our fifth.
Our Fifth Amendment rights.
LeBron James. Anyway. What was the next thing?
Guru, wait, hold on. Guru says, do you see where the Senate voted to make Washington, D.C. the 51st? I did not see that, actually.
We're not doing that.
That would be a weird thing to think you need to do. I don't know.
First of all, it's not big enough to even qualify as a city. Second of all,
yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No.
It's kind of big. I don't know.
It's canon.
I don't know why you feel like you would need to do that. And like the whole point of it being a district is that it's kind of like it's for all the states. I don't know why you would. That's a weird. I don't know why that would even be a thing. Actually,
DC.
Maybe that would be a way for them to being able to have more leverage. In regards, because I know they're like attempting to add like more seats. So maybe prior to doing that, in regards to benefiting them for the election, they think that may be a way to, get more votes, electoral votes on their behalf. So I don't know.
And this is a good point. This year.
Puerto Rico doesn't want to be a state. Generally, I mean, I know there are.
Well, no, but it would be a better candidate for a state, or like Guam,
or
Palau,
or the U.S. Virgin Islands, or U.S. Samoa.
Pretty much anywhere but Washington D.C.
Yeah, I don't make Palau a state. Palau is amazing.
Yeah.
I'll agree with Guru. She says it's supposed to be neutral ground for governmental stuff. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't like the idea that there would be like its own state with its own power of like voting and stuff. And it also happens to be the nexus point of all the other countries' business. That feels screwy to me. I feel like that's a conflict of interest across the board there.
Don't they have something stupid like a singular electoral vote?
Oh, look, a clairvoyant and a mind reader.
I don't know.
That's neat. You don't usually see both of those at the same time.
I worship Lucifer.
I'm pretty sure I worship Hokadosh Baruch.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I give big ups to Big Boss up there. Six points, baby.
It's funny that when they say that though, like it's almost clear that they don't even really believe it. Because like, if I believed something like that and I thought it was an interesting point and needed to be like vocalized, I wouldn't just stay in the chat. Like I would actually go out to tell the entire room, hey, here's the situation and this is how I see it and this is why, and then actually be open to some cross-examination and questioning. This is just low-level nonsense chat ratting. It's sad.
Hey, I'll talk to you about
Wait,
it.
so
I mean, Mike will even come in the room, and he doesn't even usually say much, but at least he comes in the room. I mean, you know.
I might end up dropping. It looks like for some reason share screen has crashed this fucking thing, so I don't know.
Oh, well, we still hear and see you for right now, so this isn't on my StreamYard, so I don't have
frozen
control.
on our end, but on the actual thing, it's
Yeah, it looks fine on the other end. I don't know.
Oh
why.
wait, no, you froze. No, you didn't. Yeah, you were just standing still.
Yeah, all right. I don't know what's going on.
All right, well, we still see you. All right.
Yeah, I can't do the rest of the stuff without this being a thing. So
we'll wait a moment.
I'll give it a moment, and then I might. If I drop, don't worry, the stream's still going. So
Okay, sounds good. All right, whatever. Reminding everyone, the link is in the description. There's actually still a good number of people watching. I'm surprised no one wants to actually click on the link and join.
I'm surprised we've actually gone on this long.
All right. Well, we are at about the 2-hour mark. I think we're just kind of pretty much at that mark.
Yep, we're just at the 2-hour mark.
We're
now.
about we're about.
You said we're not even half. We're not even half through the stuff on the list. You said.
No, we're not.
No, we better step it up. All right.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to close this out and start it again. I'll be right back.
So will I.
All right, so that'll be a thing. All right. Well, I guess we'll just kill it time for a little bit. What do we got here? What else did I have on my mind or thoughts or agenda or something? What can I bring up?
So I had a question.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Hey, if you actually, that's what I should have said at the very beginning. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, so just to kind of give a little context to who I am, my name is Tyron Cooper. I started not too long ago watching your channel, and I don't know, it came across, I'm guessing, based off of like other stuff that I was looking into, because I'm very interested in apologetics. So I was wondering, because I seen your debate on veganism with. Was it? I can't remember. Was it with Alex O'Connor? I can't remember who it was with.
I had two. I had one with Alex O'Connor, and I had one with those annoying vegans.
Oh yeah. I don't think I seen the one with those annoying vegans. So I was just wondering. Do you have any debates coming up soon?
My life has just been crazy busy with business stuff for like the last few months. Like things really got busy right around Christmas and have stayed. So I am going to have more time this summer. So this summer comes up, I'll have more time to like actually schedule and sit down and prep for debates and stuff like that. It's just hard right now to actually schedule and squeeze in the time to do it. But yeah, I will get back into the debate stuff, and I'll be going on Modern Day Debate. And also, if you're not subscribed, you should go check it out. It's Standing for Truth's channel. I'll probably get a couple debates over there. Maybe theology or scientific, to dip my toes back in that a little bit again. So, yeah, that would be the place to check out. And yeah, I probably will get back to some debates here. But till then, I do make myself available for open streams at least once a week. Many times, at least a couple times a week, where people are certainly welcome to come in and challenge me direct. The link's always in the description of the videos. And that's anything. It could be soteriology, philosophy, theology, Bible verses.
Sex positions?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so
I can come in and talk about sex positions?
No, hold on.
I know.
And perhaps this is a
Fuck me. There we go. Sorry
No, let
about
him
that. I was just
digging deep. What'd you say, man? Go ahead. What was your question?
Oh no, I was gonna say, because I was just, based off of it, it seems that they were trying to get some stuff in order. So I just thought I would ask a couple questions until got back to the regular itinerary. I haven't done an exhaustive amount of research on it, but I have studied and looked into it, and I was wondering where do you stand in regards to I guess complementarianism and egalitarianism, and then more so specifically when it comes to because me personally, I think that when it comes to what the Bible teaches about women having a pastoral position, I think Timothy's clear in regards to what it teaches about that being for a man. But I'm always open because, like I said, I haven't done the most exhaustive study, and there could be context why specifically they're talking about men. Because I live in a very I live in Michigan, but so specifically where I live at, are a lot of charismatic churches, and specifically a lot of people call like predominantly quote unquote like black churches, and
Right.
it's very normative. It's very normative for them to teach and believe that women can be pastors, women can be preachers, and I'm kind of more agnostic about the preachers part because it is specifically mentioned that, and I have to study more about that. But the way that it comes off is that, and not to say this in any way being like prejudiced, but based off of my anecdotal experiences of a lot of the black people I've been around, they rely a lot off of like emotional. If I had to make a word, I'd say like emotional reasoning. So like they'll say like women have purpose too, right? And that would be the like attempt of like logical reasoning for why women can be pastors and preachers. So I was just wondering like, have you seen any good arguments for women being pastors, or then more so just preachers? What is your stance on that?
No, it's a purely cultural and emotional argument. And I'll be honest with you, bro. I could probably do a whole show with you unpacking that top to bottom, but like probably to give you like a short answer, or at least as short as I think I possibly can to try and make it complete, is I would say this: the Bible is pretty clear in its instruction on station. And, we are not judged based upon what we're given. We're judged based upon what we do with what we're given. So in the context of a Christian who is seeking to facilitate their best use based upon what they've been given by God, is going to submit to what he has said in his revelation. And in the instance of a woman, she is encouraged to take that place of subservience. And in doing so, it gives her basically a look of honor in the eyes of the Lord. So really, it's is she going to defy her station and chase after worldly gratification, or actually listen to the instruction of Scripture and therefore be honored in the eyes of God? It ends up being a faith test. It's not the type of thing that is so easy for us in our culture to necessarily regulate and legislate, but it doesn't mean it's something that isn't worth speaking about and standing up for scriptural truth. And I think the Scripture what is all that noise? What is happening?
It's Guru lady.
Oh, Guru, how you doing, Guru? Good to see you. So it's a matter of them just encouraging them to want to facilitate their best use, as we should for any person in the body of Christ. It's not that we're telling them that, no, you have to be less than a man. It's about telling them your particular station and what you've been chosen to do is unique and special to you based upon what you've been given. You shouldn't try to struggle or reach beyond, because you're not honoring your gifts. You're not honoring where God has placed you, and you're probably not facilitating your best use to the glory of the kingdom of God. It doesn't even have to be a condescending argument. It actually can be a very much functional biblical exhortative argument. I hope that helps a little.
Right. And yeah, so like I totally wholeheartedly agree with you with that. I'll just say this one last thing briefly, because I know there's an itinerary.
No, you're good, bro. By the way, man, I want to let you know, anytime you want to come back and dig in, like I said, these open shows, I encourage people to come challenge me. You want to come in even another show and even dig in deep on this, bro, I got your back. I'm happy to do it with you.
And when do you do these again?
Yeah, pretty much every week, usually on the weekends, because that's what I have open right now. So it's usually like a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday type deal. So I'll usually do at least one or two on the weekend, like Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. And it's usually in the afternoon. So like 5 p.m. Pacific, right around there. Just make sure you sub to my channel and hit the bell notification. And
or alternatively, if you and Smokey want to do a thing over here, we can parse out some time every Thursday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And then we go for however long the show needs to be. In this case, the show needs to be 3 hours or more.
So every one of my shows, bro, every single night, the link is always in the description, because I don't like chat rats. And so people make too much noise in the side chat because they want to challenge me, but they're not going to come in and show the spine and fortitude to actually stand up to cross-examination and challenge, and they're not worth my time. You see what I'm saying? So this is a regular situation for me, where link's always in the description. Anyone wants to challenge or ask questions, they're always welcome, bro. So just keep that in mind, man. Just stay tuned to the channel.
And who said that they do something at 8:30? Who is that?
Oh, it's me.
Will.
I'm the guy. So you're actually on my thing, but it's
He's not a
streaming.
Christian. He's a trash mouth Jew. But that's
right.
We're hoping for his salvation.
Then
We're
what am
hoping
I?
for his salvation through the redemptive blood of Christ that we're going to convince him here one of these days. We're hopeful.
So is he like a Jew by practice, or are you?
But he's also my best friend,
Hello.
so that's part of it.
Oh, Smokey, you're my best friend too.
Oh.
Well, yeah, nice to meet you. Then.
You're my
This is
tranny
my
best
first time
friend.
seeing.
All right, I'll take that.
Will.
There's enough trannies that tranny best friend is a high station.
That's true.
I'm sorry. What did you say? I was having a moment. I came. What happened?
Oh no, I was just saying that. I was saying to Will, I was just saying nice to meet you because I'm familiar to some extent, like with Smokey, because I've started watching Smokey, but I've never, seen you before. So this is my first time seeing you.
I do a little work on Smokey's channel. So far since I've taken the helm, by the way, it's grown exponentially, and the antics have never ceased to amuse everybody.
Yeah, we've done well.
Exponentially is a bit of an exaggeration.
Hey, listen, an exponent is an exponent.
Yeah, and I'm glad you found the channel, bro. That's awesome. I'm happy to dig in with any of these topics. Or I'm all about tackling the toughest questions that are out there that Christians generally struggle with, because I've had to struggle with it myself for years. So I just want to help people through it, help them find justification, validation for their faith. Just be a good servant to give them some good tools and send them on their way, their next path as they follow down to their salvation. So I'm just here to help, man. That's it. So anything I can do, just hit me up.
And honestly,
Okay,
so long
thanks.
as you're not a complete fucking twat, pretty much everyone in this community's, this subsection's decent enough.
Yeah, I've co-opted the Christian. Fleece the Goyim 2021.
Fleece the Goyim.
Yeah.
But,
so, and Guru, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining. She's going to be a little shy because I don't think she normally joins these. But
I've heard her talk
thank
recently.
you for popping in.
Sorry about that. I hit the mute on my mic and apparently my stupid computer picked it up.
No, you're good. No problem.
I figure I'd come and pop in my picture.
Oh,
There you
sure.
go.
Did you? Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome. I'm glad you joined. I hadn't seen you join a stream before, so that's awesome. Oh, that's cool. I love it.
That's cute.
That is adorable.
That's my curved.
See, it's easier to point out. So, what's the takeaway? Asked who's a chat rat? Raise your hand. Well, let me do it for some of them. Let's just go back. Let's go all the way through. No.
What constitutes a chat rat? That's the first time I ever heard that phrase. What is a chat rat?
I think that I might have coined that phrase.
Yeah, I think we actually collectively coined it. And the idea is that if you are someone who's willing to constantly come in and engage in open rooms where the link is posted where you can actually join the show, but you constantly don't, then I think that ends up.
But there's I'd like to add a caveat to that. So this impronounceable last name is at every last one of my shows and communicates explicitly through emojis.
Yeah.
So that is not a chat rat, despite meeting the conditions of what you just said.
Right.
So it's they just won't. What if they can't? Are they still constituting a chat right if they can't join?
Yeah,
on their
well, in a
Maybe.
sense that I kind of think so.
What do you mean can't? Who can't?
Yeah,
I mean
it's kind of like the fact that you're able to even watch the show generally tends to disqualify the whole can't scenario because
I mean,
you can join from your
I hate to
phone,
quote Blizzard, but you guys have phones, right?
I actually don't. I'm on my laptop right now.
Oh,
But
you're a boomer.
You
Well,
have a method to
I know,
connect.
boomer.
I think generally.
I'm just
generally, if you're watching the show, you have something
Thank
that
you.
has at least a microphone. I'm not using my built-in, but I have a built-in microphone and camera.
Right.
So, and that comes standard with just about every laptop. So,
yeah.
Let's see.
I think the excuses these days, really, Guru, is where it's probably just not generally.
This
you know,
one.
I mean, You know, it's one thing to be a meme lord and stuff, but if you're just constantly throwing trash in chat at people and then you won't ever come in to actually engage, it's kind of.
Hey, does Sandy Pigeon engage? I've heard that name quite a bit.
Oh yeah, no, Sandy's been in the room.
Okay, so not a chat rat.
Nope,
I know Ian's been in. Pie's cool. Guru, obviously, not you.
Yeah, I normally never don't come into the chat room because Will is too spicy for me.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's spicy matzah.
Janet, does that
matzah? Oh, I like that. That's good.
Think
God, that
she's
sounds yummy. I want that.
Janet has come into chat, certain chats. Just
oh, okay, then not a chat rat.
Real talk though.
Blessed be he. I think.
I don't know.
No, I don't know. He pending.
Sounds like great value praise.
It does. It's like off-brand praise.
I prefer the name brand of praise. Even when I disagree with him, he's at least funny.
Fine. Megan's fine. See, look, even Megan recognizes my laptop has a mic. Of course it does.
Yeah,
because
my laptop has a mic too.
What are you?
My laptop's
what
over
are you,
10 years old.
Mine didn't.
What are you, fucking poor? Just kidding.
Mine didn't.
Poor as hell.
I was okay. Look,
so
y'all motherfuckers have seen the house I used to live in. I was so poor that I had a laptop without a mic.
Okay, cool. We have receipts. What's the take?
By the way, I know we're about to do a thing here with the video, but I do actually apparently have a video that we could potentially react to that I have not yet seen yet that Jamie sent to me. And apparently, Nephilim Free is claiming that there's something wrong with my soul and heart. So maybe we could have that. Because that's kind of a Christian theme situation.
I love
let's do that first. I need to.
You want to do that first? Okay, we can do that first. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, let me. I need to get. I've been in this chair for 2 hours, and I need to go walk around for a second. So I'll be right back.
I'll be here.
Yeah, you can.
Well, you have to let me share the screen.
Take the bridge number.
All right. How do I make him share the screen?
Hold on. It's going to show up in the back studio.
Like, it'll come up.
Click on it.
It'll come up over here, and I'll click it.
Oh,
here.
Yeah, it'll come up there.
And then it's screen. Yeah. All right. Hey guys, I can do good thing.
Okay, awesome. So now I can have some control here. Okay, so here's. By the way, anyone in the environment, how many people are watching right now? Like 40 or something? Okay, whatever. So here's the situation. There's some of you that might not know the little bit of kind of history with me and Nephilim Free. But Nephilim Free has been part of this environment for going on close to a decade. And Nephilim Free made a very mild, and I would say relatively mild error in terms of discussing theology one particular evening in one of his rooms. And so then I had someone send me an old clip, and it was a 10-year-old clip. It was actually an old clip. And in fact, even when I reviewed the clip, I gave credit to the fact it was a 10-year-old clip. But the clip was essentially, and we reviewed it on a stream, it was Nephilim Free basically dissecting and saying the Trinity doctrine and saying how it was wrong and how that basically it was evil or satanic or whatever, I don't know, pagan or something. He used some sort of weird, very, very insulting descriptor to associate to the Trinity. So I played that and reviewed it. And that caused a whole fit on Nephilim Free. Nephilim Free had a hissy fit. So then Nephilim Free did a stream where he attempted to defend the idea that he does indeed believe in the Trinity and had a showdown with Standing for Truth. And I think Jill was there and half a dozen others. And even Dr. Kenny showed up to defend. And Neff was just belligerent and stupid and idiotic. And it was saying something like, and no Trinitarian would ever say this ever, except for Nephilim Free. He says something stupid like, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit were all up on the cross together. In fact, I got to go find that clip. I got it somewhere downloaded.
I'm not a Christian, and I think that's wrong.
It's so asinine and stupid and insane. But he's in this type of like weird mindset of, you know, modalistic, Unitarian. Like he claims to be a Trinitarian, and then when he talks about it, he isn't anything like a Trinitarian at all. The moment he starts to even go into any of his type of like the way he understands it, and he claims to understand it better than any of us, and how all of us are supposed to be using the language. This is where it gets really gross on Nephilim's part. So I called out Neph, and I guess Neph has now decided to poke at me Again, I don't know why, but every once in a while he does have an emotional fit that my videos about him exposing him that he has failed so masterfully to refute are still up. And so occasionally he makes a little bit of a spurgy fit about it. I guess this might be what we're about to see. I have not watched this. Jamie just sent it to me. I wanted to give you guys some pretense, so now we get to go through it together and watch it for the first time together. So let's see what Nephilim Free has to say. Hyper cultist garbage that somehow the King James writers were inspired. Hey, how about that, Neff? Why don't we debate any substantive idea that you have that the King James Version writers were actually inspired by God? Let me have that debate, since that's one of the crazy, weird, dysfunctional things you've propped up into your theological framework to justify this garbage. By the way,
I believe that the King James translation was inspired by God. When have I ever believed that?
Oh, that's funny. Okay, so let me explain now. This is Neff avoiding by saying it's not philosophically explicit, but it is philosophically implicit. And I'll explain real quickly. Neff is King James Version onlyist. And now now whether or not he is the absolute extreme on the spectrum or a mild extreme, I do know he is a relative extreme on the spectrum of King James Version onlyists. Now, if you hold this perspective, you essentially have to hold the idea that the King James writers had something about them that allowed them superior context and grasping from the original languages than any of the people that came after. And now, while I would probably have to go digging to find the series of phrases that I'm sure that Nephilim Free has uttered that would actually prove that he holds that stance, Nephilim Free, yet again, is being very dishonest, hiding the philosophical implications from what he holds so dear in his theology, because he is a very feeble, spineless, cowardly individual. So let's let him finish.
Well,
oh, by the way, yeah, go ahead if you want to say something. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say it's as simple as asking which version of the Bible he would like to use for quotes.
Well, it would always be King James.
Yeah, then obviously that
and
would imply
and it always has to be taken hyper literally too, which is why he has all these very, very fundamentalist and very hyper rigid ideas, including soul sleep, because he basically, here's the problem with Neff and his hermeneutics. He disallows hyperbole whenever he wants the verse to fit what he wants it to say. And I've been in an argument with Neff about soul sleep where we've been pitching him verses because, he'll want to read it really, hyper literally when it suits his purpose and really hyperbolically when it suits his purpose. So we would show verses that would refute what he's saying. And he would say, wow, but there's all these other verses that back up what I'm saying, as if he could basically just ignore the verse we're showing him that shows him, well, maybe you're taking the other verses wrong. And he's just belligerent and rebellious to it. And it's just gross to me. I find it gross. I think Nephilim is far too dumb to be I'm not saying he doesn't know stuff. He has a lot of factoids in his brain, but he's not an intelligent man. And that is where there is a lot of this failure. He does not have the right to be postulating or pontificating or ignoring the implications of his philosophical absurdities. I'm sorry. Let's go ahead, Kat, if you want to say anything. Otherwise, I'll play it.
Oh no, you're good. You pretty much covered what I was thinking. Right. So good. We're on the same page.
I did. Never. So him saying that he wants to debate me on this tells us that he believes that I believe that, but I've never expressed that idea. This can only be accounted for with either ignorance on his behalf and an assumption that I
we'll come debate it then, Neff.
Because he lumps me into the same camp as anybody.
See, do you see that? You see, I host open rooms every week, and what's he want? Does he want to come debate me? No. Does he want to come confront me? Does he want to invite me to one of his streams? Even no. He wants to make videos about me. This is what Neff wants to do.
Who believes a set of things that he doesn't believe, or it's sheer dishonesty. Which is it?
You're afraid of me, Neff.
You decide. But one thing is true. I don't believe that. I never have. The fact that this guy makes these kinds of ridiculous errors, then calls out other people for believing things that they don't even believe, like the idea that I believe the Trinity is from Satan. and I don't believe the Trinity.
He actually said that. That's actually the clip I played. I'll have to go dig it up. It's literally pretty much verbatim what he said. I have to go find it and clip it in with this. Nephilim, you lying, reprehensible, conniving, deceitful scumbag of a human being.
Which I've said numerous times that I do, demonstrates there's something fundamentally wrong with this individual at a very deep level.
We covered it. We covered the clip where he said that the doctrine of the Trinity or the wording of the Trinity or whatever it was satanic. And in fact, it was a big thing. It caused a whole bunch of attention on him. He felt so ashamed they had to open a whole stream to get challenged by people. And then he got completely and utterly embarrassed. And then he hid the stream, but it doesn't matter because I downloaded it before he could because he was so freaking embarrassed of it. And now he's going to try to poke at me with this. Nephilim, you are a coward cockroach of a reprehensible human being. I'm done with you.
I'm just gonna say I had a conversation with Neff like 2012, 2013. What's his name? What's his name now? General Han Solo. That was his name for a while.
Oh, I remember him with
yeah.
He was an amazing debater. I
loved
really liked him. Yeah, I liked him a lot. I used to watch him a lot.
Yeah, he was amazing, and it's like I'm not even Christian, and like he's making legitimate, valid points, and it's like, and he's composed.
You reminded me about him. I had almost completely forgot about him, but yeah, I remember watching him back in the day too.
Yeah.
I used to look for him to pop up in shows and stuff. Yeah,
he's around still. I think he just has a different name.
Interesting. Yeah, no, if you find out who he is, tell me because I'd love to go listen.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to even because I never engaged with him. I'd love the chance to actually engage with him at some point. I think that'd be awesome. I think it'd be epic.
Oh, Richard Madson's in. Hello, Richard. I love you. You're also.
Oh, Richard. Let's bring Richard in. Richard,
yes, Richard. If you come in, I'll put you in. You're good.
Maybe Richard has something he wants to pitch. That's all I had, unless Will had something on the itinerary, but I guess he's standing up and stretching his legs.
Yeah, Will's, I don't know, beating off in the bathroom or something. I don't know what he's doing.
Gross, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
I guess that if I can, I'll mention something in regards to the topic of the King James onlyist. So, like, I grew up, raised, because I probably say I think I've probably been a Christian now for probably around like 5 years. So the church that I initially grew up in, they, I guess you could say in a moderate, not the hardest extent, kind of taught King James onlyism,
right.
And like the thing is, I can understand for those that, I would say like the people who taught that they were coming from a background of people, no disrespect, but they weren't very knowledgeable and weren't very intelligent in regard to particular like the depths of Christianity in regards to like, apologetics and things of that sort.
Right.
So I can see a valid understanding of why someone like them will come to the conclusion of King James onlyism. But what I don't understand I don't know very much about Nephilim, but I believe I have seen the name before. So like in regards to probably on like modern day debate, because I watch modern day debate.
Yeah, he pops up in there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's talked to people like Erica and Shannon Q and whatnot.
He usually argues science. It's rare that you'll see him discussing theology, but when he does, he makes an absolute disaster of it. So.
His science is interesting, to say the least. But continue.
But yeah, so like what I don't understand about those type of people, so like you can even, let's say, I don't really know much about him, but like grouping him in, like let's even say we're like the Kent Hovens, right? Or Kent Hovind specifically, and like Ken Ham. Like what I don't understand about their perspective is that someone who is as intelligent as an individual as they are. Not to say that the things that they've come to the conclusion to scientifically are necessarily true, but you can tell from the way that they, the way that they speak, the way that they, talk, and, in regards to some of the stuff they speak about, that they have a certain level of intelligence. And so that makes me wonder, like, for what reasoning do you dismiss the fact that it wasn't like, when the initial first writings of the scriptures came about, it wasn't in King James. So what makes the King James version inspired? Like I just don't I don't understand
Well,
that.
anyone,
Like, what
anyone, once you say the King James Version is inspired, you're giving credit to the translators being inspired. There's no
It was
way around it. Yeah.
from
Yeah,
what I
so, like,
understand. The KJV was mostly compiled and like reworded from already English translations or
No.
translated from Latin, right?
No, well, there was the Gutenberg Bible, but there was also referencing to the Septuagint and also whatever
All right.
actual ancient manuscripts that they had access to. They had lots of different sources. In fact, they had a good number of sources, but they didn't have anywhere near the amount of sources that we have today. So, like,
yeah,
you know, the amount of actual ancient manuscripts we have today, and also our knowledge of the actual ancient languages that the Bible was written in has also improved and sharpened. Because, well, you know, there's a lot of these words that when they're used, you don't necessarily know if it's being used specifically literally or in hyperbole, or if it's being used in a turn of phrase or a cultural turn of phrase or something. So scholarship has to not only be able to translate the words, but also
the context,
carry forward the actual meaning or the message, which is in itself its own challenge. So
I would recommend just for the Old Testament, if you're looking for that sort of thing, everything that was written in Hebrew originally, the New Jerusalem Bible is actually pretty I can read and write in archaic and ancient Hebrew. It's pretty goddamn close. Like, that is fucking fantastic. There's a few other Bibles that are also really good on, like, the Hebrew, the Aramaic, the Greek. The King James Version,
I've been using either the King James Version, or I also use the Companion Bible. Is another one I've been using lately.
Oh, Strong's
and I got
Companion
Strong's
Bible?
Concordance too.
Oh yeah, Strong Concordance, yeah. And the Companion Bible. Yeah, that's Strong's Concordance is pretty good shit.
Well, and the Strongs again will only help you, you know, so far along the way, because all it's going to ultimately do is give you literal equivocated, you know, ideas of what those words are, not necessarily, you know, the actual context or communication of how the words are being used or how they're being used to communicate things. Like I talked about the lyrism as something that exists in, you know, Hebrew literature, where you basically paint the picture of a tautology by basically stating both extremes of a thing. So like the knowledge of good and evil, that's a merism, and it's not talking about the knowledge of actual good or the knowledge of actual evil. It's talking about it as a tautology or as deep moral profound knowledge. It's just using that words to paint the picture of something else. And Jewish merisms are everywhere. In fact, the abuse of the merism in Isaiah, the one where God says, I form the light and the darkness, I create all these things, that is frequently an abused merism, where God is stating his just supremacy over all that has been created, not that he's predeterministically micromanaging its emergence. These are two different philosophical concepts that people pull from the text, either literal or willing to give sake for what the text is communicating.
Yeah.
All right. I want Kat to jump in, and then we got to move on. To the next
real
thing.
quick, I'm just going to say something quick. Richard Madsen, the New Jerusalem Bible, I believe that's what it's called. I might be wrong. I've been drinking. But that's the one. That's one of the better ones.
Finish that bottle?
Yeah, I'm drinking. I'm on my second beer now. But I believe it's the New Jerusalem Bible. I would recommend getting a, you know, something written in Hebrew, and then having, you know, a lexicon, you know, understanding how it works. I know Richard, you're a smart man. You're brilliant. Don't listen to me. You're smarter than me on this.
Lena asked me the same thing, and that's what I said.
But that's if you don't have the time or the energy to learn Hebrew and get a lexicon and, you know, get something written in the closer to the original Hebrew. Some parts are written in Aramaic, I believe. It's random scattered bits. if I'm remembering correctly. Once
I'll
again,
be right
I
back, guys.
drank whiskey and beer. So
All right, when he gets back, I'm gonna cue this up for when we're ready.
yeah, I believe it's the New Jerusalem Bible, and it's the Old Testament, and it's translated directly from Hebrew into English and using cultural context. If I'm remembering correctly, I could be wrong.
Well, we were having a discussion the other night about what was it specifically?
Also, I'm not Will's
Oh,
roommate.
Richard Madsen was getting big mad. I think it was Richard. Yeah, it was. About water in Genesis 1. I try to explain why it's not water, it's chaos, and why some translations use chaos and water interchangeably. And it's because the first character in Hebrew in that passage is meant direct, like if you read each character. So mem is water, but it can also mean chaos, and it means chaos when it follows this, that, and the other thing. So that's why we ended up in that.
On top of that, with particularly Genesis, Job, okay, part of Genesis, Job, a few other things. It's written in archaic rather than ancient Hebrew, well, which is very similar but slightly different culturally and grammatically. It's it's the same but different, and I'm not smart enough to tell the difference. I just know letters look different and do different things. I'm dumb tranny. Thank you for attending my TED Talk.
I've got a question. Has anybody thought about if the waters or the seas were actually... Somebody said there were once like the waves of humanity. It was like humans, and it's like that. It didn't make much sense to me. But I always thought it was really weird when the first words were, God created the earth, and then it was void and formless.
It's that... The best I understand that is the way... So it's 2 consecutive creation stories, essentially.
Yeah.
And in a lot of... It depends on what kind of Jew you talk to, but the kind of Jew I am, it's more of a... what's the word? It's a story within a story. Would it? Yeah, kind of. It's more of, it's explaining how it may have happened, but it's not like a dogmatic thing. It's mostly just, shit happened, things happened, and now we're here.
Well, supposedly it was like, there was the first Earth age, and when God made, when the deserts happened, and then he destroyed it because Satan revolted, and then God created a second Earth, made the Earth anew for the
That's a
second
Christian
Earth
thing.
age.
I don't know.
Yeah. And it was just like, still trying to get my facts together. You know how that is.
Oh, yeah, trust me, I do.
Still learning.
Honey, we're all still learning all the time. And if you're not learning, well, you're doing something wrong. We can all learn from each other all the time.
Yeah, but I get browbeated every time I even just mention my church, because everybody's like, oh, that church is horrible. And it's like, I don't diss on yours, don't diss on mine.
I don't know, is it the NIFB?
No, it's the Shepherd's Chapel.
Oh, Shepherd's Chapel with
No,
what's
please.
his face?
Oh, please don't browbeat me. I can't take it anymore.
No. I love that guy. Arthur, what's his name?
Pastor Arnold Murray.
Yeah, Pastor Arnold Murray. Oh my God, I used to watch him all the time. I love him. Oh my God, he's amazing.
Okay. He's on YouTube right now. They stream his things 24/7 on the channel.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Are we talking about Arnold Murray? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, please
I love
don't get
him.
after me.
Poor Guru.
He is my favorite.
Guru, you know what, Guru, I'm hopeful for you that you're in this environment, and I don't think you're a nice, respectable lady. I'm not going to go in on you. I think the reason that you're here is because you are seriously trying to learn, and you are listening to a lot of what is said, and you haven't seemed belligerent or rebellious. I have no reason to go in on you. You're safe. You're fine.
And for what it's worth, I disagree. I disagree with Arnold Murray on a lot of things, but I love the way he talks, and he's a very genial dude. He's super great. I think his heart's in the right place, and I think that's what matters the most.
I've seen a
So
lot
I'm never
worse.
gonna go down here.
I've been all around YouTube, and I've seen
Yep.
worse.
So I just want to
mean,
point out that for the first time in like 2 years, I had to ban somebody, and it's for stalking, and because I know
Really?
it for I know it for a
Whoa.
fact. I couldn't see it on my end that he was in here, but he was. So he's fucking Gorn.
Oh.
I can't have those two people in the chat at the same time. So
Oh,
that's what
okay.
it is.
All right. Interesting.
I was
All right.
directly involved in trying to get that to stop, but he didn't. So
Interesting.
it is what it is.
I have no
But-
context, but okay.
I don't either.
Well, the dude went so far as to go to this other person's house. So, yeah, I'm not gonna abet and I'm not gonna aid or abet somebody who has an active restraining order against them. So,
I see.
my lawyer would probably be upsetty spaghetti if I did that, and I know about it, so I have to do it. It's sorry. Anyway, I just didn't want somebody to think that I randomly banned somebody for no good reason. But when the law is involved, that's something else.
Here, I'll move a little
So
Interesting. Okay.
anyway, so maybe now we can finish the latter half of this fucking show. So I can go.
Oh yeah, let's get at it.
Don't worry, I'm seeing this out. If it goes 6 hours, that's what we're doing. But I don't think we're gonna do 6 hours.
I've been awake since 5:30 a.m. today.
I've been awake since 6:30. So not far off. All right, so this is John Butler. He is an 80-year-old man. He lives somewhere in England, but I can't remember the name of it because it's got a very, very funny name. It's like Derbyshire.
Yeah. Derbyshire.
Yeah, it's some Welsh shit.
No, Wales is in Wales, not England.
Okay, I meant what is Great Britain?
Is this a theological thing he's about to say?
Yes,
or
he's in
what?
Great Britain, but not the UK.
I
think.
Now I can't quite tell, but I think
Is he
he's
the
a
way around?
oneness doctrine guy.
Oh Lord,
Unitarian.
It's but it kind of hints at it, but I don't think that he outright says it, and he's not. Well, I'm just gonna let the video speak for itself. He's answering some questions, and some of the context is missing, but it's not necessary because the important thing is what he says. So.
Okay.
Do you know what I've learned throughout my life? And perhaps this is an authentic answer because it's straight from experience.
Yeah, Welsh, I can understand
find
him.
that Jesus has evolved into something quite different from what I was taught at school. When we had a few sort of childish books and Jesus in a white robe, with a few sheep following him and sort of talking to crowds of people like that.
And I'm sorry he's so quiet. And also, anytime anybody wants to jump in, just jump in, and I'll pause it.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. I just.
I didn't know.
Particularly when I was a farmer.
Oh
I've
my
been
gosh.
told this story many times before.
It's like Grandpa and the old folks home with these stories. You're like,
He is very old. So
he kind of looks like discount Richard Madsen.
Yeah, you know what? A little bit.
I mean, personally, Richard, if you're still here, I prefer the on-brand you Richard Madsen to this guy.
Name brand.
Yeah, name brand Richard
Name brand
Madsen.
products only. You wouldn't wipe your ass with off-brand toilet paper, and if you do, don't you love yourself? Come on. Guru left. Bye.
Goodbye.
Hi, Guru. Love you.
I'm just saying, Richard, come in. I love you.
Here we go.
I love that Guru came in.
Kept sheep.
She was nice.
I remember seeing my first lambs born on the snowy morning, one snowy April morning.
It is a bit like Joe Biden.
Down the field in the early dawn.
No,
There
he's
were a
more
couple of little
coherent.
lambs, and
Much
I
more.
knew what was meant by the Lamb of God that takes away the sins of the world. And I understood the sanctity of holy innocence. And being a farmer at that time, I was very aware of how not only lambs, but but everything that I dealt with, the cattle I had and pigs and the grass, the crops I grew, were similarly sacrificed for man, just as Jesus was, sacrificed for the sins of this world.
You remember that time Cain sacrificed plants?
And so, my dear,
What a
because most
fag.
people would just laugh at
And
me.
God was just like, fuck you, I like burning
Me to within an inch
flesh.
of my life if I ventured to stand up and say these things in public. I learned to just keep them within myself. Until now, I have my own sort of platform on YouTube, and
I have no idea where this is
I
going.
have an opportunity to express my beliefs.
Well, this is the build up.
He's gonna say some crazy shit.
People will disagree with me, but God bless them. I don't mind.
I don't know about that.
So maybe the lesson to you, my dear, is to not be so aggressive about it. Don't be so damn sure that you're right, that you know and other people don't know. Most people think about Jesus to some extent during their lives, though they don't necessarily go around saying so, and certainly don't call themselves Christian. It doesn't mean that the great universal principle which is called Jesus Christ, which is known by many names throughout the world, throughout history.
I know where he's going.
Names.
Oh.
There you are. How about that?
Do it. Say the thing.
Yeah, it kind of takes a while.
Then she
I
goes
know where he's
on
going.
to talk about,
Here we go.
I was hoping my boyfriend would align with Christian values, but the more I hoped, the worse he became. That sounds very much like judgment, my dear. And one of the first things I learned about Jesus was his telling us not to judge.
It's funny because
that's
so far,
a load of horse crap all across the board.
I
all
knew
throughout
it.
the
Well,
New Testament.
Well, I thought that was funny because you said a similar thing recently. So I thought you might say that about this. So let's cross-examine that.
Yeah, that's just an absolute complete and utter bunch of horse crap. By the way, Christ himself, by his own instructions, said, "You will know them by their fruits." And I don't know how you would be able to get to any type of conclusion without actual judgment. Second of all, Matthew 7:1, which is generally used as a justification to say you shall not judge, because it says, "Do not judge lest you be judged." But if you actually continue to read, you see it's actually a stipulation of your requirement to judge, but to judge righteously. Also, many other books by the apostles talking about being able to judge, even in 1 Corinthians 5, with the sin that the Corinthians were basically licensing, where the son-in-law was banging the mom or the stepmom or whatever it was, and they had to excommunicate him out of the church. And Paul actually condemned them and said to their shame that they did not judge the sin amongst them and actually cast it out. So this guy's just full of a bunch of high-octane liberalistic garbage.
Well, you're about to have a full-blown conversation with this guy, I think. So
good Lord, sir, that you're an embarrassment saying something like that.
So, Smokey, I really think we should have a conversation about the apostles at some point, because I think that would be fascinating.
We could probably do that.
Yeah, all right, sure. Yeah,
all right, cool, awesome.
All right, here we go. Moving on.
Very, very important. There's nothing to put people's backs up more than if you get critical of them and start judging them. And people don't like having other people's views of Jesus thrust down their throat. My God, I don't. Not surprised your boyfriend went
Jesus,
into
hold on.
reaction.
All right, again, you know what?
I
Jesus
would have done
called the
too.
people that were fighting the doctrine and battling it and trying to actually condemn other souls by leading them astray. He called them vipers, dogs, you know.
you are
whitewashed
actually gonna
tombs full of dead bones. I mean, you know what? Jesus was not shy from calling out people that were willing to actually rebel and fight against the truth. You know, that again, a bunch of horse crap.
You're about to have an actual full-blown conversation with a video. This is great because that's what's coming next.
Oh, beautiful.
Lag.
But then, my dear, in spite of your meditation and your Christian beliefs, you go on to call him the most dreadful names. Almost pure evil you describe him as, poor boy. My goodness me, what is going on in your mind, my good friend, eh? What about all this Christianity you're so keen on? And you go around calling other people pure evil. Have you heard of the pot calling the kettle black? Be careful, don't call anybody else evil. The only one that's evil is me.
Or black.
This is the first of sinners. Start by putting yourself right.
He said he's the first of sinners is me, which is, I guess he means everybody.
I guess. Okay, point the finger at yourself before anyone else. Like, we kind of have to point the finger at everyone altogether to recognize our need at the cross. But I guess there's some sort of emotional idea of like not being hyper judgmental on everyone else and not yourself. Maybe I guess maybe that's where he's going with it.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I again. Scripturally, I don't know because I'm not like, I guess I don't really know anything, but I like him personally, but that's an emotion, that's a feels thing. So that's the only thing.
I feel like I would hang out with this dude. Like I would have a couple of beers with him down at the bar. I think he'd be great.
Just quick backstory though, is that he was I guess he was a farmer. He was a farmer's son. And then he got sent away to boarding school. And then he became an adult. He went to South America and tried to help them farm in socialist countries and stuff to try to get them off the socialist, like satanic, atheistic garbage, right?
What year?
I don't know, but he's
because a lot
he'll
of
be
them,
80 this year, so this was in his 20s, so 60 years ago.
So
I guess do the
60
math.
years ago, so 60
That's
years
1960,
ago
I
from now.
guess.
Okay, so oh my god, he was basically in those countries around the same time like Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, shit like that was happening, like just after.
Yeah.
That's actually fascinating.
He's wrote a whole book about his life and stuff. I've read some of it.
I want to know more about his story now.
There's a link in the description of this video to his channel because I thought maybe
I'm gonna go in. Hell yeah.
Let's see. For fuck's sake! Now I have to go through and do all the sock accounts.
I hid the last one.
Perfect.
I can only see
Appreciate it.
Will's channel, so
Now we got. Yeah,
I've been keeping an eye on it on the side.
He's in my chat, so it's hard because there's not a whole lot of people watching over there.
I tuned into your chat so that I could keep an eye on it.
Well, we have a lot of crossover with subscribers. What?
That's true.
Digging.
So I was gonna say, I don't know what you guys think about. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead,
Hello?
man. Yeah, no, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, just in the context of what the elderly man was saying, not to say because I totally am not advocating what he's saying, but in the context of it, due to the fact that there's some, I think, significance in this context. Like, I do think to some extent, and I'm not supporting his doctrine or his theological perspectives, but like when it does come to judgment, like I think sometimes like when it comes to looking at the context of scripture as a whole, I think sometimes some churches or some people as Christians fail to do so. What I mean when I say that is that like someone will basically perceive someone as an individual who isn't saved and is going to hell because they're struggling with the sin. And like they'll read 1 Corinthians 6 and says, fornicators, idolaters, and this and that and this and that. And then they'll attempt to place them in hell or say that they're not saved because they're struggling with that sin, and not looking at it in the context of, well, then what about Romans 7? Didn't Paul himself says that he was doing things that he didn't want to do and the things that he wanted to do, he wasn't doing. And looking at what the Bible teaches about sanctification, right? It is a process, right? Nobody comes to a place of after becoming born again, becoming, perfectly, just sinless. So, like, I do think in and of that aspect, like, sometimes I think, like, there is an aspect of looking at someone's fruit, but then sometimes, like, for instance, two people can do the exact same thing but for different reasonings, right? So like me personally, like I don't believe that the Bible teaches that there is a mandate for tithing, right? And growing up in a urban community where there's a lot of people who are charismatic are very reliant upon like like where I grew up at, like majority of people in the churches around them, it's almost like the Bible, and I don't think that they think this, but I'm not sure. I don't know that their hearts, but it's almost like the Bible is irrelevant, right? Like they very heavily rely on God, tell me what to say. God, tell me what to do. So a lot of their doctrine and theology comes from that. So I mentioned that because like a lot of them will teach that tithing is a command, and some of them believe that. But I also think some of them are using it, and they have ulterior motives because they want to make sure that all the bills are paid. So they have to make people think that they have to tithe. And so you have two people be teaching the exact same thing and saying the exact same words, but have a completely different heart behind it. So I think sometimes it's hard to differentiate that.
Yeah, man. No, I completely agree with you. And here's one thing I would say, because I've actually communicated this several times, because I do kind of argue with people that hold OSAS doctrine. And I mean, I have an idea of OSAS doctrine that I accept, but it's not the type that everyone tends to usually pitch. And that is actually right along the lines of what I end up discussing or even arguing with them, is that like the signifier of someone being saved, like I would expect someone to actually be struggling. Like it's the people that aren't struggling who have just accepted it into their life and just operated with it as a normative, condition of their life and have licensed it. They have, well, as the Bible would say, seared their consciences like a hot iron. They've basically committed themselves to licensing this thing. And you even see this in Romans 1 at the tail end, where it's talking about those of a reprobate mind. And it does talk about this idea where not only are they doing these things, but encouraging, validating, and licensing the other people that do those things. And you see that inside our evil, disgusting culture. It's about these people who are in proactive rebellion against God and his moral commands, not those of us who have accepted Christ and are in that mode of struggling against the flesh to walk in the spirit. So yeah, man. In fact, if you are one of those people who is struggling with sin and you are battling it, the fact that you are in the battle is a good sign that you are saved. And just don't give up. Don't ever let the snares of the world cripple you or stop you from fighting, because once you stop fighting, then it's going to overcome you and you'll become a slave to that sin yet again. So you have to keep yourself aware, and you have to be diligent. That's what we're all called to do.
Real quick, can I cut in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just for the people who don't know, hey, digging deep, you obviously know a lot about charismatic Christianity. Do you want to give like a quick 15-30 second synopsis of what that means? Just because I don't know if everyone's gonna know what that means on at least Will's channel. They might on Smokey's, but
yeah, so basically what I mean when I say this, and of course, when you get to the deeper, intellectual aspect of Christianity, right, you break down, there may be different people who consider themselves charismatic, but don't all act in the same exact type of way, right? You may go to one church and say they're charismatic, but you don't see people flopping off, flipping and spinning around and doing all this crazy stuff during the church service. But, in the context that I live in and where it's more, how it is seen most normatively, like a charismatic church, like are usually people that, and for instance, I would consider myself to be charismatic, but it's quite normal for people to be leaning all the way on the far end of the spectrum. And so like things that are commonly done, in and of these contexts is, heavily believing on God, telling you everything. So then it kind of indirectly causes them to kind of have watered down doctrine and theology, because they aren't emphasizing a lot of time on, studying the Bible. So a lot of these churches have, very bad doctrine and theology due to them not really spending a lot of time in the Bible and just spending a lot of time meditating, saying, God, what are you going to tell me to say? And then so long story. And then they very heavily emphasize, healing and miracles, right? So it's like, many church services, they even have services what are called like healing services. So you'll see a lot of people trying to perform healings and flipping out and falling out on people. I've seen somebody snap their hand and swipe it across somebody's face and people fall down, which I think is all a bunch of buffoonery. And so, yeah, you just see sometimes, and not talking about everyone who considers themselves charismatic, but you just see a lot of crazy stuff being done out of people being in the pursuit of like more so of an experience-based relationship with God. Like they want that experience and encounter so much that they'll go to whatever length to get that.
I'm going to say, I think you have a very fair view of charismatic Christianity, because I think a lot of people just think of crazy dudes with snakes. I mean,
right.
Well, I think that wouldn't even fit the whole like group. That would be like some sort of like hyper Pentecostal.
That's what I'm saying. But a lot of people, a lot of people do
they
think
don't experience it to know what it really is.
Yeah, and I want to be, fair and honest, because it is like it's a very far wing of the weird snake people, or the completely insane nonsense that only people who have lived in the same town of 48
Come
people.
back to life.
Yeah,
he is alive.
Yeah, 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 and it's still very clearly a dead and or unconscious child. Yeah, like I
video went right back up to.
Yeah, and like I just want to say, I always try to be fair and honest, and I want to give people the opportunity to explain things, and I think you did a very good job.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's keep it moving because we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more things to do. We might cut it at 4. We might cut something here.
So I had a quick question, Will.
Yeah.
So you had mentioned someone saying something in regards to in Genesis, something being considered water, or what was it that you said about that in the beginning?
Yeah, the Spirit of the Lord was above the waters, and above as like, was he hovering or whatever? And then I went through a full blown explanation of what that actually means. And
it specifically means above and not over.
Right.
That's.
So were you saying that people were saying that the water was humans? Is that what you said?
No, that was what's her name?
No, what I'm saying is that waters is an unintentional mistranslation in a lot of cases, because
most likely
because because the character in the beginning could be considered water, and water is mentioned later when it literally means water, and not the other thing, because. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but because ancient Hebrew is an extremely guttural and archaic language, and was communicated mostly through pictographic language rather than the standard written characters that are used in modern Hebrew. The problem is that things get misconstrued.
In common and colloquial, not in like scholarly endeavors.
So chaos was not a word that they would have been in common use. Therefore, they had to use almost a pictographic euphemism to communicate what they actually meant. Just like there's no word for iPhone in Chinese, it's just iPhone with a slight Chinese accent. So, yeah. So when they had new concepts that they were trying to communicate, a lot of the times they would use euphemistic language by building a word within characters that represent specific things.
Yeah, digging deep, the reason that it even kind of came up is we have a rather intelligent yet eclectic gentleman named Richard Madsen, who is undoubtedly and will not even deny an absolute rank heretic. But he's a very intelligent man, and he's a particularly gifted communicator. But anyway, he has this idea that the waters mentioned in the Genesis is a reference to people. because he believes that the definition given of waters coincides, I believe, and I don't want to misrepresent it because he'll have a whole thing on it, but coincides with Christ's claim of having the voice of many waters, and he believes that's a reference to the idea of many people, and that draws from Revelation, where there's another reference of talking about the waters or over the waters, and that it is a reference to actual people, where Christ himself has defined imagery of waters as people. So Richard takes that and just basically pulls it to anywhere there's mention of quote unquote waters. And so now anytime there's water.
And the direct quote, the direct quote that he was using in Genesis, and because I'm a Jew and the Old Testament's kind of
I
my
don't
jam.
think he used it. It was the lady. The lady brought it up. Richard Madsen did. And I addressed it, and then Richard Madsen addressed me.
Yeah, it was something that had happened a while ago.
Yeah.
On another channel.
Oh, okay. This was a different day then. All right.
Yeah, different day.
Occasionally we have these things pop up and they end up working their way into the circle of discussion is what it is.
Fair enough. I like Richard.
Yeah, so I just my level of curiosity in regards to that I was wondering, like, does the perspective of like his perspective of the Bible teaching that, does it have any significance in regards to his theological or doctrinal beliefs? Like, does it change anything really? Or
most knowing Richard, yes.
Aliens. Yeah.
Richard
I
is
don't
my
wanna,
favorite.
Richard is. I don't even know if Richard is here, and he could defend himself in his theology. I'm not trying to like.
I want Richard on this show so bad. I mean, will fangirl so hard.
He can't be embarrassed. He can't be embarrassed for me repeating what he's communicated to me that he believes, and I know that he's told me that he believes that the 4 Gospels took place on 4 different Earths. Now, why it needs to necessarily be that? I don't know.
Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Well,
the story of David and Goliath is actually a prophecy of something to do with like the planets and the big red dot in, I don't know, whatever it is, Jupiter or whatever, and how it's gonna come down and like crash to Earth, or so. He's got some stuff.
Oh, actually, he's here.
Yes.
Oh, good. Richard's here. He can communicate it so much better.
Oh my God, Richard, I love you.
Than I could.
And then
I love you too.
I love you, Richard.
I'm gonna fill my water bottle back. I need a fucking
genuinely, Richard, because I think I don't definitely treat you like I hate you. I think you know what that would look like.
No, I don't think you're a subtle person. So
that's that. Well, yeah, I'll give that to you. Yeah,
so I'm never worried about you not expressing yourself. I'm sure it's you're obvious, so that's good. It makes it easy to understand who you are. Yeah, the word waters, and I would just jump right into an argument with Will about it, because
give him
when I look up
getting water, literal water. Will's getting literal water. He's out of the room.
He'll be back in a moment. Not figurative water, or a large group of people that he's going to collect, put into a cup, and bring to the living room there.
Or rhetorical water, for that matter. I hope. If he comes back with rhetorical water, I'm going to be mad.
Well, we'll
you know what?
I'm not even sure what that means.
I don't either.
While Will is doing that, I am going to try and pull up the actual like interlinear of both of these verses or something.
Good. I brought up that word waters from that part of the text, not from any other part of the text. And using Blue Letter Bible, I've got the Strong's and Jusinius in front of me now.
All right, cool. Hell yeah. Good shit.
So, so this is Ma'im. I'm probably saying that horribly. I don't speak Hebrew. Dual primitive noun, but used in a singular sense, or can be used in a singular sense. Water, figuratively, juice by euphemism, urine or semen, piss, wasting, water, watering, water course, water flood, water spring. Jusinius, what does Jusinius have to say about it? Anything beyond that? And reading Jusinius, sorry, it takes a minute. Jusinius had a lot to say. Okay, I don't see anything that Jusinius is really adding other than places that it's used.
So, the suffix "im," "im," is how it would transliterate into English. Generally means collective. It can also be singular or plural depending on the context, but generally that is a collective term.
Now that is something I did not know, but works well for what I'm expressing.
Perfect.
So I'm not surprised by that, actually.
Well, hey, I'm glad it can help.
So Will,
Richard wants to talk to you.
Oh yeah, just give me 1 minute.
Yeah, give him a sec. He's
I
grabbing his stuff.
I drink a lot of water because it's part of my regimen now, but fuck, it gets bland, so I gotta add some shit to it.
Yeah, he's gotta add some Kool-Aid.
I don't blame you. Yeah.
Don't say it. Hold on, let me put my earbud in and I'll hear you now. All right, I'm here. What's going on?
Yeah, water is super boring. Although a necessity, it is bland, colorless, flavorless, and odorless, or at least it should be. If it's not city water, it is. And that
hard water also. If it's well water, yeah.
Nice rust taste.
Nice and natural.
Yeah,
I actually
tasty.
like that.
Yeah.
And that's that description of water is actually very important where it appears in the singular, not over pluralized, already plural water. And in fact, waters is over pluralized, and that's interesting enough in its own. But we just read of the actual word from Genesis 1:1, waters, and is Mayim, and it can be figurative, and it is naturally plural. Okay.
Well,
it's collective.
Well, it's not. It's
Well,
not
yeah,
like-
it's
it can be. It can be figurative, but it can.
And
Yeah,
Kincaid
I'm
just
back.
froze to me.
Yes, all right.
Back. Yeah,
late-
yeah.
We don't usually do 3 hours. This is usually when it starts to crap out. Yeah, it can be okay. It can be figurative, but it can also be literal and still be chaos.
Okay. So accepting that you don't subscribe great value like Christians would to the New Testament, I'll grant that. But there is a definition of the word waters in the New Testament in the book of Revelation. Now, there's very few times that the text itself describes a definition for anything. Obviously, there's not a definition in the Bible for every word in the Bible. So when a definition is used or given, I think that it might be smart, at least in context, to see where that definition could and could not apply. And that could change the context.
So
Yeah,
is it if it can apply?
I want to
then it
cut
can
in real
apply?
quick.
If it can apply, it has to apply. No.
Okay. All right. Checking.
The book of Revelation, what language was that written in?
That would have been Greek, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain it's Greek.
Oh boy.
Greek is a different language than Hebrew, so I don't know why you're trying to conflate two different words from different languages. I'm just confused.
Okay, so I'll look up the use of the word waters
I'm looking up right now to see which versions use chaos and which ones.
I'm just confused because I think it's hard to take a Hebrew word from a few thousand years before the Greek was written.
Will I see that in my concordance here that the waters it's the same hamayim or mayim that is showing up in like Genesis 1:7, which is actual waters, and 1:6, 1:9, 1:10. It's all the same word, it seems.
Yes, Hebrew's weird because and this is why it's really difficult to translate Hebrew and why I don't claim to I can read it, but I don't necessarily understand. It takes someone who's studied the culture and the time and the surrounding areas and all that shit to really accurately translate something because they use a lot of euphemisms.
I'll tell you, I'm trying to find the thing that shows all of the damn translations because I don't know. I think it's NIV that translates it to chaos. But I'll tell you what the context clues are here. It's Genesis. shit. Why is it showing me John also?
I don't
This
remember.
Bible
I
thing
don't
is
remember
totally-
a chapter by that name.
Yeah. So let's see. Genesis 1:9. It looks like. I think this is so confusing because it's telling me Hebrews and John and every other thing where it's referenced.
To address the argument, one is from the Greek, and one is from the Hebrew. I don't see any reason why Hidor or Hudor, the genitive case hudatos, from the Greek, the actual word used, whore that sitteth on many waters, where the definition of waters is given in the book of Revelation, means something other than waters. I can read you all of the definition. It's a little bit repetitive, but it just means waters.
I apologize. I wasn't trying to make an argument. I was just legitimately confused about how that translated, and if it translated the same. I guess I phrased that poorly, and that's my fault. I just didn't understand.
Well, please understand that when I use the word argument,
Greek.
I don't mean combative. I mean literally an argument. I don't think you're being combative at all.
Yeah, it wasn't really a point I was making. It was more of a question. I don't know if you count that as an argument in that
Sure, of
sense.
course
It was more of just, all right, fair enough. Yeah, then I'm tracking. I get you. Yeah, I just didn't really understand if that tracked and worked together.
Again, I didn't really want to, because we still have spent like forever on this, but I guess I'll just. All right, let me just explain this. Okay, so on the second day, God separated the waters, the waters in question from the first verse.
Absolutely.
Right? Is the sky made of water?
Because it says firmament. Is that what you're talking about?
What translation is this using?
Yeah, what translation are you using?
Let's think about this for just a minute. If waters means group of people created by, or group of beings, I'll put it that way, created by God, then the angels
the sky and the seas
above,
are not people. So
yeah, okay. So the angels are above the firmament. They are waters above the firmament. That's because they're in heaven.
Okay.
And then on the ground is a different firmament. So the firmament separates the waters from the waters. That would be a truism.
Except for it doesn't actually say that. It's the waters that are being separated are sky and sea, not land.
Okay,
land is specifically referenced as
I
something
don't think there's water in outer space.
Okay. Yeah, neither do I.
Directly above the earth.
Well,
yeah. The argument that I'm making is that if the word is chaos, then it metaphorically makes sense.
I mean,
you separate chaos from chaos.
I understand what Richard's saying. What he's saying tracks. I don't know if I agree with him, but it definitely tracks. I get what he's saying.
I don't think the sea is people. This isn't Soylent Green. Unless you're talking about mermaids and angels. If you're saying that mermaids exist, then that passage makes sense to me. But the dry land is specifically referred to as something else.
I'm not saying they're water beings. I'm saying the waters are a group of people.
No. I understand, because follow my logic, trying to follow your logic here. Because if angels are the waters and that's the sky, then the sea, which is the waters that are being separated into two parts, then there must be waters of the sea in an entity form the same way that angels must then there be. So what you're talking about is not people, unless you think people came out of the ocean. Let
me cut in real quick. I think
entities came out of the ocean or are in the ocean before there are other stuff. So mermaids.
Let me say where I think Richard might be.
Okay, be my tard whisperer.
Yeah.
Help me get it.
I think if the sea is humans, right? Then that tracks pretty much perfectly with the whole New Testament be a fisher of men thing.
Yes, it
because
does.
you would yeah, exactly. See, I think that's where Richard's going or thinking.
Is this the thing where people are trying to square the circle with how are there other people when Adam and Eve are walking around because the Torah already explains
I don't think he's doing
that either. I don't think
I-
that story's about that. Okay, let's consider a few things.
Okay.
If waters can mean group of beings, okay, then it would make sense that Jesus is the one who speaks with the voice of many waters, and that he's not gargling or something. He's not clearing his throat. That's not what it means. That he speaks for the people. Okay, it would also be true that the Genesis 1. Let me see where this is. Okay, Genesis 1:2. Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Would make sense if God influences people, and also explains why God's interested in waters. And then in Genesis 1:6, I'm just going to use the word beings instead of waters here. See if it makes sense to you. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the beings, and let it divide the beings from the beings. And God made the firmament and divided the beings which were under the firmament from the beings which were above the firmament, and it was so."
See,
yeah. So the other problem is
people on earth and then people in heaven. What's
it's
that?
internally consistent.
The other thing is that the Torah says that Shemayim, that heaven itself, not the heavens, for example, which is specifically reference to the shit you see when you look up. Heavenly bodies and things of that nature.
That is a big problem in the English when it means sky
is
and when
a
it means
completely different place, and in Torah, it's not even a place that humans can access unless God, for whatever reason, takes you there to go see some stuff, so you can write a book about it that no one will ever read. So,
I also see the same problem, and I agree with you on that. That the contextual usage of the word heaven is sometimes mixed up by the Christians.
Yeah, hear me out. Let's say that I'm wrong, but
okay, you're wrong.
Okay, thank you. And that my chaos conspiracy is just that, a conspiracy theory and not actually legitimate. It still makes, I think, in my opinion, biased as it may be, more sense than yours.
Oh, that's okay. That's absolutely fine. And you can even take the idea of chaos into more ancient religions and say, oh, this is the same as that story. You can do that easily.
Well, the other thing,
with Tiamat and whatnot.
The other thing that's interesting is that there's a similar character in ancient Egyptian that all shitlords on the internet are extremely familiar with. It's the god Kek. Anybody remember this from like 2016? It was everywhere. So the word water literally is the character, and I think that you guys are probably pronouncing it better, but it's M-E-M in English, which I pronounce as mem, which is probably not right.
No, mem is the letter in Hebrew.
Correct.
For M. So it's more like maim or maim.
Right.
It depends on if it's collective or singular or plural, because
the
plural and collectives difficult.
The character that means the same thing, chaos and water, is symbolized in ancient Egyptian language as a frog. And the god that symbolizes that character, the frog god, the frog-headed god, is the living embodiment of chaos. So
right. That's a good tradition in a lot of places, right?
I just had a quick question.
Shoot.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my question for is it Richard?
I think it is. Yeah.
Okay. R-I-C-H-A. Okay. Yep. So, anyways, my question was, because I'm not very familiar with your points of view. I was wondering, like, is this particular point of view that you have, is this more so simply for like historical like accuracy, like, or does this play a very significant aspect in like your theological and doctrinal beliefs, like as far as if this means humans? Like, I was curious about that.
Yeah, this, amongst many other things that I haven't had much chance to talk about to very many people, is involved in my reading of the text and my belief system about the text.
All about sex. So what does that change?
No. Text. The Bible, text.
Oh, text. No, so yeah, I'm saying, but what I'm saying is like, does it have a like very significant change in theological, like a very like theological doctrinal belief? Like, oh, now I don't believe in the Trinity because I'm using that as an example. But like, does that change anything like that, or is it more so in regards to the accuracy of what the text is saying?
It doesn't. Well, first, it doesn't change anything for me because I was an atheist before this. Okay. So this is the only way that I've ever read this. I don't have another reference frame, although I hear other people's reference frame. Okay. And they express things that are different from what I'm seeing in the text. Does it have theological implications? Many theological implications, because it takes all the magic out of the Bible and makes it real. It doesn't require anything supernatural. It doesn't require anything supernatural at all. It's just realistic. It's just very understandable, plausible in reality. And does that eliminate the Trinity? Not in any way does it eliminate Yahweh, Jesus, the idea of the Trinity, the Holy Ghost, angels, our significance as children of God. None of that at all.
Can I pitch just to chime in real quick, Richard? Just so I'm getting it right, this is the verse you're using as the justification for the definition of what waters is, right? Is it?
Yeah.
Do I have the right one?
I don't know. What is it? Let me see. I'm sorry. I was on a different screen.
No, it's okay. It's Revelation 19:6.
Does it say whore that sitteth? Where are we at here?
No, this isn't that one. This is the other one I think you use, and it says, "Then I heard again what sounded like the shout of a vast crowd, or the roar of mighty ocean waves," or it says waters, rushing waters. Is this one of the verses you use?
Yeah, I could. I haven't.
Oh, this isn't one of them. Okay. I thought you had used that as a reference to Christ.
I think it works there too.
I think you said something like Christ had the voice of many waters, and then that was him like speaking as the spokesman for people or something.
Yeah, that's the way I would interpret that Christ is the spokesman for the group of people on this earth. He speaks with the voice of many waters.
Well, but would you admit that maybe in this verse, it doesn't necessarily seem like Christ himself is actually the one speaking this?
Is Christ the one speaking that? Oh, hold on, let me switch screens again. I was trying to look something up for you. I don't know. You've got the NIV here. That's
I'm sorry. What do you like? What version do you? I can go to.
Well, I would rather read the actual words from the Hebrew and never mind it being in English. I don't care if a sentence is choppy. It's fine. I would like the direct translation. Actually, I don't want any of these.
Well, this is Greek. So you like a really literalistic one? What, like
a literalistic Greek? Then yeah.
You can check. Well,
interlinear. You want an interlinear?
Like the Greek words in the order they come in, just in English. I don't need it to be. I don't need all the conjunctions and whatever else.
I think is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think that's the most direct way to read it.
Okay.
I don't know why we're. See, this is the thing.
This is referring to angels. This is referring to the angels around God's throne. This isn't referring to us at all. And you're going to see that as soon as they have a cogent prayer that's organized, like they are speaking as a one person simultaneously in this, and it's loud and pronounced. It's obviously like rehearsed or agreed upon. We can't agree upon what the Bible means. Never mind the whole earth saying a prayer at one time.
So can I ask? I'm going to ask a question quick because now we're in my territory because language is my fucking jam. All right. So does anyone know any more than one language?
No.
Well, yeah. No. Okay. So
I know a little German. He's about 3 feet tall.
Nice. Okay. So in French, for example, if you were to the word green, the word yes, thank you. the word green, the word worm, and the word glass are all some of they're spelled different. Yeah, they're all spelled differently, but they're all pronounced the same. So
yeah,
you have two views of the Bible. It's either, especially the Old Testament, it's either an oral history given a literal translation, or it's written down and means exactly what it means.
Now, I will just say to further expand upon this point, Spanish, como. What? How do I eat?
Yeah.
What do you mean? I eat? How do I eat? Yeah.
Same word. Actually, I think all of those are spelled exactly the same too.
Yeah, I believe there could potentially be an accent depending on if it's como or como. You know, like I ate, or how do I eat, or how did I eat? You know, shit like that. But yeah, it's a similar thing. It's weirdly common in languages.
So you end up with again, this is why I like just reading the Hebrew and reading the characters and trying to discern what they mean from both context and the context of the characters that make up the word.
That's why I'm saying,
rather than a direct translation.
Here's the thing. I'm not going to say I'm an expert by any means. I think someone who knows more about the culture and the language and the surrounding cultures and shit would be much better than me to explain this.
Smokey, would you bring up,
yes, I did.
with the same source, would you bring up Revelation 17:15, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
And then I think once we're done with this conversation, I'm going to just skip Butler. I think we've got all we need to say about him for the moment anyway.
Yeah, also the interlinear you said, by the way.
Yeah, same source, if you would, 17:15. Okay. Would you click on that word waters right there?
The Hydata?
Yeah.
Well, that is definitely one. Again, this is why I don't know we're doing this in Greek, because I'm pretty sure on the tablets of testimony it would have been inscribed in Hebrew, which is where we get the
Revelation.
First. Wait, we're looking at Revelation. Okay,
yeah.
That's why we're looking at it in Greek. I thought, I see Matthew now.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah,
I thought we were still on fucking.
I'm tracking. I understand he's linking the Hebrew and the Greek, and it's similar usages of the words.
I got you.
Like I'm tracking with what Richard's saying.
New Testament is too far outside of my.
That's okay. We've already granted that, Will. We've already granted that. It's cool. I understand. It's fine.
I mean, yeah, it's good.
Well, okay, so we just have the word waters here, which is again over pluralized. So Will's talking to me. He's like, "Look, dude, it's all about context because words can be used in different ways. You have overlapping pronunciations with slightly different spellings. Shoot, you even have the same spelling with different pronunciations. Okay, and I dig all that. That's what I'm actually arguing for is context. Because frankly, it makes no sense unless I bring this word waters as a multitudes of peoples and nations and tongues back through the text in other places. They really make no sense without it being peoples.
I can respect that opinion.
I can only think of a few contexts where water would be pluralized to that extent.
Well, I mean, I think he's right in a few occasions where it's both collective and plural simultaneously. So I guess that would be over pluralized.
I think so. So let me apply this in a few places that I think it has some explanatory power, especially in consideration of the rest of the text. I mean, I remember being a kid in church, which I don't remember a whole lot about, but I remember them mentioning that Peter steps out of the boat and falls down into the waters, and the Christ reaches down, pulls him up out of the waters, and says, "Oh, you have little faith." Okay, now Christians will normally say, well, he was able to walk on the waters because he had faith, but when he lost his faith, he could no longer walk on the waters. Okay, but that doesn't explain why the rest of the apostles can't just get out of the boat, maintain their faith, and walk on waters like Jesus. Why doesn't anyone else ever, having not lost their faith, walk
I
on
mean-
waters? Why not?
I mean, waters, I don't know. We're getting really hung up on this, but I'm just going to give my 2 cents. So waters, in the English language anyway, can be pluralized when you have several types of water.
Bodies of
mixed.
water. Yeah.
Yeah.
For example, when a body of fresh water meets a body of salt water in a delta, for example. Or it can be pluralized as in I have like if you were to refer to several glasses of water as waters, can like to be served, for example, that would be one. And then the other one would be to describe a type of water usually moving, for example, deep waters or shallow waters.
The English is less relevant here because we're just using the English to describe what they're saying in the Greek and the Hebrew.
Right.
So we're just basically transliterating it rather than, well, we're translating the transliteration. I don't know. I'm having a hard time explaining this because I'm dumb.
You
but
think
you
Jesus
get
would have been a little more direct with his message? Seemed kind of important.
Well, he
Just
didn't
saying.
write it.
Not that. I'm not trying to knock the guy, but you know,
Maybe it was more direct.
I guess that was probably my biggest problem with the Bible. Never mind all the magic stuff. Yeah.
There's no magic in the Bible, Will. There's none at all.
Well, we're going
What
to
about
lean into that
Moses?
if we ever get to it because
What about Moses?
it's not magic.
Moses is not talking about magic either.
Okay, but what about the magicians?
So,
Okay, those are trying to perform magic, but they don't actually.
Doesn't the Bible say that they perform magic?
Yeah, and then
And
our
then
God's
God
better?
is like, you will perform greater magics than
Yeah.
yeah
Yeah, and then Moses is basically like, "Hey, dude, I bet your God's just fucking taking a dump, not paying attention."
Yeah.
It does literally say that. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yes.
Maybe
Yeah,
they're
and it's
maybe your
hilarious.
God's in the bathroom instead of burning down your fire. Your
man, Old Testament heaves. They get it. That's where humor comes from, man.
Right on.
That old-fashioned sarcasm.
That's pedestrians. What?
Can I chime in real quick? Just
No,
on a,
no.
Just
Specifically
kidding. Go ahead.
So, Richard, one thing I'm kind of curious about is like if you know, one of the things I think is sound for an idea of hermeneutical approach is if it, you know, certainly can be consistent, you know, and I'm not trying to in any way, shape, or form poke at this in any type of disrespect.
I think it should be poked. Well, not disrespectful, but it should be poked deeply. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the idea, and I get
Oh
where
my.
you're coming from in your hermeneutical approach, but I'm wondering, so inside this same passage, actually, if you go down to verse 18, it says, "And the woman you saw is the great city that rules over the kings of the earth." Now, if I was to potentially be taking your hermeneutical approach as to letting this passage somehow, I guess, maybe define words as mentioned in the rest of Scripture, does this mean every time I hear mention of a woman, I have to think that that's a city?
Not every time, no. But whenever it says that great city, or it's always going to say something that means something like great city.
Well, no, but I'm saying like
that would be associated to the woman because it's talking about the whole of the earth.
Well, no, but I mean but to carry forward the actual imagery in parallel, because what you're saying is that the waters is people. So like what it's saying is the woman is this. Like, so that means that like if we were carrying it consistently hermeneutically, then what I would expect to see is that anytime we hear reference of woman, then that means
water is people.
The great city or great cities that rule over the kings of the earth. That's actually what's being said, because Christ.
It often is, not every time. For instance, and the woman travailed to give birth. Also in the book of Revelation, is the earth is prepared for Christ's birth. Not that a woman is in outer space with a cloak of stars. It's talking about the planet being in outer space in a cloak of stars.
I read Revelation as something entirely political.
Richard, I'll be
I think it's
completely honest with you. I want to give you all the sincerity in the entire world. Sometimes I almost wonder if you're trolling me.
No, I'm not trolling you at all.
Okay.
I never do.
Okay.
I feel you.
No, I don't even think any of this is funny. I would never make jokes about it.
Okay.
so to answer what's the takeaways question is, sorry, Jamie, you have it next because you've had internet issues. Some kind of Shonda is going on. So to answer your question, the theological consequences are, in my version where it's chaos, literally nothing changes because you don't read into it the same way you would as if you had to read into people because Jesus said water was people one time, maybe. That's the theological implication. I don't know why it makes a difference if water is people or entities or whatever in Richard's view. I'm not following it that far. I'm with him, like as far as like maybe the translation is fakaked or whatever, but I don't know how much further that gets us in terms of.
I am definitely not saying that the translation is poor. The translation is just fine, but the contextual reading frame that people have adopted traditionally, it causes things to become miracles when they don't need to be. I'll give an example. Noah's Ark was lifted up over the waters. Okay. Now, if that means a flood of H2O instead of a flood of people, and that Noah's Ark is literally a wooden vessel, a wooden boat, by the way, made out of something that we apparently don't have. There is no gopher wood in any tradition anywhere that I know of. I can't find gopher wood. But anyway, let's take it as peoples. I can now state that Noah's Ark is a fact, that it got lifted up over the waters because people hold in high regard the story of Noah's Ark.
I can square that circle with chaos too. So that's the problem.
So
it can mean chaos. It can mean chaos and water simultaneously too. This is the issue. Is
I don't see that as being a problem, though. Will, you're welcome to read it the way that you have. We could talk about consistency within your context reading frame, because that word "waters" as chaos is not going to always work.
Now, but because now we're talking about ancient Hebrew psychology, the way I see it. So
it could be.
Because it's not like the language isn't steeped in metaphor and innuendo. I get that.
I do agree with you. That seems obvious.
Like something that Moses wasn't like 700 feet tall, literally, which is something that I bring up quite frequently. But I'm exhausted. That's the issue here tonight.
Yeah, and it is getting late. That probably is part of it. Yeah.
Well, I would still invite anyone to have a one-on-one conversation about this and look at all the places where it occurs and how it works so terribly well as a large group of beings.
Oh, I remember where the fuck I was going. Okay. So your issue is that they're making magic out of things that aren't magic, and that
right.
You can explain things better with people than you can with
That roboted a bit. I missed about half of the last sentence, please.
Sorry. Okay. So what I was saying is you can explain it better that way than with people rather than with a metaphysical explanation.
Right.
But the problem is that, I assume that you believe in some metaphysical entity called God, right?
I believe that God is a social standard, a collection of spirits. Exactly as listed in the Bible.
Holy crap! That sounds like a Jordan Peterson.
So but that's spirits necessarily infers that they're a metaphysical entity.
Well, if you mean metaphysical, like above the physical, like things like morality and things like that, then yes, it's metaphysical. If you mean supernatural, I don't agree.
So there's so angels aren't supernatural because you've created a dichotomy between people and angels earlier in this discussion.
I didn't create a dichotomy.
Well, you did by reading the verse.
No, I
and
created.
then interpreting
If you forgive me, I think I know what I said. I created a similitude. I didn't create a dichotomy.
Okay, so what are angels then?
Perfected human beings from not this earth.
Okay, and they're on another planet in another realm of existence.
Well, just like in 3:2 of Genesis, where God owns plants that are not yet in this earth, that's literally what it says. There is some physical reserve that can support plant life, and apparently physical, biological life as well in angels. It's able to support them just like this earth supports us.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
I mean, if I said
that's
God,
internally consistent.
Yeah.
So I had a question.
Nobody would argue with me that God owns solid things. We're on one. Okay.
Because I could square
And
that
God,
circle easily.
God owns solid things. God owns solid things that can support life. We're on one.
Right. I understand that. Okay. So the way that I square that circle is that if God exists, then he necessarily works within naturalistic means that are outside of human ability, but not impossible. See how that's like...
That's fine for me, yeah.
Then there you go. That answers what's the takeaways question. We do have to move on, though. We really do.
Oh, yeah.
It was a
Moving
blast.
along.
Thanks for the
Yeah.
conversation. I appreciate it deeply.
No problem. And that's exactly why I didn't want to do that just now. Anyway, so who do we have next? Oh yeah, we have John. In here he left. I don't know what.
The Lion King. The Lion King fucking
I'm gonna go back to the
drunkenly
side
meth
chat,
stumbled.
guys. I'm gonna go back to the side chat.
All right.
Appreciate
Hey,
it.
Richard, it was wonderful talking to you.
Always
You as
a
well.
pleasure.
You as well.
Peace and love.
Thanks a lot, digging deep.
I'm gonna have to question him a little bit more about that whole God shit, Josh. I think
It
I
didn't
think
make my
maybe
brain hurt. It made
we were actually going to discuss and have a discussion, which I still need to reach out to Richard and set something up where we actually do a discussion on the nature of God, the way we both see it. Because
This is a 22-minute video, but I'm going to have to speed it up.
I mean, not to make a whole huge thing of it, but it almost sounded pantheistic, Richard. Not to necessarily put that type of label on it, but if I was to give it a type of label based upon the synopsis you gave, it almost sounded that way. Go ahead.
I don't know. Did he say that spirits are a collection of ideas?
Or like God is a collection of spirits? It seems
okay.
that way.
Well, he said God's a collection of spirits, and I'm like, well, what are spirits? And then I don't know. We'll get it
anyway.
later.
It's the Borg.
That's
God
a
is the
fairly
Borg. I
common
don't
thing.
know.
I think Ray Comfort believes something adjacent to that.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Probably. Yeah.
Well, he's a Kiwi or an Australian or something.
He's a Kiwi.
He's a Kiwi.
The man is an island unto himself. Doesn't even know what the hell he's talking about ever. I don't fucking think so.
I would love to.
I guess this is in no particular order. This isn't like the argument one is like the best.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I think I contextualized this, but this is 5 reasons why Jesus isn't the Mashiach.
Is he trying to impersonate Brett Keane, or is that just what I always hear now?
Well, you are what you eat, I guess.
That's just how he talks.
I'm just kidding, John. Love you. Kiss, kiss.
Oh, I love John. That is just how he talks. So.
All right.
And number 5 is like the worst. It's no particular order. It's whatever you choose for it to be, I guess. You know what I mean? It doesn't particular matter. All right, so we're going to start with what I like. I mean, I think the Jewish history plays a part of what happens in the world, and so we have I'm not on the same roll as I was when I did it first. Yeah, when you get on a roll and then you
had to do this a couple times because this shit
takes the wind out of your sails. All right, we're going to try to do this. All right, we got my boy Nachmanides. Look, first, I guess the first reason, number 5, prosecution of the Jewish people. So throughout history, the Jewish people have been slaughtered by these Goyim who claim to believe in our Messiah, right? They say, you don't believe in your Messiah, we're going to kill you for it, right? Not exactly not exactly the great foundation to your belief system. Okay, so we got one of the biggest things this spread this incident here that took place was like the biggest event that happened because it sparked dialogue between the Jewish people and the Christian people, right? Nachmanides, by order of the King of James of Aragon, which is now Spain, but Aragon used to be actually a country. Spain never existed. It's a relatively new country, but we had Aragon. You had a few different kingdoms over there, which the Basque region used to be independent. We got to bring that back, baby. I support independence for Basque and Aragon if they want it.
Castile,
Catalonia,
Aragon.
they want to.
Yep, Catalonia.
Wow. It's kind of, I like John, but he doesn't believe in borders at all.
Well,
so
he's actually not wrong with Spain, though.
Right.
Spain is one of the few places where,
in terms of history and geography and all that stuff, he's actually fairly. I think he plays a game that I can't remember. Europa Universalis.
Europa Universalis. Yeah, that would make sense.
And then he does. I guess he gets really into it and he researches stuff.
Well, I was shocked he knew all those things. That's good job, John.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna do one of these and then maybe we'll follow it up some other time because now we're on 4 hours.
I will keep going.
I know.
It's almost like it's actually.
But anyway, Nachmanides, which was Rabbi Moses ben Nachman, 1194 to 1270, was compelled to participate in a public debate held in the king's presence against a Jewish convert to Christianity, Mr. Pablo Cristiani. He's big old Cristiani. Yeah, you got to pick the biggest name, big mocker, right? Oh, he was a kind of a loser. He was a pretty bad dude. To quote Joey B, he was a pretty bad dude, Pablo Cristiani. He was actually head of the Inquisition, I think, and killed and prosecuted a lot of people. Well, he totally lost the debate. He was. You can read the dialogue. They actually transcribed it as far as I remember. They preserved the discussion, the debate, and because Nachmanides wiped the floor with your J guy, Jesus guy, Yimak Shemo Zakro, he was forced to flee. And he ended up going to Jerusalem and building a temple there, which was still the oldest synagogue in the world. Which Baruch Hashem, something positive came out of it. But this is again, if the Mashiach is who you say you are, you wouldn't prosecute the Jewish people. This is one of the biggest shandas of Christianity, is that the people that they killed in the name of the Jesus, Yimak Shemo Zekro. We're going to call him Yashu, which is just Yimak Shemo, short, Yashu.
Joshi.
This is disgusting to the Jewish people. If you killing Jewish people in the name of your so-called Messiah.
What is the date of that?
Not exactly a good look. Not exactly.
What is the date of that? What's the date?
Looks like 1263.
Okay. So let him finish. Let him finish. I'm going to respond to this. I love you, J Dubs. I'm going to put you in your place on this one. Go ahead.
Just saying, not exactly a good look. So we're going to go ahead to reason number 2. Does that was number 4?
1. Okay, all right, let's finish number 1 then. Okay, beautiful. All right, J Dubs, here's the situation. This is actually even what the atheists do. Come on, dude. Like let's punch up a little bit. The whole let's blame Christians for what Catholics did is so old and tired. I'm so freaking sick of it. Let's be real here. This was perpetrated particularly by the Catholic pagan state cult that was over 500 years or so after Charlemagne had taken control and turned it into a purely state acting entity. So when they were going out, they were many times actually perpetrating what the state wanted more than they actually wanted what Christianity wanted. And there is no actual biblical justification for any of the sanctions or actions that were conducted by the Catholic Church post the 700 1100s or so, when it was actually turned into basically nothing more than a backbone of support for the legitimacy of monarchies and brutal dictatorships. Other than that, I am so sick of this garbage, nonsensical, idiotic argument to try to blame all of Christianity. By the way, John, just so you know, while there were Catholics perpetrating these things, there were Protestants and Reformationists who were hiding, helping, and supporting the Jews and trying to reach out to them in the faith. So you should at least remember to include that part of the history.
Oh boy. Smokey also knows history. This could be...
Can we just talk real quick about how John looks like someone pissed in his dog's mouth?
He hates dogs.
It does kind of look like that. That's funny.
He's like, what? Okay.
All right, is there a second shot?
There is, but I think Digging or Jamie wanted to say something quick, and then
Yeah, go. Oh, do that, and I'll give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I need to get a beverage.
It just kind of sounds like how people say.
Yeah, so I was going to say. Oh, go ahead.
My bad. I was just gonna say, just kind of remind me of like when people say, "Those black people," you know, they're criminals.
Am I? Those black people, am I right?
God, the blacks or some shit. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It's not the strongest opening. I don't know. I don't really like. I don't know.
It's not really like that, but I mean,
it's not a real argument against. I would think you would go right into prophecy, but he did say they're in no particular order, so maybe he's hit the randomizer button on this one. I don't know. Jamie, or Jamie said something else. Yeah.
I was gonna say number one, like I feel like if you just reason correctly, that you wouldn't lead to a conclusion like that. Like just thinking about it from a philosophical aspect, like to say that because there are individuals who prescribe to a particular thing did something bad, that means what it is that they believe in is incorrect. Right, like I don't know, like that just doesn't make sense to me. Like I don't think that because there are people. Number one, like someone doing something bad doesn't necessitate that Jesus wasn't who the Christianity teaches and says he is. And then also, like I feel like if you are someone who is just like sufficiently knowledgeable about what the New Testament says, you wouldn't even make a statement like that because the Bible teaches stuff like Matthew 7:21. Not everyone that says to me, Lord, Lord, shall inherit the kingdom of heaven. Right? Using that like to say that, not everyone who professes to be a Christian is actually a Christian. Right? So,
amen to that.
Yeah, so like
a lot of this injustice. A lot of this injustice and persecution of the Jewish people was done by either Catholics or by people who ran the countries of which the state religion was Catholicism, Roman or otherwise.
Or England.
By the way, might I also add that there is a massive chunk of the murders and executions and tortures of the Inquisitions that were actually for treason, yet were actually labeled as heresy because they were treason, because if you committed treason, that was considered heresy, because rebelling against the church and rebelling against the state were actually conflated in one and the same. So if there was a dictatorship that passed some evil, ridiculous, nonsensical thing, they were allowed to get away with it and enforce it as actual religious violations. Absolutely foul, ridiculous, nonsensical garbage.
Don't we have to
and as anti-biblical as the day is long, you might as well blame the freaking marauders of Islam, in the early middle centuries on Christianity if you're going to stretch it that far.
All right, let's hear reason number 2, and then we're gonna move on because I think that.
It doesn't really. I mean, no particular order. It's not really no particular order. We're gonna go to, let's see, Jewish court system. Yeah, let's pick this one next. So we have something called a court system. This is where the Goyim get their judicial branch, right? The judicial system. That's what comes from the word Jewish, Jew. Judaism, judicial. It's foundation of Europe.
That's incorrect, but I know it's a joke. That's really a joke. I've spoken to John. I know that's a joke.
That is really good.
But
that's hilarious.
That's a good joke. I enjoy it.
Out of curiosity, I'm wondering where
It's actually almost believable. That's how funny it is. It actually is.
That's the thing. Look up the etymology of judge or judicial.
I was hoping that vocabulary.com would have that, but it does not.
Yeah, just look up the etymology. Not the entomology, the etymology.
For fuck's sake, it's so late at night, I can't even spell Latin.
Yeah.
Just law. Decre to say. Nice. Okay. Neat. Oh, come on. There we go.
Your government is actually comes from the Torah, actually comes from Judaism. You stole Judaism from us. So the Jewish court system, a judicial system, right? The Torah says, Deuteronomy 16:18, appoint judges and enforcement officers in your gates. The Torah enjoins us to appoint judges as well as officers to enforce their rulings. In ancient times, there was a central court made up of 71 members known as the Sanhedrin. In addition, there were lesser courts both in Jerusalem and throughout the land of Israel. Today, this lives in a form of a Bet Din, often made up of 3 members, but with much lower power. So, they can do divorce, they can do marriage, they can do conversions. Their legal rulings stand. That's their legal rulings. We never had a legal ruling for a crowning of JC guy, Yashu. We never had him. We never had it. Never had it. Matter of fact, your good friend, your buddy, spoke out against the courts, slandered the courts, slandered the officers and judges who were.
I'm so lost on biblical timelines. Did the Jews have an official temple during the age of JC?
Yes. And
Herod's temple. Yeah, and it was extravagant, lavish, and all of the wonderful.
Well, it depends what you mean by an official temple, because there were the what's his face, Herod's temple, and then so there was the Pharisees and the Sadducees, which were the 2 big groups, and Yashka was very against the Pharisees, who, when I read the New Testament, I read them as the good guys, because they're like, hey, let's let women work and have jobs because they're real good at haggling and selling shit. And then Yashka comes in and makes a whip. He braids a whip by hand and fucking beats the piss out of them. It's like, God damn it, I don't want to have no women fucking selling shit in my fucking dad's house, you stupid son of a bitch.
That's a little bit of a butchering of that.
Look who showed up, by the way.
I'm just saying that's how I read it. I could be wrong. That's with my biases.
Well, no,
that's why I said that's how I read it.
So the idea of what was actually happening is that the people inside the temple that were charging people for this stuff were leveraging the legalistic laws that had been structured. Like, for instance, if you were bringing something for a sacrifice, like, say, for instance, a dove, and it needed to be spotless, they would look it over with such meticulous level, to say, well, it just doesn't quite pass the buck, you need to buy one of ours. So they were leveraging the law for the sake of actually trying to capitalize on people. So that was, Christ was attempting to, because again, the sacrifice was about, heart, and what was available to people. In fact, even in instances in old law, people didn't have a particular, offering. They were allowed a different offering, like a grain offering or something like that, if they couldn't afford it. So they were
look into.
The people inside the temple were capitalizing, using the law to capitalize and basically fleece the people. And so that pissed Christ off. He's like, you know what? Ridiculousness. I'm gonna stop this. It actually made him angry. They basically turned his house into a den of, well, exactly as he said, a den of thieves. They were thieving from the people.
The other problem with the definition of Mashiach within the Hebrew tradition and then the Messiah.
And by the way, I do have an answer to his thing about how he wasn't accepted by the Jews, but go ahead.
Well, he was by some and not by others.
Right, and I have an answer to that, actually.
Yeah.
So the problem is that a Mashiach doesn't necessarily mean a son of God. In fact, in the Jewish tradition, never. There's no mention of God having to have a son or having been incarnate, or that a Mashiach is necessarily incarnate or anything like that. He's just a dude that kind of almost just like for the lay has special powers and things happen before he gets there and after. That's just the thing.
I will just say some Christians do. I don't know if anyone in here agrees with this, and I don't necessarily agree with this. I'm just saying this is a view some Christians take, is that good old JC Joshy boy there, he was like adopted spiritually, rather than a direct literal child. I don't know.
Oh, Khalil's here. Oh, hey, Khalil, what's up? You popped in.
Hey, link in the description if you like. We're not wrapping it up quite right away, but I think we'll probably be done.
Am I ready to answer the thing about the Jews rejecting him, or is that?
Yeah, you sure are.
Oh, okay, so yeah, the tradition of the Jews were looking for the Messiah to basically be the same thing they are today, which is pretty much purely the idea of the political ruler. So the Jews at the time had a cultural interpretation of the expectation of what the Messiah was going to be. And so when Jesus came to facilitate the secondary roles pictured in Isaiah of the suffering servant, culturally they didn't recognize him, because culturally all of their religious leaders had told them and expected them to look for purely a physical earthly Messiah that was going to politically liberate them. So when Christ came serving, healing, doing different types of things, the leaders that had culturally taken this interpretation of the expectation of the Messiah decided to reject him. And so that's why he ended up going the path that he did, because the Jews had been deceived into basically focusing on only half of the promise of what the Messiah was going to do.
Well, not only that, but again, the whole idea of a God incarnate is sounds like paganism to an ancient Jew.
That's probably and that's actually
like paganism to a modern Jew.
Yeah, that sounds like Mishigash to them, I'm guessing. Yeah. I'm trying to put myself in the headspace of a Jew living in.
So let me just say, depending on which flavor of gospel you read, because like Mark is the most
Khalil,
reasonable for Jews at the time Mashiach, right? The Mark Jesus, because he really didn't claim he was God or the Son of God. He just did things and was like, yeah, I mean, I kind of am, I guess, or whatever. I mean, could you quit following me around? It's weird. All right, you're following me. Okay, so cool. And then John, by the time John was written, it's like, I'm the fucking Son of God. Look at this shit. Boom! This water's wine now. Look at all this fucking fancy shit. Hey, yo, bitch, fucking wash my feet.
I hope you like tuna.
So it makes a lot more sense that, like, around the time of Mark and before, that a lot of Jews actually wound up, going into that, because he actually fit the Mashiach role a lot better than, like, John Jesus, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, because in terms of a Mashiach, Jesus fits the bill in terms of a handful of items. But first of all, I believe that Jesus was a real person who existed, period. Because, and I'll tell you why, I think that the narrative, the nativity, is a complete fucking fabrication. I don't believe that at all. But why would you need to fabricate something that obviously didn't happen if the guy is completely made up? You wouldn't, because you need him to fit a role. So that it definitely existed.
Here's the secular point, real quick. So at the time, there was a lot of apocalyptic preachers in the Jewish community. So it makes sense that there was, a Mashiach on the foot, right? Like a Mashiach coming up, because there was a lot of apocalyptic preachers at the time.
And in response to that, there were a lot of people claiming to be Mashiach. that
Yeah,
just fucking never.
Well,
even
but it
Exactly.
doesn't matter because that's always been the case. There's still people
Well,
claiming to be
oh no,
Mashiach.
no.
I mean,
I'm saying that
No, what
that
I'm
lends
saying is-
credence to the fact that he was a
not only
real
that,
person.
but
it doesn't
well,
like credence
tracks.
to anything. It's like a normative state of affairs type of thing. Like it's almost
No,
like,
what I'm talking about is an inordinate amount of people, all from the same general area, claiming Mashiach status.
I don't know
all
what is
at the
this. I don't know if I've necessarily seen the justification for that. I mean, the only reference you would have, well, what extra biblical text do you have from the same period that points
Monty
to
Python's
other
The Life of Brian.
Fuck you.
comparative figures that were like that? I mean, I think you have to go hundreds of years into the future before you even find anything that you could start to classify comparatively, even mythologically, in that type of sense. I don't know.
Correct. The cult of Mithra was happening at the time, and it was very similar in form.
Well,
which, by the way, I don't buy into the conspiracy that the cult of Mithra has anything to do with Christianity. I'm just saying it was in similar form.
There's nothing about the tale of Christianity or the resurrection that fits any type of mythological model. It just doesn't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with the cult of Mithra. I'm just saying it's a similar form of thing happening.
Do I have an opinion on Yitzhak? No, I really don't. Rabbi, again, I'm going to go through this one more time. I talked about this with Smokey briefly in the car like days ago.
Yeah, I remember.
Rabbis are not priests, period. They are teachers, but mostly lawyers.
So there's
rabbis are as good as any other man. They're just more literate within the scripture than most people.
There's the old saying of, ask two different Jews a question and you get three answers. That comes from rabbis. That comes from talking to rabbis.
Right. If you want a spiritual answer that would matter to me, you find a Kohanim.
Yep.
Then talk to me. But I'm not really. I piss a lot of Jews off by saying this, but I could really give a fuck what spiritual revelation we're given to rabbis. I mean, I value their input, and if I have a question about how to keep kosher or something, they're good for that. Or if I need reference, I can find it through a rabbi, but I'm not looking for spiritual advice from a rabbi, because at that point, without a Kohanim, it's just atheism with a kippah.
Well,
I'll do that. In that case, if there isn't one, I'll take care of that myself. So that answers that question to Olive. So thank you for relaying that to me.
Cool.
So what is it? How did you pronounce it? What is it? Kohim, or how did you pronounce it?
A Kohen is a priest. They're selected specially, usually from birth.
Yep.
And they're so, like, how a lot of priests in Christianity, they can't take wives, they can't obviously can't have children either.
Well, in Catholicism, most predominantly.
Right. Well, the reason that a rabbi can do all that stuff but a Kohen can't is because a Kohen's a priest, and a lot of people think that rabbi's a priest, and it's just not true.
Yeah, Cohens are the priests. Levites, I believe, were the original rabbi, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's
Jamie. And by the way, maybe before we close, Will, and I don't know if you even want to leave or want to shut it down. I can start another show.
I'll keep going.
Jamie, I want to deal with this freaking Archangel garbage, this SDA nonsense. I want to try and get some of this dealt with.
All right. Well, let's. You want to speed run the rest of the show, and then you can.
Let's crank it. Let's get through what.
All right. The next thing that we had is Matt Powell's video, and it's 2 minutes long.
Yes.
So
I would fuck him so hard.
Oh, good Lord. Yeah, he wouldn't. I'm sure, but yeah.
Have you decided whether or not you want to do the Cheryl thing?
Wait, how is Olive blocked? How would that even be?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, she shouldn't even actually be blocked. I don't even know how she did get blocked. That shouldn't even be.
Not only that, but you can go over to my channel,
how do I
Kincaid,
do
it
that?
definitely won't be blocked. I can guarantee that.
I'm gonna go to settings and check that out.
All right. Are we gonna skip Cheryl? Is that what we decided earlier? I can't remember. It was 4 hours.
It's up
ago.
to you. I don't care.
Fudge
either way,
Voltron.
man.
We'll just skip Cheryl. She's not important enough for me to
Cheryl
fucking
thing yesterday. I think she's basically kind of given up. I think battle won essentially. Let's move on with our lives. I think.
Yeah, you can fight me.
Yeah, I might
quick-
fight you,
quick
Jamie. I
question
might
for
fight
Will.
you.
Let's go.
Hey, by the way,
My
Jamie, I
dad's
love
stronger than
that
you guys.
after like every time we have a conversation, you say like that, like next time you'll show up better prepared or something. I love it. It's almost like that really gentle way to say that you kind of slightly feel that you were defeated. I enjoy it. It's very nice.
I will. Well, hold on. I gotta say, I called out Cheryl and I said that she said some stuff, and I'm willing to prove it. The problem is that I don't have time now tonight. Like I said, I didn't think that we were going to go this long. The show is generally 2 hours. We've already doubled that number, more than.
Yes.
So, and it's fucking
It's been
almost
fun. It's been a
Yeah.
great show, man. Actually,
Yeah, this has probably been one of the most enjoyable ones. I can't believe that I keep topping myself the way I do. The only thing that I hate about this is that I shot myself in the foot by putting this on your channel because we have so much crossover and subscribers that people will just go watch it on your fucking channel
Hey,
because
look, I'm doing my best to
they
make
forget-
people watch it on yours.
they forget I exist. I just in this stream alone, just from the thumbnail, I lost 2 subscribers.
Hey, look,
So-
people in the will chat represent.
It is what it is. I'm not worried about it as long as people hear.
Come on, my girls got this.
As long as people hear my voice, it really doesn't matter what channel it's on. That's the only thing I've ever given a shit about in terms of this whole YouTube thing. So, anyway, so here is. So, oh yeah, I'll make a video about Cheryl showing all the shit some other time. I might even do it like tomorrow night. I'm thinking about it. I got a lot of things I have to do, but anyway, here we go. Balls deep. Matt Powell. Pat Mao.
The Bible says that fools despise wisdom and instruction. They despise it. They don't want it. They'll pretend that they want it. Oh, please show me the evidence. Turns out all humans are descended from the same man and woman. Massive genetic study reveals that 90% of Earth's animals appeared at the same time. These are studies that just came out. So if all animals appeared at the same time, are they going to appear through a magic act or by intelligent design?
Okay, so it's not a magic act. It's all animals that are on Earth right now, and that's loose because we don't know how many animals we didn't catalog before we started cataloging animals, and it's very difficult to identify things in the fossil records that don't appear because they weren't fossilized properly. The reason that the fossil record is so expansive and
Stephen A.
periods like the Devonian is because of the fact that they were submerged in water, so then the easily sediment fucking covers it. So that's not right. And then humans coming from the same, yeah, technically that's true because you've got mitochondrial Eve and what's the one for Adam? I don't fucking remember, but
chromosomal Adam. Is that what it
I
is?
think that's right, but I can't be sure. They're talking about the first 2 people, the first 2.
Well, and they're separated
people's not
by
the word even. People's not the word. They're talking about.
Are they separated though?
Mitochondrial Eve and the Adam figure. I forget what it's called.
I don't.
But they're separated by thousands of years.
Well, they're separated by like supposedly hundreds of thousands of years. But
Well, not hundreds of thousands. We're talking hundreds or thousands.
From which, so the DNA from the first person is in modern humans, all come from the same 2 people, which are separated by thousands of years. If you're
Yes.
just looking scientifically.
Yeah. Well, yes.
You should
Based
read
on what
Josh
we
Swami
know,
That's what that shit means. And
Quick
I will.
question. Do you think he's actually talking to a room of actual people or empty chairs? Because sometimes he does that.
considering it's recent, it's probably a room of empty
Let me-
chairs.
Let me answer that question. Here we go.
They always accuse us Christians. They say, well, that book you've got right there, that's...
it's people. Okay, it's actual people. All right. Okay.
Also,
not many. I don't see any. This was posted yesterday. I don't see any masks, Matt.
I have a legitimate question though. Does Matt Powell
shut it down
only consider Homo sapiens as humans? Because scientifically speaking, like
No.
Denisovans are humans. Homo erectus is a human. Homo neanderthalensis is human. Like, I just don't know what he classifies as human, I guess.
I mean, it's cherry pick stuff, and it's not like I don't believe in Adam and Eve and stuff like that. It's just that he gets everything wrong.
I mean,
that's all.
I don't believe
I
in
don't
literal
even.
Adam and Eve.
I'm not a young Earth creationist. I'm an old Earth creationist, I guess. De facto, I don't know if anybody knows who TTOR is, but I had a debate with him, and we had an exchange, and then he fucking bailed in the middle of Brett Keen's stream to go have a fit about it because he needed to look something up, and he just never came back. So I mean, and I wasn't even debating as an atheist at that point, which is like reaching way the fuck back. But I was actually a practicing Jew at the time. So, does anybody know who the fuck this is?
Debate the facts. I don't know. I like his icon.
I don't know. I'll have to
Never seen
note
him
to
before.
self 4 minutes 22 or 4 hours 22 seconds. Oh no, 4 hours 22 minutes 22 seconds.
Give me
Fuck
a piece of paper.
You what? There's a whiteboard up there.
Oh,
and there's a thing in there. Anyway, thanks.
4 hours 22
I don't even
minutes.
know what the fuck I was talking about. Anyway, moving on. Oh, I keep forgetting I can't just click it. There we go.
That's magic. That's a magic book. No, you know what's magical? Saying that the universe came from nothing.
Yeah, okay, this is a thing that atheists get wrong too. So you don't even know the theory that squares that circle of things coming ex nihilo is that nothing comes ex nihilo. Okay, it's again for everyone in the fucking back. I need to say this again. Okay, it's called the flat universe, and what it actually means is not that it's a flat plane. What it means is it's flat in terms of the total energy. Always being in equilibrium, because energy can and I guess
technically energy and matter.
All of the energy and matter in the universe always add up to zero, because you can have negative energy and positive energy. Where do we find negative energy in the natural world that we can observe and actually feel? It's called gravity, which holds everything to the planet while it's spinning,
and all of the matter in the universe is actually fine too.
And I wish that fucking atheists would stop using the open and closed systems, because it creates more problems than it solves. If literally Lawrence Krauss is the one who fucking publicized this scientific theory. I don't think that he came up with it, and he's one of your atheist fucking gods or whatever, or prophets or whatever the fuck you want to call it. He's a big pee boy over there in the atheist community.
I don't think people take everything not Richard Dawkins. Lawrence Krauss says is gospel, especially not Richard Dawkins, because
no, clearly not.
Pee touching,
clearly not, yes. Because if they fucking did, they would know that almost with 100% fucking certainty. It's the same as a theory is in gravity. That first of all, there is no such thing as nothing, because everywhere you try to observe, and not just because of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, you will not find nothing. You will always find something, even if you can't physically see it. You can measure the effects of energy. So there is no physical space on a subatomic level even that you can measure or observe that has nothing in it. Everything always has something.
They have a specific caveat for
it's
that.
Not even nothing is a fucking made up concept.
I think that's what he considers nothingness. I think
that is what he considers
between
nothingness.
nothing and nothingness.
Right.
Yeah, he actually makes that distinction.
Because he uses nothingness as a euphemism for non-existence several times in the book that I'm referencing, whose name fucking escapes me because I am very tired.
We're just gonna say it's the origin of the species.
It's the yes, the famous Lawrence Krauss origin of species.
I'm gonna speak for Will here. All atheists are exactly the same, All the books are the same. It's all The Origin of the Species by Richard Dawkins.
I have it marked down. Yeah, sure. Why not? You tell me when and where, and as long as before, like, I don't know, 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, pretty much any day is fine. I work 4 days a week. We'll get a schedule. Links are in the description. All my contact information's down there. But if you want, I guess I can put my email on the screen. It's pretty fucking easy.
Send hate mail to the kinkmedia@gmail.com.
No, we have a
address it to me.
We have a special repository on epicgameenrollment.com for death threats as well.
That is true.
Ryan, please stop sending death threats to just my regular email. There's a whole form you have to fill out. I don't care, but if you're going to do it right.
Also, I've never gotten hate mail. Someone please send hate mail address to me. I will love you forever.
Links in the description.
Go to epicgameenrollment.com.
Basically anytime.
Oh,
So
Kat,
anyway-
if it'll make you feel better, I'll go on Facebook and call you a dumb tranny faggot. I mean, if
Oh,
that
do it,
helps you
please.
feel better.
I would love that. Do it right now.
If you get me at 10, you get 30 minutes. If you get me at 10, you get 30 minutes. I'm saying do it before then. If you anywhere between 9.
I'll tell you what, Kat. I'll build something poetic and unique just for you. I'll spend a little time on it.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll just
Good for
say
you.
debate the facts. And
Oh,
if
thank you, Daddy. Yes.
I'll construct a particularly potent Smokeyism just to describe you and put you there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Daddy, give me that potent Smokeyism. Oh, yeah, right in my ass. Oh, yes, Daddy.
She's sleeping here tonight. I don't want to do this right now.
Wow.
So anyway,
So that happened.
4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time works the best for me. What I was saying is 10 is the latest, and if you do it at 10, you only get a half hour. And I work at a hospital a lot of the times, or sometimes an institution. So sometimes because fuckers don't show up, I end up getting stuck there for a double. Sometimes I get stuck there for 25 hours straight, like I did a fucking month ago, which was really great. And they hold my pay for 6 weeks, so I don't even get paid on a normal pay period for my overtime, which is fucking stupid. Yeah, so that's that.
That's because
Anyway.
your state is run by a Guido.
You mean a Dago, and yes,
Yes.
those are the same thing. Okay, moving on.
You're correct.
What's magical, folks? God
Fucking
creating the
gay.
universe, or time, space, and matter poofing into existence from
Yeah,
nothing?
it's not how it happened.
Guy responded to me recently on the internet. He says, well, how could you, it just doesn't make sense that one day God just poofed us into existence. Folks, that's
Well,
what
that
the
guy
Big
was a
Bang
retard
teaches.
and doesn't know what he's
It was
talking
literally
about.
a poof.
Yeah, you're literally a poof, you fucking bottom. Look at you. You got a cute little face for a 23-year-old.
Right, okay.
Grow your beard like a real man.
Here's the thing. He cut off the flippy hair in an attempt to seem more
Jesus
more
had
masculine.
long hair. It says in the Bible you're not supposed to cut the sides of your beard and shit. Oh, yeah, you threw that out, but your favorite Messiah had one. He was a real Jew. He knew how to grow a fucking beard like a man. He grew his hair out, too, just like me.
Honey.
Not saying I do that because of that or that I'm anything even approaching Jesus within the traditional story of that. I'm just saying, stop being so fucking gay with that short fucking poof haircut.
I'm just saying,
Stop sucking dick in the bathroom at an airport that I can't pronounce the name of.
No. He didn't do it in an airport. He had a, quote, religious experience in a men's locker room. That's an actual
Suck me
thing
good
he
enough.
said.
I might have a fucking religious experience. I might black out and hit my head against the fucking toilet.
I'm just saying, he apparently did while in a room of half-naked sweaty men, so he had a really good talk.
I don't know what this is. If nobody knows what the fuck he's talking about, we're gonna move on. I hate to be rude.
The monkey Mayflower. That's a
monkey
Kent Hovind thing, right?
Oh
Yeah, I
yeah, he's talking about Noah's Ark.
No,
Yeah.
he's talking about monkeys surfing on like bits of wood and shit to get to the other continents. I believe that's what he's saying. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, correct me. I think that's.
Oh my god.
Okay, if that's what you're talking about, that's retarded.
Yes.
No,
End of
that's
story.
what you
Moving
guys
on.
said. That's what you guys think. You think that's the only way you can get monkeys in
No.
South America.
No.
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 No, what? That's what the seculars teach.
I'm not a secularist.
No, there's a Pangea situation. in
There
play.
was multiple supercontinents.
I give the secularist opinion
Jamie,
so that they.
Jamie,
Yeah.
okay, this is going to turn into a whole thing, though. This is going to turn into a whole thing because you have things called convergent and divergent evolution. So you have you can have different lineages that end up producing almost similar things that you might be related but aren't. So like the ratites, which are the flightless birds, like the emus and the ostriches and crap like that, they have 4 different independent, unconnected lineages. When their genomes are actually parsed out. So that means that they evolved not from a similar flightless bird, but from 4 separate lineages of similar flightless birds.
Okay.
Yeah, like whales and hippopotamus and sea cows, and they're not the same. They all go back into the water. But
We didn't come. I mean, it's not the. It wasn't his camp that made up the idea. Is all I was trying to say. I get what convergent evolution is. I would think that was a better explanation.
Actually,
Because
convergent evolution is a good argument for Christianity and actually for design. But anyway,
it's a good argument for anything.
Jamie, you understand that I'm an Orthodox Jew who was an atheist, right?
Yeah.
I'm just giving the perspective. I'm not saying.
Did you see Ryan's
I'm an atheist Jew.
Oh, Will, did you see Ryan's comment when I had said that someone was calling you an atheist? And I'm like, actually, he's a Jew and a theist. Ryan, the Presbyterian, came in and said, "Oh, Smokey, a theistic Jew. Now your standards have sunk." And I'm like, okay, Ryan, what's the definition of a theist then? And I never got an answer to that. I really do think the guy is borderline legitimately retarded.
Did he mean atheistic or atheistic?
No, atheistic Jew.
Are you sure he didn't have a stroke and his head just hit the fucking keyboard and random nonsense came out?
I'm sure. I can pull up the comment if you want.
To be fair, it's difficult for non-Jews to understand the difference between a theistic Jew and an atheistic Jew.
Clearly,
you get people like me who are atheistic.
You know what? You don't have to bring up the comment, but let me offer this as a rebuttal. There you go. That's what I think about that shit. Fuck you.
Do you think he was in a black person gang?
Listen, yeah, I think in prison maybe.
Do you think he was their bitch? Because I think Knock was a prison bitch. That's my headcanon.
He looks like a bottom. Do I have that?
Dreaming.
Well, I'm just saying, Knock's afraid of me.
Well, there's a lot of homos in Nazi prison gangs, just saying.
I'm just saying, if Knock's afraid of me, imagine how terrified he would be in prison.
That's why they hate queers so much, because they're afraid of them because they get raped in prison by them.
Yeah, I got it up here. I got it here, actually.
All right, let's see this big PP comment. Let's see what Ryan the Peditarian is peddling today. What fucking goyish and mishigosh. Oh, what a big hakma this man must have. Holy shit.
All right, so blessed be, he says, Will is an atheist. I don't know why Smokey has him on his channel. Oh, I don't know, because I care for people's souls and everyone's welcome. Why are Christians saying shalom? That is blasphemy. Okay, fair.
What?
All right.
Yeah,
how
do you not know that?
Will had a whole thing.
Is that blasphemy for Christians?
That's why, I've been going around, I'm trying
you can
to,
tell me later, it's fine.
Well, it's Jesus's own example was Shalom Aleichem, and so all the Christians in the community basically. Yeah, so, but when they but when they come in, when they greet each other, they just say Shalom, and so I said, well, why not use the actual biblical example that Jesus gave when he greeted his disciples?
Because Jesus said Shalom Aleichem.
Aloha.
Okay. See, I didn't get that because I just assumed that was perfectly fine for Christians.
Well, Will started it about how it's blasphemy from his perspective and his theology.
Well, I'll give you the short and long of it for everyone in the back. For everyone in the back, I will explain because first of all, Shalom is one of the 72 names of God, and the person in question, Bob Argatha, was using the name of God, peace specifically, and then deliberately driving a wedge between people, which is in opposition to peace.
Correct.
So he's therefore taking the name of the Lord in vain by saying something that he either doesn't understand or doesn't give a shit about.
I just thought that was
despite the fact that Jesus used it. That was what I was saying.
I prefer to appropriate the Sabbath,
Well, if you knew when a day started and what day that was, we might be able to agree on something.
Yeah, it's
no, not now.
Well, anyway, so it says. So I respond. I say, actually, as a Jew and a theist, do you usually speak up in ignorance? Come on now, do me a favor and make a list of all the people I am supposed to not interact with or reason with on their level. I'll wait. And Ryan chimes in and says, I think this is very clear to me. A theistic Jew. My smoked, your standards are ever lowering. I'm like, okay, what is the definition of a theist then, Ryan?
He's anti-Semite.
Yeah, he's a fucking.
And I got nothing.
He's a pee-pee touching anti-Semite. Wow, the allegedly the adjectives just keep piling up on this guy. He's a real fucking.
He is. I mean, I don't know.
Real nasty cocksucker.
It's like he had a seizure, like while he was typing, and just didn't realize what he was saying or something. I don't know.
No. Stop talking to me while I continue to engage with you and threaten you from afar. Stop commenting. Stop it. I'm your.
You're better take down. Hey, don't.
I'm gonna release the dossier. Let me tell you something that was funny about Ryan's last video about you, okay? So he's like, here's how you do a FOIA request. Here's Smokey's real name, or whatever. and this is how you get it. You're gonna have to pay a fee. And some big huckma son of a bitch, and I love this man, but I can't remember his fucking name. And Ryan's comment section said, hey, wait a minute, something doesn't add up here. If it's true, and you could do a FOIA request, why don't you read the information? And it's like, it's not doxing if it was
a Freedom of Information Act
because
request.
that's
yes,
right. Yeah, because
it's free information.
The press uses that shit all the time.
It's open information.
Right.
It's public. It's public record.
It's public record. You just have to get a fee to process and.
He's not very bright.
I just want to say, I looked up Smokey's shit.
Read it, shithead,
and like
fucking do it. And while you're at it, let's see your fucking driver's license with your. Well, I mean, first anything really. If anything doesn't match, then we know that's not you.
I'm just saying,
redact whatever you want. Just leave something legible. Don't show us just the hair color and then leave the fucking or the eye color and leave the B.
Well, Ryan might not.
What state was he registered as a sex offender in?
Ohio.
Allegedly, somewhere in Ohio, I guess, or something.
I don't know.
I
Look
can't
that
see
up.
it.
I can pull up a lot of public records.
I have the link. Looks like the same guy to me.
He might not want to actually pay for it because he's on welfare, and I mean that's a legit actual thing. But
they're accusing you of that having happened in one of the Carolinas, which I believe you can check CCAP for free.
Yeah. Okay, here's the other thing, Ryan, just so you understand, you dumb shit, why this is so very funny to me and everyone else, because you did this exact same thing that I'm doing to Smokey. And you didn't even say allegedly.
And you were bad.
You made an affirmative statement of fact.
Well,
which is slander at best. I mean,
unless it's true.
Unless it's true, but
I have not seen anything even remotely pointing towards that. And I actually checked things. Will was there while I checked things.
Maybe Cheryl's FBI friends could help you out. Go contact Cheryl, would you?
Oh yeah.
Ryan, why don't you get in contact with Cheryl and you can all have a Discord channel, the I Hate Smokey channel, and then I can infiltrate that too.
Here's the thing.
That'll be fun.
A lot of people had a lot of shit to say. Right up until I announced, like, hey, I used to work in private security. I can check all this shit. And suddenly everyone shut the fuck up and stopped talking to me and or blocked me.
You know what? Like, I just realized this also applies to Ryan.
Oh! Oh,
whoops!
He's already dead.
Stop it! He's already dead.
I don't get it.
It's Von Helton meme. You wouldn't get it. It's fine.
Because
It's
he's
funny.
lost his kids 13 times. It's a running situation.
Or no, I think it's 12.
No,
Is it-
13th
oh, is it
time.
12?
13th time's the charm.
It's a lot. Check the merch store and then go to the shirt and add one, or go to the mug and add one rather. Sorry,
It's 13 because it said 13 times the charm, which is Wait, was that the 13th time you got them
I
back?
told you should just actually get the shirt and with a Sharpie cross it out.
I
and
have
write
to fact check. Okay, we've hit peak meta. I'm now fact checking.
Yeah,
I'm
we
now
should
fact checking
probably-
Von Helton using epicgamermoment.com and going to the link in the bottom and to my merch store. And now I'm going to check the t-shirt for factual information.
Hey guys, go
Wonderful.
to epicgamermoment.com. Send email address to Catherine or Kat or
Alright,
the
where's
tranny.
the fucking mug.
Well,
Okay, that's the stinky.
Last I saw it was 11, and then we're
12.
like, we need to change it to 12.
Yeah, so it's 13 now.
No, it's
So it's
no.
13.
It was 11,
No.
and the last time he had it taken was
No,
the 12th
because
time.
13 times the charm.
No, 12. It says 11 right here, and that shirt's
Well,
wrong.
fine, then it's
You add
12
one,
times
it's
the charm.
12. Holy shit, basic math. Anyway, so let's finish this fucking video before my head explodes.
Yeah, okay, good. This is Matt Powell.
Well, I'm gonna finish all over this fucking video.
What if I said a
Oh,
giant
yeah,
boulder
Matt.
popped
Oh,
into
yeah.
existence right in the middle of this auditorium?
Yeah, Matt. I'm gonna pop into existence.
What if the
I
whole
would say
universe
that's
popped into existence?
fucking gay.
You wouldn't believe it based on the information that you have. But since they're not asking questions like that, they would say,
I mean, if I saw it and it made a pop noise, I'd have to admit that it popped into existence. But if you told me, I wouldn't believe it,
No,
even if it
you
did
only
happen.
have to admit you perceive popped into existence.
I mean, we live
Because,
in a dream.
human reality is only based on our perception. I mean,
There is
that's-
something about Matt Powell I do just kind of like, just on like a personal, like person to person level. Like, I feel like he's actually a particularly articulate and dignified and really masterful communicator. He does have a lot of actually very much.
Smokey,
positive-
with your history, you really need to say no homo before that.
I'm
Just
not
saying.
banging boys in the butt.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm just saying, I think Matt speaks well generally, and I don't think he actually wants to kill gays. I really don't think that's what he wants. But I think
He doesn't. He does, and that is one of the most-
he's just indoctrinated, and
he was asked by the hold on. He was asked by the Rage if he was offered the opportunity to vote for a institution or a government authority that would, execute gays. Would he vote for it? And he says, based upon my biblical instruction, I believe I would have to say yes. I would vote for that. He was not
But
saying
he
that he
doesn't want-
himself wanted to go and kill gays.
And-
He was talking about whether or not
Exactly.
he might be obligated to
Yeah.
back a government that which is just a little bit foolish, but that's just him being young and in the environment he was in, and that's
Why are people this young allowed to enter the ministry? I don't know what the
it's the NIFB.
Depend. Yeah, they don't have exactly a deep bench, so these stars kind of rise pretty quick.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that like to be a teacher, like you have to go to school for 8 years and learn things that have no bearing on your
Depends on
fucking
the
degree.
state.
Yeah,
In
you have to go, but you
Wisconsin,
do
it's
have to
only
go to
2.
school for it for a couple of years at least.
But okay, hear me out.
Seems like
so
your soul's
there's
a little more important than just that, but
whatever you're saying, I don't care. So there's an NIFB only dating site.
Feelings mutual.
Can we get together and like create a person and like get contact with the NIFB of people who are disgruntled and want to leave, and like make a fake NIFB person and like try and get a date with an NIFB individual?
Whatever, I'll do it. My wife will approve. Anyway,
Whatever,
yes.
Whatever. It sounds funny to me.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
Actually, you know what? I do think you could sell it. Yeah, I think you could sell yourself as an I'm a little questionable. There's a little bit of like really heavy Jew reeking off of you, but I don't know. I think you could sell it. I think you're talented.
I mean, okay, look, I'm just like, my dad was independent Baptist. He converted, but
all right.
Saying.
I think I'm
goes.
done with that. Let's just move on to the last thing. So we can
all right, yeah, let's do that. Okay.
The next thing that we're gonna look at is Fiverr Jesus. Now, Smokey is really doesn't like it. I guess it's funny, but hear me out. We could pay him on Cameo to call Brett Keane a fag. Now, if there's any service.
I'm not paying for that.
Why not?
Give me 2 weeks.
It's fucking hilarious.
That's a little too close to the 30 pieces of silver with Jesus. I can't do it.
I don't think so.
It's gross. You know what it is? I can't bring myself to want to give this human being money. I think is really what it basically comes down to.
What if you did it, but we said that I was the one who paid?
Like, I can give money.
No, we can't do it. Fuck.
I mean, Gilbert's given me like a lifetime of like entertainment, and Aladdin was one of my favorite movies, and I freaking love the parrot. And you know, I mean, but this is just like obtuse to me. This guy's a piece of crap. Like, I mean,
okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm actually not going to play that video, and I'll tell you why. Because
and he's a piece of crap, both as what he's doing and choosing to do, and actually as a legitimate human being. I mean, going on with this nonsense with his kids and then making it a public thing. I mean, dude, you're garbage. I'm sorry, but you are an actual trash.
I don't think that he deliberately made it a public thing. So I'm going to give you the too long didn't read. I'm not playing the video because it's by Vice, and I'm almost certain I will get not just a claim, but a copyright strike.
Probably, yeah, that might.
Especially if they saw this video. So fuck them. But okay, so the reason that is
the audio, maybe, or is that even too risky? Yeah, it's probably
too much.
Yeah, okay.
Unfortunately, and I don't want to like fucking lose this video and then have to download it and re-upload it and forget about it for 2 weeks and still not do it.
Right.
Yeah, that'll be a whole fucking thing. So fuck that shit. Yeah. So the story of him is he was a Mormon, and then he was like, wow, this is pretty gay. And then he ended up having to get a divorce and the whole schlemiel. He was living in California, and he got some comments by some people that said, hey, dude, you look like Jesus. And he was like, yeah. And he's like, I wonder. And he did these cute little videos, and then he realized Fiverr was a thing. Did the Fiverr thing, and then PewDiePie was paying people. Now, this is important for Fiverr Jesus is important for YouTube history because PewDiePie covered him, not just covered him, but paid him to say some heinous shit. I don't even remember what it was, but it wasn't especially heinous. It wasn't like I think they just called themselves the Fiverr guys. They're a group of Indians who dress up in grass skirts, write things on scrolls, and then say what's on.
Like Native American or
no, like
Hindi,
like the actual country of India.
Okay,
country. I'm fucking retarded.
Well, the country or the subcontinent.
All right, the subcontinent is what I meant by that.
There's other things. I mean, Sri Lankans aren't Indians, but I think they're on the Indian subcontinent.
Those people got fucked. That's a raw deal. Another time, though.
They make super good horror movies.
So he got these fucking Indians to write "Death to all Jews, subscribe to Keemstar" on a fucking scroll. And the internet lost its shit and was like, he's an anti-Semite. PewDiePie lost his show. Coca-Cola, fucking Pampers, and every other brand of the sun pulled out. And that's why nobody has good advertisers anymore. Because somebody fucking pissed their eyes over that. And Fiverr Jesus was lumped into that. So the next thing that happens is...
Wait, is PewDiePie dead? Is PewDiePie's channel dead or something? Or
no, he's still alive.
No, he's still the second highest?
He's about to be third. Coco Melon is.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think he's
It's T-Series who cheated, and then Coco Melon. It was actually all their subscribers are actual brain dead children.
Oh yeah, they're like 6.
Yeah, they're like
voters from.
Yeah, exactly. Shipped them in from Coco Melon's fucking YouTube channel. Anyway, so, so Fiverr Jesus got lumped into this controversy, and then everybody and their greasy-headed grandma knew about him doing the Fiverr thing, and he went from 20 requests a day at $10 a pop to 200 requests a day at $20 a pop, and he was making bank hand over fist every day, day in, day out, no Sabbath. Fuck that shit. And then, so the wife was like, I want a divorce. It was mostly because of money, because, of course, women.
Women, am I right?
I know. So she takes him to court, and they dick around with the custody thing, and because she wanted to move out of state and take half his money with her rather. And it became highly publicized because the Mormon church got directly involved and put it out to the papers and was like, this guy is blaspheming, take his fucking kids away, which I don't think is a legitimate argument to take somebody's kids away. Somebody else might
In
make
Utah it is.
Well, I wouldn't fucking... Anyway, so he didn't put it out there. It was already out there. And then when the media ran with it, and called him a racist and everything because they didn't know that the other guys were the ones who did the death to all Jews thing. And they just basically said he was the same person. Like people say me and Smokey are the same person because we move back and forth across the country really fast.
Or like Lo and I are the same person.
Right, exactly.
I killed him. I won.
So morons on the internet thought that they were like somehow the same person, or he had said the thing and he didn't say the thing. So that's how the kids got brought out, because I wanted to clear that up because he didn't fucking do that. Right. And he's like, he is a Christian, but he doesn't think that it's blasphemy. He thinks that he's trying to like bring people together. I don't know if that's what he's actually doing or if that's scripturally sound.
Kinds of Jews, just all kinds of Jew. Not every single.
I mean, well, Mormons think they're Jews. I don't know why, but they do.
Oh, yeah, all people.
There's a lineage story idea of that like they're...
It's incorrect.
It's a cultural thing. It's not that they genetically think they're Jews. Yeah. They believe that they're carrying...
No, have you
read the tribe?
Have you read
their
books?
But
they also think the Indians are too, but like bad Jews.
No, they believe there's Jewish genetic blood here in the Americas that filtered through the Indians that came from ancient Israelites.
Yeah,
but
and
they're not.
You do realize they think they came over in wooden submarines, and like that's what the white people in America are.
Well, okay. And I'm not saying any of their histology. I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep cutting you off, Jamie. I don't mean to give any credit to like their histology exactly and what they're trying to paint, but there is archaeological evidence of the idea of certain Jewish artifacts having been brought to the Americas, like and certainly
like the purchase of Manhattan.
No, pre-colonial periods where actually like even things from Egypt were brought here. In fact, there was
that's because a lot of Jews who were taken as slaves wound up going onto Phoenician ships, which wound up going to the Americas accidentally.
I'm just saying what they pitch is a mixture of partial truth and a bunch of weird, lavish nonsense.
That's the thing. I love Mormon books. We should watch Mormon movies.
Stop making me have to do.
I can't with that. That would kill me. I'd
standalone video series.
Chewing on tinfoil.
Okay, can I do it by myself? I'll get my own people to watch them with me and talk about them.
Yeah, whatever. You can.
I'll take it.
You'll come in with me?
Mormonism is so gross. It's one of those things.
Homo Nutella Eddie.
Nice. You know what? I'm not gonna.
I want people to talk about Mormon movies with me.
Hey, thank you, Digging Deep. Thanks for popping in, man. Appreciate you.
Digging Deep was chill.
Yeah, he was a cool guy. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, good stuff.
All right, I think we're done.
I think we're done too. I don't know. Oh, Jamie, we had that other thing, but let's do it. Let's do it another time, maybe tomorrow night or something.
You need your rest before I smoke you.
Dude.
Oh, fuck you.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. That's how it's gonna be. I'm ready, man. I'll take you on tomorrow. We'll do it. All right.
Okay. Daniel 10 documents.
Yeah, good stuff. All right. Yeah, I'm good too. I appreciate it. Everyone in the chat. Absolutely blessings to all the saints, and thank you to everyone that came in and contributed. This is a great show, man. I actually really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, this was big. I'm just gonna go through the chat quick. Anybody, if you want to leave now, yeah, there you go.
I really loved the show.
Harry P.
Yeah, great.
I would insult Brett Keane for money, cheaper than anyone on Cameo. You know what? All right, get a Cash App. Hit me up. Links in the description. Fuck it.
There you go.
I'd be. I'd almost
What's the
be willing to.
price? 20
It's
bucks?
almost worth it to hear what this guy sounds like because I have some ideas.
I think the cheapest cameo. What is the cheapest cameo? I think I saw one for $15. It was a YouTuber or something. There might have been one for 10.
What? Milo Yiannopoulos is claiming to be straight.
No,
There's no fucking
wait.
way
Where's
I
that's not
refuse to
something
believe
you're
it.
reading.
I'm reading this right now. This man apparently is saying that Milo Yiannopoulos is claiming to be straight. The man, the atheist Jew who married a black guy.
No, he's a Catholic Jew.
Oh, he's a Catholic Jew. It's the same thing at that point.
A gay Catholic Jew.
That's the same thing, though.
That blows my mind. That's really incredible, actually.
I want to thank obviously Richard, Jamie. Thanks for being here. EA show, always a pleasure seeing you here.
Man, good to see you, bro. Thanks for
Sad Post Rain.
By the way, Richard, I love you. I also love you, Sad Post Rain, and you two, fantastic.
Derek Lee was doing a sad earlier. I don't know what that was all about.
I had to correct that a little bit in terms of expectation of the environment.
I think that we covered that. Praise always. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate you. And also Olive too, if I can find her.
Olive, yep.
Fun times. Yeah, I was talking about how long it was, and now we've gone 5 hours.
Just like my dick.
Shut the fuck up. Up there's Olive.
No.
What's the takeaway? Thanks. Cat, don't know who that is.
Flood Fultron gang.
Ian Spiker. Unfortunately, I think certified chat rat, but still good people. A good one.
No, I've seen him in a couple times. And,
okay. Never mind. Take that back. Debate the facts. Hopefully we can get to that. I didn't see him after that, so he'll have to.
You're written on the board.
You're on the board.
Wants to interview the talent.
Yeah, I guess so. I got big.
I mean, my handwriting's.
I'm looking for anybody else. This is gonna be quick. Of course, Harry Penis.
Yes, he's a twink. He is a twink bottom, and he sucks off men a lot.
That's.
Why is his
I think
face
we
always
mentioned
red?
a minute ago. Guru lady. Hey, Will, I want my cameo. Okay. Are you doing a cameo or you want me to do a cameo? I'm not on Cameo. I used to run Brett's, but they kicked him off.
Brett gets kicked off everywhere.
Yeah, I got kicked off, unfortunately. Kaz Traz, don't know who that is.
Kaz, love Kaz. Loved out to Kaz. Yep.
All right, cool. I think
I've seen him.
That's everybody.
Yeah.
Ultimate Lurker. Yeah, no, you're good. You came in. That's more than what you usually do, so that's great. Jamie, P. Mars, absolutely. P. Mars was in here earlier. Thank you for reminding me.
Savage, legend,
I love P. Mars.
Yeah,
and now I think I am done blowing everyone in chat. So, taste the load was yummy. Just kidding. That's fucking gay.
So, Smokey, are you doing a stream after this or no?
No, I'm gonna probably crash out, get something to eat and crash out.
Fine, I'll just be bored by myself.
All right, tomorrow then. I have things I'm doing, but you feel free to go into Smokey's chat and tell him.
And remember Saturday night, Soteriology Showdown, Calvinist, Arminian, Open Theist, whatever you think you can support, defend, or pitch, come on by, and we're going to talk.
Kinc will be back next week, same time, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I don't know what we're doing yet, but I'm going to figure that out tomorrow. This was something that I had planned out way in advance, but unfortunately I didn't put out the thing. I think I'm gonna come up with something tonight or tomorrow and just put it up and schedule it immediately and build around it. Anyway, thanks for being here. Let me get these fucking comments off the screen so I can play the outro thing.
Bye, everyone.
Okay, you do that, buddy. Thanks for blowing me. No problem. Hope it was good for you. It was good for me. All right. Actually, bye now. All right, later.